Good morning and welcome to Blast R6 EU. This time around it's the LCQ, the last chance qualifier for some of these teams to potentially try and make it as far as possible to get into the major. I'm Jeannie, your host for today, joined on the desk with Fresh and Ollie. Good morning, guys. Did you have your morning coffee?
Good morning. We've not had it yet. We're waiting for it, but doesn't matter. We've got a lot of energy anyway, so we'll see how it goes.
We certainly do. There's a lot of fuss about the early morning.
Yeah.
Good morning to everybody watching us. Thanks for getting up. I'm feeling energized, I think, today. And I know it's because we've got some good games coming up.
I think it's also that 1 hour walk that you guys had.
Honestly, it's a nice walk. We used to do it for when we did APAC last year. We used to have to be here at 8 a.m. for the studio, same call time as today. And that 1 hour walk, it does wake you up. It's a nice downhill, 5 kilometers.
It's a lot less stressful than missing buses as well.
Okay,
that is
anyways,
true.
nobody here missed a bus.
No?
No, I missed 2 buses, not just one. But that's all right. I still made it here relatively on time, if I do say so myself. So let's jump right into the action because we have 2 games coming up today. The first one's going to be Wild versus Tenstar, and then we have Unlimited up against BDS. So all in all, as Ollie mentioned it himself already, these games are going to be bangers. Now, let's look at Tenstar first, Tenstar specifically, because it feels like this team, I don't know how they do it, but it's just a continuous rolling of getting great players.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they do it either, to be honest.
Kenny?
They just feel like the EUL feeder team just up into EUL. The amount of players that they've lost still managed to be at this kind of level as well is nothing short of incredible, to be fair. It's
impressive to see, and especially now in the context of an LCQ where every time we look at Tenstar and we think about them as a team and we wonder, you know, who they've lost.
Yeah.
They're losing these big hitting players, and you can see one on the screen right now. Jegs used to play for Tenstar. This time, going to be on Wild.
Yeah, that's the most recent loss that they've had. Obviously, the big fragger. He did play for Navi in EUL last year, but they've lost 4 in total. So we're going to flick through to the next player that they lost. YZN, I would say actually it isn't Jegs that's the most recent. It's YZN. Obviously now playing on Team Secret, who we'll see in these quals playing again tomorrow. There's 2 more players that they've lost that are a little bit older. You've also got Savage.
I think Savage was almost the start of the Tenstar feeder team, wasn't it? It was that early sort of point where Savage had made massive waves inside of UKIN, inside of the National League, and then moves over to Team Secret, as you can see here. But it doesn't stop there. As you mentioned, there is still one more. We do, of course, have Leader, who is now on Koi. Obviously played in Six Invitational under Heroic.
Yes.
So he's not. This is his second T1 team, if you will. Third, sorry, if you're going to count Navi as well. So again, a player that has been around the block, player that has gone on to multiple different teams after being on Tenstar.
And the whole point about this is we've got to commend Tenstar because they keep losing arguably their best players. You know, Savage was the thinker main. Leader was that unflappable backline player. You know, YZM being the IGL. Jegs was just the fragger throughout all of the CLs that Tenstar have played. And they're still here. They're still putting in great performances. They still just find more talent from the EU Tier 3, Tier 4 region and just keep making them better.
What's the secret?
I don't know. Whoever you see today, you might see them in EU League in Stage 2. You never know.
Yeah, that means that this is kind of a bit of that platform for players to show off what they're capable of. But I think also, as we mentioned, Tenstar is just a team that just keeps on rolling. I don't know what they're feeding them there to actually become this feeder team. See what I did there. But we're going to have a look as well at some of the incredible plays that we've done. And they've done, not us, but we're doing it for demo, mainly. Kind of. I hope you're watching.
We're doing it for Tenstar. We're doing it for Tenstar.
There's just a side bonus.
Yeah, it's like, that was like on this, yeah.
I mean, everyone's going to know what the clip is. It's a clip that's very close to Fresh's heart, I think.
We love it. When the clip rolls, it's all around Tenstar. They're still innovators as well. That's the thing.
Common, and especially whenever we do see YMI bans, is you always have somebody playing in this suicide position. There's always somebody here on this defense. If you can place a well-timed Capitao bolt, the fire will just drop right into him, and it'll smoke him out, flame him out, whatever you want to use. But he will be gone, and there it is. You've missed it. There's the second one. There we go, and he's starting to get cooked alive, Ollie, but he's using the stim pistols. Look at this from the dock. Surely not. It's an Ox, so there's no way. Brilliant. Oh, that's so good. I've never seen that. The new dock change, that means you get the stim all the way back up to full HP. Oh, that's play of the year. That's play of the year in my book.
Now, what did Unlimited do? They're left to throw I think people have probably heard that clip a lot and maybe didn't know the context of it or where it is. But I think that's one of the reasons why we can look at Tenstar and we can go, they're a very innovative team.
Yes.
And the fact that they've lost 4 players, nearly a full side, you've got to look at who remains back every single time. And you've got to give a bit of props to Kenny there for sort of keeping this team on track.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tenstar is on track, and they're going to be playing against Wild, which, again, we're going to head into that a little bit later. But a bit of a storyline, because we did say Jegs as well leaving the team. But let's have a look at the brackets specifically, because it's a very complicated, interesting way to get to the major here. I mean, you lose, you snooze, you're out fresh.
Yeah, we're in the very, very final phase of all of the competition. We've been going through every single pre-show explaining this because it's a bit of a complex competition this stage. But we are now in the last chance qualifiers for Europe. One of these 8 teams will be going to the major phase 1, but it's just a single elimination bracket. Like you say, you lose, you're gone.
It's quite simple from this point forward. Just win. Just win.
Just win,
It's
bro.
as easy
Just win.
as that. But you look at the sort of teams that we have got in here, and it is never going to be just as easy as that. Going to be going up against teams like BDS, Heroic Wolves, Team Secret, and Koi, of course, all coming out of EUL, and then Dunlimited and Tenstar Wild in there as well from the game that they lost, of course, against M&M. It's a very difficult bracket at this point. You look at it and you go, which team would you like to come through? There's a couple of major winners in there. There's a lot of talent and potential, and we all know what can happen in a single elim.
I was actually just going to drop a couple of very basic stats here. 2 ex-major winners in the last year in BDS and Koi, but 6 EUL teams, 5 of them all played 6 Invitational as well. So you're not even talking like this is necessarily the bad side of the EUL bracket. Like, every single team in EU League is of a very, very good quality. And the one team that didn't go 6 Invitational, Wild, well, they went flawless through groups as well. So, they know how to handle themselves. It's certainly a spicy bracket.
It's absolutely cutthroat, just looking at the teams involved and looking at the players there. I mean, it's going to be sad to see some of these go, and looking at the schedule today as well, we're going to give you a little bit more of an insight of which teams we could potentially not be seeing here for the rest of the week. Wild up, that's not Blast R6, it's Tenstar, but cute logo either way. And then the second game is Unlimited versus BDS. I want to ask Ollie, which game are you looking forward to the most? But they're both just, it's difficult.
I think for me, the game that I'm looking forward to the most is going to be Wild x Tenstar, because it's a little bit more known, and it's certainly a little bit more known to us. Obviously, we've kind of followed Wild's journey so far on the desk, and we want to see that come to a conclusion, or where that conclusion may lie. Obviously, big fan of x Tenstar. Got to love them, haven't you? They're a team that are very close to my heart. The game that's very unknown for me and is going to be exciting to actually watch and see how it unfolds is the Dunlimited BDS game, because that's one where you look at it and you go, well, I've not seen Dunlimited play for a very long time. I know what BDS are capable of. Let's see how that sort of matches up. Are BDS going to run away with it? Are Dunlimited going to come in with a very unpredictable play style? How's that one going to work out?
I don't actually think it's going to be a snooze fest later on either.
Yeah.
With the Dunlimited game is when the Russian team were in CL last year, and obviously, you two covered them a lot more than I did, but when they were in CL last year, they were a team that was able to innovate. They were able to adapt. They were almost ahead of the meta for the time, which makes them a really dangerous team. But also BDS, as soon as they got over those bad 2 group stage days, they've looked unstoppable since through the open qual playoffs, the back end of the group stage for EUL as well.
Yeah.
I don't think there's going to be many teams that will stop BDS this bracket as well. So I'm very excited for that one.
Yeah, and also when we're looking at Unlimited and Tenstar, they face each other already as well in the finals in CL. So there's so much, you know that meme where the guy's like trying to explain on the board behind him like how everything connects. Yeah, well, that's us right now. We're trying our best, but we're going to take a break, and we're going to be coming back to try our best to break down the first game, which is going to be Wild up against Tenstar.
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait.
We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy. TT9, we are going to win!
Hello, welcome back. I hope you're caffeinated and hydrated because we're ready to jump right into our first game of this morning, Wild up against Tenstar. I'm Ginny, joined by Fresh and Ollie once again. So this is a little bit of an interesting one because, Tenstar, they just keep on, sending their players up to EUL. Wild even picking one of those players up in Jax, comes into the EUL first debut, absolutely smashing it. But now he has to go up against his ex-teammate.
He does, and it's never an easy thing, is it? Going up against players that you know, going up against friends, going up against ex-colleagues. So there's always that little nice battle to throw in there as well. Couple that with the form that Wild are on currently in this best of three. They're not currently on the greatest of forms. So Tenstar are going to be coming into this one, and I think they're going to be feeling pretty confident, Fresh.
I think they will be. If you look at how they played through the Open Qual playoffs, for example, the last competition they played to even get here, they went through, they battered TT9, which, all of the EU League teams, to be fair, have been doing. But they battered them, beat them 2-0, 7-1 on the clubhouse, played it really well. Then they went up against BDS and then Koi in the semi-finals and the third place match. And they lost both of those games, but put in really good showings to the point that they should have taken maps. So they're definitely competitive at this level. If they can improve just a couple of things, and, they've got a really good support staff, Kenny's there, Pat's there as well, they will have improved those things. So I would expect Tenstar to be really competitive today.
Okay, and looking at the players as well on the ex-Tenstar roster here, is there anyone specifically that you think, Ollie, is going to be the most competitive or that Tenstar is going to be relying on?
I think that Tenstar are in a position at the minute where, because they have changed roster multiple times, because they have got that level of flexibility, you're looking toward players that have been there for a little bit of time now. You're looking toward the players that have been there since Challenger League, because that's obviously the last time that they're going to have played competitively at this level. So you're going to be looking at the likes of Xenox, Azza, to see what sort of stability they can bring into the side at the minute. And then players like Oscar, who are essentially coming in to this roster and have been scrimming and all that sort of stuff for the past God knows how long. They're the ones that you're looking toward going, I want to see how they fit into the existing puzzle.
Yeah, I suppose the two new players, Oscar and Quick, I think, they are obviously part of that machine that is replacing, the players that have gone on to EUL. But Oscar, we could have, there was a world where we saw him at Six Invitational. It obviously didn't quite happen for him. He's got the talent. He's been long overdue a shot in Tier 1.
Okay.
And then with Quick, he's a very aggressive player, very confident in himself. He loves the trash talk. He's a very good player as well that's, up and coming and emerging as well. So I do like what Tenstar have got going with the balance of their team.
Yeah, so keep an eye on these players because who knows, we might see them in EUL at some point, but they're going to be heading up against the EUL team, and that is going to be Wild, who've had quite a lot of success in their debut. I mean, I don't think anyone expected it. At least I didn't.
I don't think anyone expected it either. I think you're damn right in saying that. There's a lot of us on the talent team were pretty surprised. I think that maybe some of the teams were quite surprised in just how well Wild did in the opening part of this stage. It hasn't translated entirely though, Fresh.
No, it hasn't. I think that's the big challenge is through the 4 best of 1s, they looked unstoppable. Then it hit the best of 3s, and as much as I like this team, and I think they've got a lot going for them, it absolutely fell apart in the best of 3s, and they're now hitting the low. They've lost the last couple of best of 3s. They've dropped into the last chance qualifier. They've missed 2 shots at making the major now. And for me, it's all about the bounce back. It's all about the reaction from Wild and where they go from here.
It really is. The feels to be on Wild a little bit of a gulf in the performance. You've got quite a large margin top through bottom. You look toward a player like Jegs, who has maintained a very consistent stat line throughout the course of the stage. Now, you expect that from your entry player. You're expecting to be hitting those numbers that we can quantify into a spreadsheet, and we can say, yes, Jeg's got a kill. It's more difficult to get qualities that aren't necessarily stat tracked or seen in that sort of a way, but we have seen a distinct lack, particularly from a couple of the support players on the side of Wild, Packbull and Hungry, in the last couple of best of threes, which really have hindered them quite significantly. It's not always, you know, down to the sports to be getting the kills and winning the gunfights, but when you're looking at numbers like 2 and 40 combined over the last 2 maps, that's something that really is going to start to come back and cause some problems. So you're going to need to see just a little bit more out of players like that today, even against Tenstar.
The question is, are they going to be able to do this? Because as we mentioned on those BO1s, they were sitting comfortably. They're doing very fine. We're now heading into best of threes, which, by the way, again, that is going to be the case today. So that consistency, it needs to show up from map 1 and continues all the way throughout the series.
Yeah, I think they do have some good things going for them, is what I will say for Wild is. They've got very good prep. They understand their opponents.
Yeah.
They do a lot of good counter banning, a lot of good counter analysis. They're good, well thought out in the maps as well. I think it's just more about actually for all these players, what's the reaction like? You know, can they get over that hurdle of we've missed our shot at the major and get into this as a separate competition, clear your mind and just go for it? If they can, then they've got the ability to go all the way. But like anything, I guess, at the very top level of sports or esports, it's all about that mental game.
Yeah, I think the mental game is going to be important. We often see Wild, they do like to play quite quickly. They like to play quite opportunistically.
Yeah.
But the opportunity isn't always the right one. It isn't always there, and it isn't always taken in quite the right way. I remember a Telestrated clip that we did with a bit of Dokkaebi play in and amongst like a 5v5, getting a plant off. And that sort of stuff is wonderful if it works. But if the coordination just is off by a little bit, it is going to come back to bite you. And I think that Wild have suffered some unfortunate timing, certainly in a couple of those occasions. But it has started to become a little bit more of a pattern now, and I'd like today at least to see what their triggers are a little bit more defined and how they're going to work off the back of gaining that advantage, then what they're going to do with it.
Yeah, let's have a look at the maps as well to see which advantages Wild can potentially be gaining. We're going to be starting off with Skyscraper, Border, and finally on Clubhouse. I mean, pretty standard what we expected, Fresh?
Yeah, I think so. I think Tenstar, Cafe's been a perma ban of theirs for a long time. Not surprised to see them get away from that. And Wild have gone away from, and they've banned some of Tenstar's traditionally very good maps. Now, picks are quite interesting from my point of view. Is Tenstar have picked Skyscraper. Now, they have lost it the last 2 times they played it, but one of the last times they played it was against BDS, and it was a 5-7 loss. So BDS probably one of the best teams in the world on that map. So confidence will be high. Wild, I have them with a very low preference on Border. So I'm wondering if this is the map that they've been working on behind the scenes. Obviously, new team, scrimming it, practicing it, and have brought it out specifically for this competition.
Quite possibly. I think the Skyscraper pick is probably a good one from Tenstar. We've seen Wild play it a little bit, certainly in the previous week. They played it against VP. They were successful there, but that doesn't mean that there's not something that Tenstar have potentially seen and gone, yes, we're better than that. And of course, you mentioned there the almost game against BDS where you're picking up a couple of rounds against one of the better teams on the map. It's going to be a confidence booster no matter what.
Absolutely. And then the final map of Clubhouse as well. That was the map where Tenstar took an EUL team in TT9 to it and beat them 7-1. A lot of confidence. Wild have actually lost it the last couple of times they played it. They played it 3 times over the course of EU League. Lost it the last couple of times, so they do play it, but they're definitely vulnerable on it. So I would say, on the whole, the map ban, I think, feels very balanced. Slightly maybe favours Tenstar, I would say. But it all depends on that Border for me from Wild.
Okay, well, we have the lobby ready as well, so we're going to be heading into our first game, which is going to be Skyscraper. We have our incredible casters to walk you through it, Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much, Jenny, and welcome to the studio. Lovely to have you with us, and lovely to be here for the LCQs. Last chance qualifiers, last dance saloon, Tenstar versus Wild. Yeehaw.
We're turning this into a cowboy show now. All right, we're going to go into that duo onto Skyscraper. I think there'll be more about samurais rather than the old revolvers, but
you could do samurais versus cowboys.
Look at that social.
It's a classic fight. Yeah, that's weighted.
That's an 87.
But I think, with very little exception, if you have a tier 1 team versus a tier 2 team, you're gonna have
those percentages.
Because the layman, the average voter, especially after the run that Wild had, is gonna be like, nah, Wild's gonna take this. Who are Tenstar? Well, if you're unaware, they're probably about to give you a lesson in who Tenstar are, as they highlighted on the desk. A very well put together team. There's been a lot of changes. Obviously, there's a couple of names that have come through here that you recognize from other teams. There's a couple of names here that you'll start to recognize as maybe they'll be on teams soon. It's that sort of feeder team that
it's kind of what M&M used to be, right?
Yeah.
Just feeding into these bigger teams and able to completely rebuild themselves every single time. It's always it was interesting to see these kind of like organizations, now no longer an organization, but still, you know, the whole team, the staff behind it, just making sure that they have the best talent available to them to go on. Jax quickly showed he has the banana buff as he put his banana up in the screen. One more bite? Question mark.
One more bite.
I love that moment.
Classic.
I liked how people made it into a shirt and brought it out afterwards as well. So the Bandit and the Cade have been banned. Now, that's not often we see that. That means there is no electrification coming down from the defenders. Of course, Mute will still be available, is still going to be potentially used to stop drones or to stop walls from being opened up. Yes, there's a way around that with Selmas and with Exkyros, and even with the Exothermics, due to the fact that it's a dome now rather than what it used to be before. So it is able to be bypassed in that matter. Now, while it's choosing to not go for that mute right away, they're going to go for a bit of a different kind of setup. Like the fact that we're seeing that Warden come in instantly, because over the last couple of weeks, we have seen quite a lot of smoke play, quite a lot of Candelas come in as well if Ying is available. Just having Hungry available on that Warden basically mitigates that risk just slightly.
Skyscraper, obviously it can be that hefty map. It's a bit of a long form fight on some of these places. It's a special preference. It's becoming more common, I think it's fair to say. It's sort of slipping through, especially in a best of 3 scenario. You don't really see it too much in best of 1s as of yet, but that's only really if both teams favor it. And as they said, sure, there's recent losses on the side of Tenstar, but it's because of that situation where it's something that they favor, something that they enjoy. Here's an attempt on an early strike. Nobody's there to take the bait of Teb.
Yeah, just making sure there's a bit of checking going on there with that hook, making sure you get that pre-fire going. As a result, you survive. Jax rotating back up as he realizes VIP is going to be opened up by the Selma, and that means that if he was a bit slower than that, there would have been no way out anymore. So, good movement coming down from Wild there, quickly abandoning the house area as much as they can to ensure themselves to have as many buddies available later on into the actual part where it matters, because Skyscraper, of course, is a map. Step takes loads of damage, is basically split up into 2, and there is quite a good way to actually enforce that split with only 2 choke points they could go through.
Teb doing everything he can to waste time as the Solace underneath. Obviously, you're looking at the heavy drone game, and you're looking at a lot of pace here. Oscar already got himself prepped up, and you'll see this standard take across the top floor. You get some clarity underneath, you cut off the single rotate on the back end, and then you sort of clear steadily and steadily, step by step by step. And then you put the focus here onto Dragon, onto Terrace, and towards this, the shield that just angles onto the side of Shrine, for fun word assonance.
The Shrine Shield.
The Shrine Shield. Shade that 7 times quickly.
You're not going to be working out for me. Either way, that's one of those choke points I just highlighted, right? Like, that shield is going to be very annoying to deal with. You're going to have to use explosives, but often there's going to be an ADS. There might even be some magnets out there as well. I'll say that as it gets removed. Still 2 ADSs out there, and now Quick has the opportunity to start moving through. And I want to do that in tandem whilst also taking Drum at the very same time. And that way they have both those choke points under control, and then you can truly attack the site.
Yeah, I assume it came off the back of maybe some of the burn from the flashes. Either way, those ADSs, they're not going to do much to stop the break of the shield. Look at this, Oscar straight in with Quick getting one underneath. Jags is able to get caught out there, swinging the pressure directly onto the site. 40 seconds and they still have to make the final motion, but with Azza going for the steady rotate towards the opposite side, it's Quick that's still doing the damage, just held up where that shield was, the power position that we talked about. Oscar is caught out. Hungry with the wide swing. Zenoxo in the meantime has been able to get himself just in towards Geisha. He's looking for the hold and the push and takes care of Packball. 20 seconds and Azza can make his movement up onto the back end. They've gone for the full take with Hungry only left inside the site. Caught on the corner and a team kill is the accident, but Teb 10 seconds and a kit. Do they know? Are they playing on the table? I don't think they are. He's able to stop the plant and he's going to pull away. 5 seconds. They've got to get themselves hopped up or they've got to try and take the fight itself. They're watching for the cover. They're watching for the bait. But
who's going up?
Goes for the rotate. He's played this brilliantly. He can't get the angle just in time, though. Missed out by a split-second shave. They've got themselves back onto the stair set, and he was almost clutching out a huge round, but Quick just gets the last draw.
Well done there. A good attempt. Unfortunately, not able to clutch that out. I was going to say, he's been hiding in that bathroom for the majority of that round after he took the initial part of damage, and he's like, I can't play this below, especially with the amount of time that was wasted by his teammates. Almost managed to make it stick. But just like maybe like that barbed wire or anything else, like just moving a little bit too late on getting the eventual clutch. And Tenstar thus will find themselves with their first round on the board.
It's a great example of things being done right by both teams and both players. Because the Solus getting the stop at the right time, pulling away, and then you had to look at how much time was left. There's often on most sites, if you're ever playing as the role of the planter and there's a Solus, there's only really one safe spot. On that, to protect you from underneath, is on the other side, hopped up in the middle of the table. They didn't have time to get to that. So look at what they did. The two of them, with barely any time, went to the one bit where they could cover it from black stairs and underneath. They wouldn't be able to do the pressure underneath. Brilliant. Genius play to do when you've got 4 seconds to work out a plan. The communication there, pinpoint. However, look at the motion the Solus did. The right decision to rotate up the other stairs, to sort of say, I'm not going to get away with this twice.
Yeah.
And it's just, you know, things falling into place with a split-second difference.
If we go over that decision again, use the second impact instantly after to try and get an injury on the player picking up the diffuser, that failed. And at that moment, it's like, okay, so I can either gamble on getting enough shots out in time, but I know I will be hunted by the remaining player, or I go back up. And indeed, as you mentioned, the right call to be made. But also at the same time, right call made from Tenstar to go for the hunt downstairs, right? You need to move someone over. There's a lot of X-Kairos there.
There's a lot of X-Kairos. I mean, it's because of the Monty that you're making it a walkable entrance, but that is with the swing and the angle as well held. I mean, you've got 2 utility, but now you got 1 less utility. Now you got 1 less utility. Now you've only got 1 Selma.
No, there's no Selmas left anymore.
Oh, that was
3 impacts used. Yeah, they went really quickly behind each other. Made sure they had 2 players stacked up there. Hungry still available to just walk around with Clash as well. So basically, that entire side of the map has been locked off. That wall is not going to be opened up. They're not going to be bothering with it because of the fact that the Clash can just hold it, and you know, you don't really have anything safely to open up. You could go for a breaching charge, but guaranteed you'll be shot out if you do.
I mean, it's the obvious idea that it's 2 teams that know each other very well, and if you're Tenstar even, you're probably looking at it going, we maybe should have done the Selma wall first, and then lost those, and then still at the X-Kairos, and yeah, there's still impacts, but at least you can bet out that utility. It's a huge cost, and it's a cost that's paid by a team that knows them. As you said, I didn't even notice that they'd had 2 operators rotate in with the impacts.
Yeah.
We saw the 2 tricks, they got all 3, and now they just got to try and make sort of hay whilst the sun is barely shining through a very narrow crook that's opened into the wall itself. As you said, with a Clash, that's going to prove so detrimental to slowing down this game as well.
Ace is holding on tight. Here's the Monty coming through. Hopes he can maybe catch him off the back, but a bit of a distraction coming through. As I believe that was the Yana quickly taking care of a camera on the opposite side. Meaning no kill comes through, but everyone is still alive. A little bit of damage done, but nothing too major yet. And this is a losing fight for a Monty because, you know, Clash can just continue zapping you. It's just that you need to be there to provide some support. Ooh, that's a very smart use of the pocket EMP.
Love it. And in the meantime, Jack's able to get 1 kill on the back. I mean, it's still a shield in front of them, but if they swing the side and take out Teb, not much you can really do. They should get the activity on their shield back. You can hear it buzzing and whirring away. They'll probably still have another pocket EMP if they want to try and double it down again. But no, it's already been used. In the meantime, Zenoxo gets the kill on the side of Jegs.
No.
It's Aces. Missed his moment on the rotate, but look at the time. Look at the angle held. There it is. Packbull does get Oscar, holding onto the house stairs. Gets the swing onto the Iana as well. Gets the drop of 2 versus 2. Barely any health on one of the 2 players. It's the swing with the Monty. They've got to hold the plant. They have no more time to get it. Stop the down. He's going for the legs. Unbelievable. Tenstar force their way in. It's round 2. It's round 2.
This must have been one of the most chaotic rounds I have ever seen. Just the Clash and the Monty basically just hugging each other the entire round, just pushing each other out. It's like, if you set one step back, I will make sure you cannot take that step back. The pocket EMP used to get rid the pocket EMP used to get rid of the zaps coming through, which slow you down. Then the Clash, of course, will be moving back because like I've basically lost my defense mechanism now. Monty instantly pushing up, you get some kills, the missed shot from Aces, and then you have like 3 people behind 1 bar and a Monty right in front of them. There was like 6 people in that one room at one given time. It's insane.
It's round 2. It's obviously it's very early start because NA rolls into after us, so EU had to start quite early. It's 9 AM for those that are playing and performing from England. You throw in the fact you got to get up, have a breakfast. You got to get up, maybe get yourself in on a warm-up map as well. It must be pretty impossible to find a scrim partner at 8 in the morning in the UK. I can't imagine.
I was gonna say,
I can't imagine it's easy.
Who wants to get up at 8 AM and play scrim?
Like,
I mean, there would be plenty of tier 3, tier 4 teams, I guess, that would be very willing to get the practice in.
Yeah. But how many tier 3 and tier 4 teams have missed out on opportunities because they've slept in?
Yeah, or
I can't imagine it's
they
easy
have
to
day
find
jobs.
I wouldn't want to be the coach that has to find an 8 in the morning, 7 in the morning scrim partner. Anyway, round 2, Tenstar. They hold on to that one with, juggled utility. We're seeing examples again of 2 teams that know each other super well. Wild have just been a little bit on the back foot. The reveal, the Claymore and the player outside. They're just going to, again, play that solace, keep them guessing on the bottom floor. It seems to be more of a maybe strike and direct take here. They want to get a body and a bit of a surprise on the back of this rather than baiting out a long game with the solace as they did a bit before on the last approach here. They're hoping the hot drone leads in Oscar into a firefight.
Opening up some alternative angles out there they could use to make it a bit more difficult. Again, we're talking about the same kind of choke points we saw in that first round. That shield is going to be around on Shrine again. Shrine, shield, there we go.
Shrine shield.
They're going to have to take that out. There is 2 ADSs. There might be some magnets out there as well, so it's just going to be a waste of utility. Tab hiding, using that gadget to avoid these drones. I love to see the multiple uses of Solace coming out, and there's just this one game already.
Well, there's the pressure, there's the reveal, and there's the you got to get out of there sound as the shield, you assume, gets popped by that end final grenade. There it is, rolled over the top. And ADS did just click into life, and the shield is going to stay. It rolled a bit too far, but look! He's pushed up right against the shield, almost found a fight. Didn't quite get as lucky as he wanted. Hungry stands and puts a bit of damage on Teb. And Quick are about to have a fight. They have a rough ping on the location of the player. And there it is, the swing round from the Iana gets an easy take. Very, very well played there by Quick. They do get a body, but look at the time. This shield still stands. They swing into it, and Quick lives up to his name. Once again, opens up the attack onto this site, as he did in round 1 with a double kill around the pressure of the shield. Jonka gets the eggs on the far side as well, and suddenly, everything has been pulled away from Wild.
And 30 seconds is still plenty of time if Packbull dies as well. A flawless round on the board. Yes, it is. And that is just Tenstar walking away with this game so far. They get the openings, they do not stop. And it's kind of bittersweet seeing the Solace hiding so well for so long. As soon as they step out of cover, they're aware. There is a Solace coming for a flank, we need to deal with that. And it's not just one player. You saw everybody. They pulled back from the shield. Everybody was ready to go for that one Solace before re-engaging the shield, before re-engaging the choke point. And a tactical timeout, I think that's very rightfully so being called right now.
I mean, it's not their map. It's always something that you have to consider. It's a best of 3 series. These are long series. They're long series to play, but I mean, the dropped gunfights, the motions there's been a couple of these engagements where you feel that pointedness from the side of Tenstar. It's a pointedness that we've felt from Wild's guns before. We've had those games where Wild has shown up and been terrifying. You look at the numbers that Jags has been able to put in recent showdowns. You look at Aces, you look at Packball as well during the run to get here, having huge games. And here, it seems like they're in the position that they put a lot of other teams in on their run.
Yeah. It is weird to see the difference in Wild that we've had like at the first stage when we started off with the groups and the best of ones, and we're like, how long can they keep up with this until a team will figure out how to play against them? We head over towards stage 2 of the European League, the playoffs, the best of 3s. Teams started to figure them out. Yes, they still take maps, but they haven't really been able to get themselves in the position to qualify for the major. And now they're coming up against that unknown entity, like a team they haven't, it's been a while since Challenge League, since this has been played, right? Like since Tenstar had to play through those qualifiers. They've had times to change. They've had times to watch every single European League team prepare for these last chance qualifiers, because you're going to be facing off against them sooner rather than later if you want to be making it to the major. And they're just doing a perfect job right now on this map.
It's the weird sort of split as well. The divide of Wild, as they were flawless on their run throughout all of March, and then they haven't been able to win any of the series throughout April. It's it's 2 losses on the back now. That'll be something that eats at them. From when you have such a strong flawless run, a defeat sometimes feels even worse, and getting yourself back into that mindset rather than getting that scrappy. I know we've talked about it before and how that mentality is a big factor. It's something they've got to get on top of sooner rather than later in these series, because the best of 3 series that have punished them recently have been long, and they've started strong and unfortunately tapered towards the end. Talking of, we taper past the opening minute as we are approaching our 3rd site of the day, actually. We're finding ourselves down towards the ground floor.
It's the hungriest side of them all, as we call it, barbecue and kitchen. And of course, that starts with a lot of verticality. So basically, round 1 and 3, we'll see some of these aspects come back into play here, because they need to take control of T, they need to take control of Karaoke. And Quake deals a lot of damage towards Jags there. We just kept leaning back into the fight. Might have not necessarily had to. But with that, just, softens himself up a little bit for later on when Tenstar is going to go for the push.
Teb finds an opening frag, a statistic that's avoided them so much so far generally, but can they try and make the most of the back of it? Well, he can. There's a second for Teb. Zenoxo and Oscar both removed, and now you're looking at Quick being someone that's still on Saturn 5-1. He's had some big capabilities, but he gets locked down by Aces, and this is a Wild, as I said, that we're a little bit more familiar, aware of the gunfights, more than happy to lean into them, and a flawless round on the back of attack timeout. That's definitely the conversation they needed to have.
It was also a flawless into a flawless, because we had the flawless from Tenstar right before this technical timeout, and instantly Wild seemed to be back in their old ways, able to win their gunfights, because that's basically what we haven't seen them be doing. Like, their strategy seems to be right, they have the idea, they have the flank ready, they have the shield set up, all the utilities out there. It's just that they were unable to win these gunfights, and now we're seeing that gunfight game come in. Now they need to keep it up. Still downstairs, the 4th side.
Bedroom bathroom. Bedroom bathroom. There's, it's not the most common scene site.
No, definitely not.
I think probably, I know we talked about this before, probably the rarest of all sites.
To get a bit living in Villa, I think it came down, like, it gets played just
once or twice.
Yeah,
it's a rare sort of visit, and it's awkward to hold on to. It's very easy to cut sight lines across the entirety of the site itself. You can, without really entering. It handles different to a lot of the other sites on this map. It plays awkwardly, and it just doesn't quite have that structure. It doesn't have the solidity of the hard walls that the other sites have. So, what's their change here? I mean, look at that. This is what I mean, is he's taken one step, one barricade, and now they have a sideline all the way through the site towards the back side of it.
Yeah, but are they going to be trying to use this? Because, of course, Hungry is ready near the house stairs to put up some pressure as well. But they also see that there is almost no one out here. So if Quick wants to go for a quick dash through, might as well find success, especially if he opens up that castle barricade right afterwards. All he needs to be afraid of is these verticals, but it doesn't seem like he's currently being watched through those. They're still preparing them.
It's entirely this. When you play this site, 80% of the map is pointless.
Yes.
You don't need to think of anything really up to the terrace and drum line onwards. You can just cut that off.
Yeah.
And the map and the site will often play exactly the same. There are some players on the top that you can try and clear out and pressure, but again, you know, the sort of force on those players is going to be the angle. They're just getting themselves set up so they can keep a keen eye on that. And as we expect, the break onto the back wall will come sooner rather than later. There's a bit of the soften and ready for an impact hole. How many do they have? How long are they going to juggle for? Not very long. The explosion comes out and the Monty starts to roll his way across the top here. But as I said, the defense is going to start just on the other side of that drum terrace line.
Yeah, that's it. Like, the defense doesn't need to hold on to anything else. Good entry kill coming down, though, taking down Tab. He was playing on that top floor near the exhibition room, so that means there's only one player directly going to be challenging them. He loses his mirror window as well, sees that there is going to be a Monty out there. I believe he has been spotted himself as well, but that means the pressure is now going to be rising here. As they're holding on to a nice tight angle as well. It's just cutting off all these rotation possibilities up in the top floor.
There they are, taking the top, but with a bit of a trade out, Packball does get one and a second for himself. Jakes is doing everything to try and hold on. He doesn't want to risk the rotate on the stairs because it's sort of a shooting gallery, so instead slips his way back into Dragon where he knows he's got a bit of a hard wall and time to waste. They're looking for the fight, and Oscar finds it, gets the lock off on the back, and now it's the 3 versus 2. Both remaining players have dropped into the site, watching from the holes underneath, but they just slip a bit wide of it now. What can they do to try and pull this back? Packball, he's opened his own mirror window. He's playing himself a bit off-site. He's going to prep a couple more angles whilst he has the times and the seconds, but you can see now they're eyeing up towards the drop on the hatch on the back. 20 seconds. And now they're just going to go for the risk and the drop and take it. They want some pings. They're trying to find them on the far side. There's the swing and the close fight with the player. Hungry wins it out with the UMP. Castled off and locked off the A site itself. Oscar has to make a lot of motion here. Pre-fires and finds the fight. A 2 versus 1. Packball with a 2K already and a Monty giving them all the pings. Sprays through the soft. Doesn't get the lock in the Monty. Just planting close. He needs to try and isolate this. The long-range firefight. The C4, does it make it? No! It just is a little bit shy of getting the end of the Monty. He's trying to find a pocket of space, swinging which way and what, but they're either side, all around with the hot pings locked down, and now the top down too. Finding themselves an angle, but all of this will be called by the Montaigne that can just watch from the safety of the far side. It's a very tricky pull back, and they're a very noisy operator. Packball can't quite do it. Tenstar do.
I have to commend Tenstar there for the way they played that round, because yes, they opened up very early on onto the direct side, but did they try and push through it? No, because they realized there's so many verticals. We can either try and attend this, but that's just a meat grinder we'll be walking into. So what do they do instead? They pull themselves back. They realize, okay, this is how they're set up. We need to take that top floor control. We need to take care of these verticalities. And everybody but one player does that. Everybody goes up top. Everybody is making sure they have that control. And with that, they find themselves success. A 1-4.
Oh,
quick little stat.
There you go. 303 days for Xenoxo, Azza, and Yonka.
It's a very long time. Nearing the anniversary of a year.
Really?
Will they get each other some gifts, do you think?
Is it the anniversary?
No, not yet. It's like they're nearing. They're getting close to a year for an anniversary.
I mean,
365.
The ultimate treat would be a major, I think.
A major spot, yes. What about a trophy?
A trophy would be a very nice treat. You wouldn't say no. You wouldn't.
No, I wouldn't say no either.
For anyone looking for anniversary ideas out there, if anyone is lucky enough to have a loving partner, a trophy from a Rainbow Six Siege Major. Yes, it's a wonderful gift for all the seasons.
Works, you know, for
if you and your
as well, or would work for Christmas if you celebrate.
Any festivity.
And a festivity.
Anyway, 4 rounds on their attack on Skyscraper bodes for a quick first map here for Tenstar.
It definitely does. Well, you know, they haven't really been able to get into it that much. Whilst Tenstar just has this pace. They just keep going. Oscar looking for that first kill. It's actually Aces and Tap that will both find someone. So that quick pace quickly punished as well by the side of Wild. Now only 3 players left on Tenstar trying to make up for the loss they've just suffered. And Wild, with this, are looking to find themselves with a second round because they need it desperately. I mean, if we start looking at Skyscraper as a map, I still think like a 3-3 split is pretty common nowadays, if not slightly favored towards the defense. And, you know, Tenstar being 4-1 up already must hurt Wild a little bit.
Look at that. Swung right in and knocked right back out. Teb takes care of Oscar and a bit of business on the front. And now, well, that's a Selma. That's a Kiba. There's another one for your trouble. Just the play against the utility all out at this point, and you're not going to have a clean entrance. What do? You have 2 hard breaches, 1 in your pocket, a couple of flashes and some softs, and 5 players to try and break through on what is, for a lot of teams, their strongest and most put together hold here. They tried to go with a slightly different take, but it's the first time that they'll probably have it taken away from them. Yonka goes deeper and deeper, wants to try and bait at least an angle to come towards him. They stacked up both of them here for the pressure on the Shrine Shield itself. There's a very awkward fight to slip through. There's so many angles from all the different ideas of every single corner of this corner of the map, and it's just like pulling teeth. Flawless. Again, 2 rounds, 2 flawlesses, but still a deficit on this map so far for Wild.
It's still the 2 rounds they're lacking indeed compared to Tenstar right now, and with that, you know, that they need to come out strong in this first attacking round instantly. I think they need to win it if they want to have an opportunity of winning this in regulation. And that's when it starts to get tricky. It's going to be Karaoke T. It is a very defensible site for many teams. Now, we have just seen Tenstar portray that it is able to be taken as well if your gun game is on point. And in those 2 rounds where Wild was able to get the win, their gun game was on point. Like, very quick kills just coming through in average. So, let's see what kind of Wild we're going to get on the attack. Like, they get to set the pace here. That might be what will help them out slightly.
It's that strange thing now about Wild. It's where they've been at their strongest, and we've said it and cited it and seen it time and time again, has been their focus on the objective, especially through the runs of play. Yeah. They did some great objective play whilst they were playing this map not too long ago. It's how they play against an element that maybe knows that game well, because it's not that they're an entire surprise coming up into Tier 1 Wild, but they did fight through the trenches. They've probably played this roster, Tenstar, or these players more than any other Tier 1 that they've gone up against. That familiarity has already reared its head consistently throughout this game. I'm curious to see if they can work as cleanly on their objective play against someone who's sort of wise to the cracks.
Not just that, they also might be scrim partners, right? Because the Tier 1 teams generally try to avoid other Tier 1 teams to scrim too much against, especially if they still have, you know, a fight up on the schedule. Jax instantly injured, I'm not quite sure by what. Might be able to be recovered as well, but Packbull taking some damage as well. Is not boding too well. Seems like it was already very close to the side. Packbull was finding himself in the side, actually. Yes. Having the opportunity to go for a plant as it gets to kill and injure.
Yeah, I'm going to assume it was hit on a cap can that got the down there, but they just moved in the back of it to take the site itself. There's suddenly a 2 versus 2 with a player down on either side itself. The C4 makes quick work of Packbull, and Hungry is left alone. Are they going to be able to get Oscar up? He's taken a drop down the gantry off the side of the walkway, but he's not that far away. The kit is, though, as is Jegs. They're going for the pick back up. They're looking for a route round. There it is. And suddenly it's a 1 versus 3. The quick pace didn't quite get the full lock and key on the players. They weren't able to get the plant down either. And now on a 3 versus 1, Hungry, he wants to see if he can try and bait an engagement because he knows they're just waiting. They've got the rotates up. They can try and call and play this at any time that they want. They have the manpower and the body advantage. There's the audio, the plant, the C4, the play. Not quite the full catch, but enough to say we're watching, we're waiting. What are you going to do next? Sees that cap can on the swing, sees the spling either side, and you're thinking, what can he do?
There's Valkyrie cameras on the side. That's how they just managed to get that spot down. He was looking for them earlier as well, but hasn't quite been able to find them. And that's just going to be the cleanup coming through. Azar from the back will shoot him down. And a 2-5 scoreline is going to be there. While trying to go very quick here, within 60 seconds, Packbull already in the side with that diffuser. We had other members from Wild out there, some getting injured by Capcan traps, but...
That's my assumption, by the way. I mean,
I would assume so as well, because there was no one there trying to follow up the kill, and there was no one really there, like, taking gunfire.
The fact that he was on the top of black
probably means he would have walked through the door and got injured or something like that.
Yeah, and then crawled their way background. We still saw a Capcan. Maybe it was even from the balcony door.
Could be, yeah.
Maybe. You try and piece together. It's like CSI.
It's like Enhance on
It's not like
this camera.
when we get the new Frost with the blood trails. It's very graphic, but it makes your job way easier to work out.
Where they've went.
It's like, oh, that's where.
We could technically, you know, if we had the overhead, we could have seen where the injury started. Allows us to actually try.
It's a minor detail.
It's a minor detail. It doesn't matter. The fact is he got down very early on, but Wild was in sight within 60 seconds. So they tried to go quick, but they got punished for it in the end. And I just mentioned, I think they need to win the first round if they want to have a good opportunity of winning this game. You know, they just lost that one very quickly, so they need to be, well, on point from now and no more slip-ups.
I mean, it was also obviously great use of the Valkyrie, the 2 C4s, the one that stopped the planter, most importantly as well. They sort of drew their focus. They said, look, you know, Oscar, you're going to have to lie down for a little bit here, mate. We'll get you up in a second, but we've got to play against this, because if the kit goes down, suddenly you lose so much momentum and so much swing, regardless of the man advantage being the same or not. Preparing themselves the approach here, smashing over onto the VIP, the house stairs wall. And let's see if they can get this wall cracked open. I'm curious to see what Hungary does. There is obviously the hatch that leads straight up into sight. There's a couple of quick play places, and that's where they've got the drone prepped and ready.
It's ready. Look at that frost mat on the opposite side. Normally, if you're going to go up, you're going to be setting yourself up to go up from the actual hatch towards the desk. If he does that, there's a frost mat right there. He might get himself caught off.
Imagine.
Right there, look at that. If he goes up that way...
Oh, come on,
he's
please.
gonna get
They
caught.
had a great frostmat in NAL.
Yeah, I want to get this one.
And I just... and that's preparedness. You're always prepared. The calls come through. They are just hungry, please. Come on, please.
Just do it,
Just
you know.
do it.
Do it for the memes.
Do it for the last. Do it for the Pogmat.
Now, they spotted one of them, so they're going to be taking that one out. Hungry, in the meantime, is trying to get himself a drone up the stairs as well. Hot droning in his teammate. As this Jags looking to find that very first. They need an opening so they can execute. He's not just going to whoop up that hatch without any other kills to come through. So he needs something for him, Steve.
Look at that. The cover of the smoke, the eyes, the warden. He's trying to find himself a fight. And you assume he's not going to get caught by it because it's so well droned. Like the whole site.
Oh, no. It's not well droned, Emmy. And he's going in.
No, come
yes.
on. It's not going to happen twice in 2 games. In 2 play days. Surely not. Not the same. But just, come on, just drone. Because you have to drone everything. You have to know everything. As you said, they're looking for an opening kill. They're looking for take the drone.
Oh, no!
It's sorry.
Now they call it out. Okay.
There it is.
I was going to say, he pinged the hatch. It's like, the hatch is safe. But now they know about the...
There was a big part that wanted that to still happen, but...
He needs to fire it, yeah, I was going to say, because he still wants to go up there. He now needs to check if the thing's actually gone, because he wants to be behind the desk. There's no safe option otherwise.
Well, there's the first body gone, but look at the timer. We looked all the eyes on that frost mat, and suddenly all the eyes on the players hopping in. There's 1, there's 2, there's a drop on the side, there's the ping up Hungry. He's able to do a lot of damage as well to the player just at the top of the house stairs, but they still got to try and get this kit in. It's a 2 versus 2. Tenstar aren't giving them their hand. They're holding just a bit further back. They want to push the 2 versus 1. They want to make sure that they have the advantage on the engagement. They're going for the hop up and the swing round to post plant 1 versus 2. Pulls themselves off and hop themselves right around to get underneath. They don't have breaching charges, but they do have a bit of an idea and a long angle. They're sort of playing that to their strength right now. They're going for the long arm. They're going for the swing out. Azza's going for the fight and takes it. Tenstar sit on map point with 4 opportunities to push us to map 2.
I'm glad they actually went for that drone. for like just double checking, like seeing the hatch, being like, yeah, that's click. Oh wait, there's a frostman out there, because otherwise that would have been very comical.
I really wanted it.
I wanted it to happen as well, but at the same time, you kind of want teams to be very thorough with their drone.
No, because I wanted it to happen because it's funny.
It is very funny. Yes.
But also the fact that we droned it out here is like NAL LCQs that we had.
Yep.
They had the frostman that happened on Chalet. Yep. Very funny. And it was missed by 3 drones. 2 of them were the drones of the player who got caught in the eventual frostmat. Here, it was corner drone. So maybe that's at least one thing that EU does better than NA.
Yeah, droning, yeah.
Droning out Frostmats in 20
What's
places.
the lesson we learned from these kind of situations? Check every corner with your drone.
Everything.
Don't just drive through and it's like, oh, seems clear. Because a player hiding there or a Frostmat hiding there are not going to be shooting your drone if you haven't actually faced that, that player or thing. So, yeah, check everything. Check your corners. Because then you don't get caught up by Frostmats like this and get embarrassed in front of your friends. Or in this case, in front of the entire stream and everybody watching. So, because we will be laughing at you.
We will be laughing. All right, we find ourselves down towards Barbecue Kitchen, the third site, and with 2 in a row, they open this game tying 3 rounds in a row, and to be honest, they look like they might be able to close it with 3 rounds in a row as well. It's getting close, but the sort of considerations there paid by Tenstar, the 2 players sitting back, waiting for the plant to be confirmed as, okay, they're going to try and stick this, and if not, then we can bait the time. They only pushed it when it was the 2 versus 1, and then they pushed the sort of defuse as a 2 versus 1 as well. It was fantastically played both times, and it's something that, as a roster, they've done very, very well throughout this series. So if they don't catch him on the drop down, they'll get him on the stairs on the way back up.
Just redundancy, you know?
Redundancy. I mean,
what
you
any
got 2.
engineer loves. Making sure that you always catch them on a second attempt. Now, C4 has been ripped just to make sure there's no more noise to come through. However, a drone has just been tossed in. It was an idea of like, can I go either for the player or can I get that drone? Was that a C4 or was that a smoke canister?
C4.
C4 sniped out. That one won't blow up. Keeper barriers down below. It's just going to be making sure that Barbecue is going to be easy to hold on to for Tenstar.
Wild. With the pressure mounting, and obviously you sort of talk about the importance of tertiary sites. Every site is important, because they know even if they take this, then they've got to go back round to at least 2 other sites that they've potentially lost as well. And keep hitting their heads against them to try and find some success here to try and get this in a 2-map series. You've obviously got their map coming up next, Border, but the aggression of how this map has played out so far, you definitely need to see some of that sharpness before we tip over. Aces is looking for the fight. Ooh, with the long angle, there's a rotate as Hungry puts pressure onto one side, Jegs is on the other, just misses out on 2 different engagements, but there it is. A single trade on either side of this top floor. There's another scrappy engagement. Jags is able to just get the tail end of Oscar. Tucked holding onto an angle, and with less than a minute left, they're going to see if they can try and take one more body for the road. The grenade is going to bounce its way around, just sees the edge of the Iana. The Iana has no idea, though. They're removed by Oscar, who's steadily surrounded. They find a second. There's almost a third, but Hungry just gets the end of it.
Lifts with just barely any HP left on his pocket. Packball now has the diffuser, needs to try and put it down, but its cover is so low on HP. And they still need to go down a floor because they've only just managed to take that very top under control. 20 seconds to find some safe space, to make sure you have that cover in order as well. As they start to move through, they're definitely giving away their position with that bulletproof cam, with that keeper barrier that needs to be hit. And as Azar is just waiting there, we find the first. Hungry, the last one standing.
And there it is. The first map was their pick, and it was definitely their play. A 7-2 opening here for Tenstar, and that's gotta feel pretty good.
That will feel good. They just beat a European team. One from Tier 1 region, but most importantly, the team that has been going flawlessly through their group stages. They looked unbeatable until the best of 3 started coming around. They started losing maps, they started losing series, and now Tenstar only 1 away from moving up 1 step into that bracket.
It's the thing about what they've got ahead of them now, is a full route of challenges, and they've got to take it map by map by map, and if they take the maps like that, well, it might be a quicker run than we think, but still a lot of siege left in this series alone, so we take a quick break before we're back with our desk.
Hey guys, my name is Packball.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is D-Bag.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name's Mark Steinman.
A hard support at an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
And I enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or file camps. like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love.
It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like, you're normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight. What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just throw my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling, so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can of course just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
Welcome back, everyone. We've just seen a convincing win from Tenstar on their own map pick, to be precise, and that was Skyscraper. I mean, 7-2. Wow.
We kind of theorized that Tenstar had seen something they liked the look of on Skyscraper. We've seen Wild play it a couple of times, but for Tenstar to pick it, we thought they've obviously seen something here that they like the look of. And honestly, it was their attacks. They were fantastic, Fresh.
Yeah, they were really good. They were very considered. They were very confident. They knew exactly what to expect. Wild didn't look like they changed too much in terms of their defenses. You know, we saw the clash from them last week. We saw it again from them today. And Tenstar just worked through their processes, particularly those first 3 rounds where they knew exactly what was coming and they got through their processes and they made no mistakes. They settled themselves into it and they put Wild under a whole heap of pressure.
Yeah.
Kind of funny as well, because I sort of said, you know, Hungry Pack Bull haven't had the greatest of games coming into this one. Ironically, here, they're at the top and it's Jegs at the bottom. Jegs crumbling under going up against his old team, really not being given any room to really operate and stuff. But Tenstar, fantastic job. I think their plant focus in this game was wonderful. It was great to see them really looking to try and get that diffuser down, really looking to try and pressure and play that objective. It's a style that we know them to be very proficient at. Azza is going to be our MVP. It was a good performance from Tenstar, but it wasn't stand out from anybody. I think everyone pulled the weight.
It was a complete team performance. But actually, one thing is we spoke about Tenstar, you know, in the pre-game, and we're talking about, you know, he has remained consistent throughout this Tenstar roster for, you know, a long period of time now, and he's probably, you know, one of the more trusted players on that team. Put in a great performance today, you know, as did the whole team. As you say, it was a complete performance from that team.
Yeah, we said it coming into this Tenstar, one of those teams that's so good at finding these players and keeping everything under wraps. And today, just the fact that every single one of these ones showed up, I mean, it goes to show that Tenstar is not really a force to be reckoned with. But when we're looking at Wild as well, something that we mentioned earlier before we actually even came into this game, the pre-show, was that you need that mental reset because you didn't get through EUL, so you're now here. And it feels like potentially a slower start, maybe that mental reset wasn't there.
Wild needed that mental reset, and they actually took it at the end of round 3. They suffered 3 rounds defeat back to back to back. I think there was a flawless round in round number 3, which really forced Wild to go, hang on a minute, what are we doing?
Yeah.
They were challenging one at a time. It was frustrating to watch. They're on the defense, there's 40 seconds left, and they're challenging one by one. And Tenstar are kind of just sat on the periphery of the bomb site, just lapping it up, just going, yeah, if you want to challenge us, we'll take it. Wild then took the time out, and they were good for a round afterwards, and it gave them a little bit of something. But it was not momentum shifting enough. It wasn't enough to bring the fixture back.
I actually wonder if there was a lot of nerves coming out of Wild, because there is a lot of pressure on them. You know, if you look at 10 days ago, a week ago, or sorry, 2 weeks ago, they're sitting there looking, right, we're 1 best of 3 away from the major.
Yeah.
Twice, then lost them. And it's like they're now 1 map away from completely exiting the LCQs and not getting anywhere near the major. There's a lot of pressure, and as a new team, you've got to try and learn to deal with that. And I think, you know, it maybe didn't come through. It was very nervous. I think especially after the way rounds 1, 2, and 3 played out, is because they would have been thinking, they know what we're doing. We've got to change something up. We've got to do something. And that's where we start seeing people, it's not even ego peaking. It's, I would say, nervous peaking, just one by one, just trying to get something to then get themselves over the line. And I think they just need to regroup, go back and, you know, play as a team. We've seen them play excellently as a team throughout the tournament for EU League so far. That's pretty much what they missed today.
Yeah, playing as a team, but also the fact that they've made it so far as their EUL debuts was already something to really look forward to. But when we're looking at next map, so Border, we said it on Skyscraper, we were thinking maybe Tenstar saw something on that Skyscraper and they want to replicate that against Wild. But now we're heading into Border, and you said it yourself, Fresh, you want to see some changes. You want to see a breath of fresh air, and we haven't really seen much Border from Wild.
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen any at all, and I have it as like a very low preference for them. So I'm hoping they've gone away and worked on it and pulled it into their map pool and brought it out when they need it, because if there's any time that you need it, it's when you're 1 map away from exiting, you know, and not going to the major. So it's going to have to be big from them. One thing I would be cautious of is, you know, we've said a couple of times, maybe that potential Dokkaebi ban comes in from Tenstar. How are they going to play around that? Because they're still crutching on entering with that Dokkaebi.
I was really surprised to not see it removed by Tenstar on Skyscraper. They actually banned out the sledge, which kind of works one of 2 ways, because we know Jegs plays a lot of sledge. So it's a bit of a targeted ban. It's a bit getting in the mental and getting in the head. It's going to force Jegs onto Iana, which is probably a better operator for him to be playing. Obviously, you lose out a bit on that utility, but I think if Jegs was given a choice, you can play anyone. Who do you want to play, Sledge or Iana? You're going to pick Iana. You're not choosing the slow Sledge. But looking at it now in the context of Border, you're thinking, right, what are we going to remove? Because they're going to want to remove one of a few. You know, it's going to be a Lion, it's going to be a Dokkaebi, it's going to be something along those lines, potentially a Ying. Remove that ability to be able to play quickly. And we've just seen how much Wild have crutched onto that Ying. And it really, onto that Dokkaebi. It has been a mainstay in the way that they want to play. Teb's been playing a lot of Dokkaebi, so I would expect that to be removed.
Yeah, well, we're not going to hold you any longer because the lobby is actually ready and Wild are gunning for the chance to push this to the 3-mapper and keep going. So let's see what spicy strategies they have ready for us on Border with our casters, Hap and Luke.
Thank you very much, Jenny. And yes, we are going to get underway with the second map very soon. Border. Aggression. Now, if the first 2 rounds we've just seen in this, you know, previous map of Sky, there was quite some aggression there.
Started fast.
Do we think...
Started fast. Well, that's
more than 89 versus 11 now.
Yeah, that is instantly swayed some... I mean, we said it would.
Yes.
We were correct.
So we're almost like...
As we sometimes are. Yeah. I mean, I didn't expect a 7-2, but it is their map, and it's always something to take into consideration. And again, you know, they talked about it on the desk, the familiarity. If you can remove something from the arsenal, you'll know what they sort of rely and depend on here as we go to Border. If there is a limitation on aggression, well, that limits what can be a big lead-in for teams on what is a very aggressive map.
The Ying to be removed.
The Ying to be removed.
Now, as you mentioned, yes, a very aggressive map, Border. Wild, we've just seen them play some quick, like, fashion kind of rounds as well. So we might be getting some of that in the first half, as they will be starting out on the attack themselves. But this is also where Wild needs to instantly perform. Because attack side of map on Border, they've just lost 7-2. If they start this off with a 3-3 or a 2-4 split, it's going to be looking very good for Tenstar to close this. So again, a lot of pressure coming down on Wild right now. A lot of eyes looking in their direction to see how they will be starting off in the second map. Have they been able to reset themselves mentally?
Yazami and the Warden.
Yeah.
To round out the bans, Warden's probably the less seen ban, but mainly because both sides, usually in a game of Siege, like to enjoy Warden's abilities. I mean, you like to enjoy all of them, but you're not sticking the Grim hungry.
The Glass as well. It's going to be able to just look through the smoke for free rather than having to worry about someone being able to fire back accurately at you.
Do they know it's a bathroom site?
Of course, there's always a repick, so if they do figure it out, they can.
Because I think, based on that lineup, I think they wanted to maybe go for an army take, have a lot of the audio. You're looking at the audio cover from the gridlock there, the use of the bees and the Grim to, again, make a lot of audio, cut down the rotations. There it is. We'll start to see the repicks across the board, change the ways up. Again, a lot of knowledge, a lot of quick plays. The Ossa being removed means that that sort of driving plant play isn't going to be entirely possible and entirely feasible. I got a message during between the two maps. Pat, the coach of Tenstar. Remember the famous team, Pat's Asleep.
Yeah, Pat's Asleep.
Yeah.
If you don't know it,
if you don't know,
missing out.
You don't know the history of Siege if you don't know Pat. Claimed ownership of that Frost mat, and they want it to be known that that was a Pat design. I am gutted it didn't work for you.
Gotta get like a little copyright underneath that Frost mat now. Just,
if it catches somebody, the call out for that becomes Pat.
Yeah, the Pat mat.
They're on Pat. It's a Pat mat.
Pock mat.
All right, here's the Gun 6, the quick play. They're going to smoke it down and make sure that they can try and get lucky on the back of it. It will pop out, and remember, there's nobody with glasses to see through this, so you can be very dangerous, very quick. Just misses the head of the loose player, but look at this. They just pull back. Tenstar's not going to sit around and find out what happens if you sit at the wrong end of a barrel.
I think they wanted the smoke to roll through the window instead of roll back out. And with that, if they wanted to go for a quick plan there, Packbull, because of course he is close to that window as well. They have the glass looking over. He could have jumped in instantly, went for it, and then have Tab go for the cover. But because of that smoke rolling back out, there was no real safe space. Aces, though, will be finding that very first kill. It's going to be taking down Oscar. It's going to be taking place on the top part of the building as well. Verticality is always quite important here. That's a free kill! No! Jags in time off the drone, manages to find Quick. He wasn't able to put his gun up quickly enough.
Oh, that is so close and so bitter. Obviously was able to get some of the damage, but Jags just popped off at the right second, right call and right idea there. Two bodies already gone, hearing the echoes of that glass rifle on the far side. There's one for Tenstar to just steal back there on the swing round, but with a minute 20 and the rotate being watched by Aces, he's actually not going to sit around and find the other side of the fight. He doesn't massively have to. They've got a body advantage. I was going to say they don't want to hand it back, but they don't have a choice.
Wanted to stay out on top there to make sure that verticalities were not going to be a thing to worry about, but they've just lost that opportunity and now they need to commit horizontally. Castle Barricade is going to be opened up from Passport. That means that Hungry is going to be able to find himself with a nice line of sight, but I believe it just has been opened up by Yonka. Yeah, he used that super shorty to open himself up a line of sight. That means Hungry can no longer go through Passport now. He needs to go for a different route. Tab trying to retake that top floor control. There's 40 seconds left on the clock. He's just going to try and pepper in some shots, but Zenoxo's just holding on tight. It's not going to be moving in too far. 30 seconds. Wild, no control at all of trying to go for a plant.
I think that's the thing here as well. You think of how quick they were trying to go for something sneaky on the site. That fails, and then the second plan just isn't quite coming together. You look at what's happened on the course of this round, you could almost reset the timer back to the start, and it wouldn't be that different from the hold they've been able to try and get a hold of. 10 seconds, and they're driving the kit round towards the break onto the backside of the bathroom. Xenoxo is able to get himself a second. The smoke cover onto the back. The heavy-hitting DMR for the close play. The drop from the hatch doesn't quite net the kill, and it's all down to Azza now. He has the C4. The track stingers are just going to stop the motion. As I said, it covers a lot of audio, but it's awkward to bite through. They're still watching. There's Wild clutching it out there on the back, and I mean, the plan B just came together, but really it was just...
It just barely came together. Indeed, they've managed to find themselves in the right spot to go for a plant. Tenstar members not in a position to instantly try and counter that. Dropping the hatch is never ideal in a situation like that, but it's all they could do, really, at that moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, I think the thing about the drop hatch play there, they wanted to take the risk.
They had to, but I think they needed to go for 2 at a time.
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they had to. I think if they had waited for the other player to be stacked up, because you've still got 45 seconds in a post plant. They wanted to try and capitalize on the plant and it being a 1 versus 1.
Yes, exactly.
But a hatch drop in that is...
But that's why they should have made it a 1v2, right? Like
yeah, exactly.
One person swings the door, the other person drops the hatch. One is going to get the refrag on the other. Of course, there were smokes down there, but, you know, just send some buckshot through. I don't know. Either way, happened as it happened. It's going to be 1-0 right now. Wild will be leading off on their attack, and as we mentioned, they need to start off strong if they want to have an opportunity of pushing this to a map 3. If they lose this, like first half with a 2-4, it's going to be Tenstar that's going to be walking away with it. Either way, some drones they're trying to take care of. Might have actually thought he killed the drone as he saw the drone disappear after he shot a couple bullets down. But we're in Armory now. It's going to be the primary site for a lot of teams on this map. But as a result, a lot of teams also know how to attack it. And it's quite simple. If you take CCTV, you can already cut the entire map in half, right? Like, you can just look through. There's going to be the beepers you can hold. You can do a lot of damage, even pick up the kills if they come back. And that means that if Wild do that, they can also just go for a plant right away on the actual archive store.
Well, this is it. It's an archive store setup minus the Oster. They're going to see if they can try and, as I said before, make a lot
3 of them
of play. Yeah, that is...
No one's going to jump out of that
full
one alive.
coverage. They're going to have the smokes over the top. There's the roll through. The Grim is going to see if they can try and just tuck the cover there. Are they going to try and plant onto the side on the concrete so the C4 underneath can't get them? They just keep pushing deeper. Aces gets a kill. They've got the pressure on sandwich window. There's Teb getting the lock. There's the plant, as I said, just going in the tucked corners. They can't get it from underneath, and here it is. It's that sort of Oster plant. Without the Oster side, it should get locked down. They cannot get the angle on that one place. They do finally get the impacts to drop them, but in a post plant, they've already pulled off the site. They have done a daylight robbery, smash and grab. The grab was the site, and now it's down to only Oscar to see if they can try it and pull a pretty impossible task back into their favor. Drives themselves towards the site, caught on the back, and Wild. That's the take that they wanted to do in the first round.
That's what they have been showing indeed with the original operator selection, and it worked like a charm because, I mean, again, they had someone around on the sandwich windows, going to be able to put some pressure down. Lots of Bs come through, lots of tracks come through, basically make it so you cannot move, because if you move, you first of all take damage and you get spotted. There's smoke, so you cannot get a line of sight. And if there's no one down below already with the actual solace to toss out the impacts as they walk through, well, you're going to find yourself where you are right now. So a tactical timeout gets called quite early because some slight mistakes, I think, some oversights happening on Tenstar's way. They want to get sorted out very quickly here.
Yeah, I mean, they want to slow down the pace. They want to make sure that they don't suffer on the other side of that. Border is a map that lends itself well to attackers, but the more momentum that they've got on this sort of half, the more things will tuck away from them. I mean, a rush play onto archives is common. It's familiar. You'll see it, as I said, usually with the Oster, but it can be done in other ways. The aggressive swing round to get the control of the backside and to sort of get control of the back end of the site means that you're freed up to play. They did have a player underneath with the C4 that did C4 the default plant spot in the usual chaos there, but as I said, they'd prepared for it. They went to the concrete. They'd done everything they used to do. Preparation wins out this time round. 2 rounds for Wild, but as we go down to Vent, what'll be the take here? They still have a lot of smokes, they have a lot of cover. There's the Dockerbee, and will they stick on the glass and the gridlock?
Now, of course, the glass is going to be even more powerful now due to the Warden then, and I think we need to highlight that because normally what would happen is if a team brings the glass in round 1, round 2, there's going to be a Warden on the board to counter off that glass. And first of all, like, Warden is like you can activate those glasses and you can move while seeing. Glass needs to stand still or move very little to still have the little thermal scope to work, which means that, you know, the Warden is always going to be a better counter to the glass than the glass is to the Warden.
Well, the Monty might be attempted here. They're going to see if they can try and drive that in. You'll sometimes see quick plays that lead to just a plant on the Vent's door with a sort of reverse turtle Monty shield holding onto it. I feel like they're probably not going to get away or try and get away with 2 quick play plants. But as you said, with that glass, without a Warden, you are dominating this, the front fire line, that route all the way through towards the swing and the protection here. You've still got to try and get some control above. And that's going to be the cost, and that's going to be where they start to try and play some dividends.
They don't need to get full control. They just need to make sure that there's no one able to play on half wall anymore.
Yeah.
That little area you can shut off, and basically you can do that by opening up this main breach, just looking all the way through and clearing out the player, Yonka, who's currently out here looking through some of those verticals. And I think there's definitely... Oh, no, it's just going to be a plant right in the A-bomb side.
I mean, I
go
said...
right down.
Yeah, they might not rush on one side, but they'll see if they can try and put the pressure. The perfect plate smokes there, stop, and I think get both sides. Look at this. Tab is going for the hunt on the player. There's another smoke, but they just swing around into it and get the kill on the back of it. Take a lot of damage for the trouble. It won't take a huge amount to get rid of them, but they did get rid of the smoke and all the canisters. Well, to be honest, they were already used. There's a take, and there's a second from the top down as well. Suddenly, things are entirely falling away from Tenstar. As it gets one and gets a second to breathe and try and think about what's quite going on, but with Amonte still lurking underneath with the kit, well, they can just sort of plant and have a lot of protection from any players above. The spray through doesn't quite get the player caught on the other side, and now a post plant with a lot left to remove, including the man mountain.
Tenstar is just going to be completely overwhelmed in these past 3 rounds. It's Wild that just spots the opportunity, goes for it, and just really commits to whatever they want to go for here. Great example, as Yonk is the last man standing right now on the side of Tenstar, is Jags that takes him down, but a great example was Teb, just walking through the smoke, sending some skeleton key shots over the bathroom, realizes he was crouching right behind it, walks around it, just walks through another smoke to make sure he gets that kill. Doesn't matter if you take that damage, if you get that kill secured, because as soon as the smoke died, entire bathroom, tellers, and the open area all open up. You have that for free now. And then you only need to worry about those up top. So, great play by Wild. Just keeping that pace in it here.
It's entirely, as I said, they wanted to try and break up that pace a little bit. You expect it from Wild.
Yeah.
We have always harped on about their pace and how they can apply themselves. You know, there's still options. There's always still possibilities for them to go, we have a pacey plan A. And again, against a team that knows you very well, it's going to be that sort of risk and consideration to be paid here. Tenstar have had a couple of moments where they might have been able to get a sharper strike, but you compare the opening 3 rounds of the previous map to the opening 3 rounds of this map, and you're looking at, unfortunately, only 4 kills across the 3 rounds for the whole of the roster, where at this point, on the previous map, they had a player that was 5-1 and a player that was 6-1, I believe.
Now, you normally say if a rush works, you're not going to be doing it again afterwards, right? Because
normally
they would know. But
yeah.
We've basically had the first round was an attempt at rush, but the smoke rolled back, so they decided against it because otherwise I'm pretty sure they would have gone in. But look at that. They've set themselves up with a very similar kind of a take again, potentially coming out. There might be a 3rd rush in a row.
I mean, they're trying to get us to map 3 as quickly as possible. They know that sometimes the scope needs to be done. Yeah.
Just 2 this time. All right. No.
Well, no, the 3rd might go under sandwich window. Oh, no.
No, but it was 3.
Yeah. They've changed, so they've got the Dockerby in this time.
Yeah. It's going to be Jags holding on to Sandwich, or at least putting up the pressure there. The tracks are starting to come in. Smokes will as well. The bees will come in very soon as Wild will be able to get the first kill with that glass.
It was Teb getting the lockdown. Oscar does get the fight underneath, and the Solace is paying attention. Opens up the angle early, but look at this. Packpool drives himself deeper and deeper inside the site, gets an Oxo after the C4 comes across, and they've been able to stand up to some of this onslaught and barrage, but it's still a 2 versus 2. They're swinging from sandwich window. They got to try and connect and try and find the last fight. The bulletproof gets caught out. The impact doesn't quite get the wing of the player, but Oscar is going to try and rotate up, make sure they do not catch Azza alone by himself. They wait. They watch. The one benefit towards a rush going awry is that you have a lot of time. And you just don't have a lot of players left in, and thankfully you've been able to at least take a big bite. But on this round so far, Tenstar have almost doubled their total kill count. They're going to see if they can try and stick the kit. They've got to watch across flat on the face. They've been able to slip their way in, wins the fight on the first. They're angling towards their first round here. It's down to Teb to see if he can lock down the 2 remaining players. Takes the first. Tries to swing into the second. The pings are there. They're just holding the angle over the top. They're not going to give the game away. There's Teb. He can't quite get the full control, but Azza is massively injured as well. 28 seconds. The kit's in a tricky place. Drives his way through. Takes rid of the drone on the watch. Going to hold the counter defuse. They're really far away. Are they close enough? They are! And Teb clutches the 2 kills, pulls the round across an Tenstar, the closest they've been, but not close enough.
Again, a similar kind of rush as round 2 coming down. Just a small change in operators, but it's still able to almost get the diffuser down initially. And that's 4 rounds now where we've had a plant from Wild. And it's also 4 rounds where they wanted to go relatively quickly. Now we're going back to bathroom tellers. This is where in the first round that smoke rolled back. I'm wanting to see if that opens up again, if they're actually going to commit to that plant.
As weird as it is to say, this was, for the first round, we had the closest in terms of, I think, battle and pace. It was a 2 versus 2. There's 10 seconds left on the clock. We've got to try and get this kit down. We've had to go for a full rotate over to the exact opposite side of the map to try and make our take happen with, you know, 30 seconds left on the clock. And it worked, sure. But then you compare it with the rounds otherwise that we've seen. You know, that one coming down to a 2 versus 1 post-plant. Regardless, it seemed like the idea to get the execute was still close enough together to working from the original pan. I mean, here, Wild, 4 rounds in a row. The first team across the previous map in this to be able to thread that many rounds together.
Yeah, definitely different Wild that we've seen at Skyscraper, because there's just no stopping them. That they started, you know, rolling and just continue being a snowball out now. Already having those 4 rounds on the board and barely having had any pressure so far. There's not going to be a glass this time on the side of Wild. Going to be going for a completely different take as Hungry almost gets himself in the opening engagement there, but neither player take any damage. And now it might just be on the back of the Dokkaebi and the Lion to try and get some entry kills out here. Clear out those roamers. Bring the buddy advantage your way.
Seems like their focus is being one where, well, we did our take here from the backside of detention. Let's see if we can try and make it work this time a bit later. There is a loose player just caught out and, well, it's only a ping. Get out of there is the call. They knew the pressure was coming, and if you sit and wait, it's not much point if you already think they know roughly where you are. They pull themselves out. They waste time, importantly. Aces is able to get himself into CC, and they take the hop onto the side of detention, watching their way past. They rotated the door, but it's Jegs that gets the first. Quick, the Oryx once again gone and unfortunately removed.
Aces getting out a spot as well as Azure takes down Packbull, so that's going to be a diffuser drop, but he might not be fully aware. Actually, the prox alarm just went off. He is going to be hunted. Aces around on the cover as well as Azure is trying to lean back in. It's a double peek coming through, but he gets both tab, just shuts them down. And now there's only 2 left on the side of Tenstar, Oscar and Yonka. Yonka still up on the top, is going to get himself removed as well. A 1v4 with 1:15 on the clock. You get a little bit of information, Oscar. That's what you're going to have to deal with here. But that plant, that is what they're going to be eyeing up right now.
Wow, here's the beepers. Almost loses the engagement, but you look at Hungry and he almost lost it as well. The long firefight does claim the head of Aces, but they know exactly where he is, so Jegs is just going to stick the kit itself. The Lion holds close and Wild hold for 5 rounds in a row here. And I mean, you look at that Teb engagement as the sort of example of just how this game has been going. There is a fire in this Wild, and we talked about Tenstar at the start of the first map having that fire that Wild was missing. The gunfights just kept on going away from them. They could not get kills, and it's the exact opposite this map so far.
We're going to get the foresight to be portrayed here by Tenstar. Because, I mean, they were struggling a bit. Like, do we go bathroom again or do we go customs? They were swapping in between the two. But it is going to be customs. The 4th site they want to play. They haven't found success in any of the others because rushes kept on happening. That last round, that was the furthest away from a rush because that was a systematic round clear. They didn't get the plan down for the first time, even though it will be counted, I believe, in the game stats. Let's see. Yeah, that's going to be 5 plants according to the game. Of course, didn't finish. But now we're on a different site. And now my question will be, do Wild have a quick pace prepared for this one as well? And what will it look like?
Does anyone have a prepared take for this site?
I mean, you don't see it often. I mean, it's not as rare as the living room that we've seen on the previous map.
No, I know.
But, yeah, we're going to get to find out.
It's rocky, and I guess that's the sort of split of it is obviously the opening map. To be fair, if you're Tenstar, you're looking at this like, okay, we handed them our map, they're handing us their map. there's a third map to be played here, potentially.
It's the basics of basics.
There's always still a comeback. There's always still the chance of them putting some pressure into border. They will statistically probably do better on their attack, but unfortunately, defense is still turning out to be something that eludes them, unlike Jegs, who's able to just take the tail of the fleeing Fox of Oscar.
I mean, we always mention how paper thin a map like Border is, right? Like, it's so easy to enter quickly, and you saw that there. Oscar, no idea that Jeg's already in the bathroom at that point. Like, you saw the drone was trying to hunt it down. No idea someone was already behind it within 20 seconds of the round starting. And now that is going to be Workshop under control of Wild. And that means it can start basically limiting wherever these players can be, as Aces takes down quick as well. An instant focus, but it won't go off as Azur is out there for the trade.
Yeah, not quite able to make that connection in time. The impact a bit too high to get the break there, but with the pocket it sort of can open as it's a little bit of a smaller breach than maybe they wanted from the Kairos. Tab is on a filthy tear through this map. He's only died for a second time on the 6th round. But taking down a body on his journey, he'll still be happy with that. 3 versus 2.
The last 2 players of Tenstar are up on the top as well. That means they're going to be trying to play this verticality. But this gives Wild an opportunity as well. They can basically send 1 player down below with the diffuser, maybe even a second for some cover as the drop comes through. Jegs will catch that off. And now it's only Yunka trying to go down from the east stairs, aware of the fact that someone might be coming past her, but I believe they're already in the side. A brief fire through the barricade almost ends him, and then his Hungry that just finishes him off through the wall. And that's a 6-0 I think a lot of teams are going to be very afraid of Wild on Border from now on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You got to have a good border to bring them to border. And, you know, it's the lesson that you'll always learn in best of threes is it's not only that you'll see other teams, you know, strong maps, they'll probably try and put pressure onto your weaker maps as well. It's the balance of, well, what are we like and what do they hate? They are not having a... they definitely have a dislike for this border, I think. This map. Currently this game in progress.
It's not going too well as we get a quick hot stat coming through from Wild. Have had the opening every single round so far.
Yeah, they've also technically, by the count that Ubisoft uses, 6 plants.
Did they have 6 plants? Did they plant in that last round?
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
They were holding it. And
let me write
if you're confused why that happens, it's because Ubisoft and CGG, they count a plant as one that's in progress. They assume that if a plant is going down, but an engagement kills somebody, and it ends the round, that the plant would have been successful.
Yes.
So they want to make sure that they still give accreditation to the planter, because it's a tough job.
It is a tough job.
But 6 rounds, 6 plants, 6 opening kills.
Yeah, you know, the only stat they're missing is the flawless rounds, really. And that would have been even more impressive, especially after that first round to come through. Some quick default chems being taken out here, leaving Wild in the blind. That's, of course, what you expect to happen as well. The clutch drones are starting to come out from Zenoxo. It's going to be hacking the 1 default chem inside. It's going to be providing them with small amounts of information and denying it from the opposite side in the meantime. He's just going to get his drone into the right position so he can use it later on, but also at the same time gather information from it because they want to know that Workshop is clear, as that is most likely where they will be mounting their attack from towards the actual bathroom.
Yeah, you just sort of get the steady on. They're tricky drones to see. They're obviously quite boxy, quite dark as well. You're not entirely used to trying to find them, so they bury themselves really well amongst the computers and top end. Talking of Teb, does he know he's being watched? Probably going to find out sooner rather than later. You can hear the Bucks steadily making their way closer and closer. They're going to get themselves tucked underneath. They want some other pressure to come through. Maybe even to force the drop onto the hatch or just get the precise ping on the player. There's Teb suffering on the opposite side as the Iana's trying to make their way rounds towards the hop onto rafters. And Teb, I think they realize I am under immense pressure. There's at least 3 players putting it onto him now. There's the drone. There's the reveal. 4 players now. A circling Teb. Quick does get Jegs though and buys him a little bit of safety.
Oh, the elevated angle out there almost managed to catch Yonka, but it is going to be D-Selma that still pops off. A grenade coming around the corner will not deal a single point of damage towards Packbull, but it's going to be enough for him to realize that it's time to move away, just as Tab moves away as well. Wild not wanting to hold on to CCTV any longer than they have to. It's not directly above the side. There's no need in keeping control of that. He wasted time. He did his job. And now he needs to stay alive to fight later on to try and stop a plant from happening.
I mean, fantastic work there from Teb to waste that much time under that much pressure and get out alive. Obviously with the support, and I think the kill happened on the sort of side of the site, they still slipped their way out. It's a huge blow, potentially, to the approach. And as the pressure comes round, Oscar, inside the site, hammers home and gets a bit of team damage sprayed through, but it's locked out instead by Packbull, who's doing all the work inside. A 3 versus 3. Aces suffers, holds the close angle onto Fountain. He's trying to retake the vertical so they can't get an easy plant with 40 seconds and the blind going out. They're trying to fight Norix either side, and they actually head all the way back to the top. They're going to pinch the Fountain player, force them out, lock it down with the gunfight. They're tucked and not moving, and the pre-fire gets the connection. The body advantage is theirs, but time is not an advantage. They have a lot to work with here. Ooh. Teb, he's going for the rotate back up. He's moving under the cover of a buck that's making sound. Will he be pinged on a drone will be the call here as Packbull, he's holding out with the pulse and the heartbeat scan of the plant, is connecting the C4.
Oh,
it's a team kill, but he gets it!
Okay, well, I mean, the time was running out, right? So eventually able to kill himself, unfortunately. But we move on, you know. We get around towards Tenstar.
I was so... Because the C4 kill happened at the exact same second as the vertical kill.
Yes.
And I was like... Well, the kit's gone cold. How do the attackers win this? This other kill has happened at the exact same...
I saw the C4. I'm like, you're going to blow yourself up with this one. You need to move away. Instead, he just moves forward and then gets himself picked up.
I mean, he stopped the planter.
He did what he needed to do with stopping the planter, yes.
The thing is, if that had happened... And
it would have been both players, and we're the last players on the team, so it would have been a defense win.
If Teb hadn't have rotated round that door, they would have won.
They would have been able to win it, yeah?
Yeah.
So,
C4ing himself was the right decision. Wait, Packbull apologies. No, it's just a funny round. It's 6-1, Tenstar. They get one more, and they've been able to level what was done against them in the first map, which would be a good moral boon, I think. Sure, you still might be on the back of a 7-2 loss. They might still pull it back. But you can sort of say, well, we gave them a 7-2. They've given us a 7-2. Let's settle this at sundown on club.
It's not quite a 7-2 yet. Still 6-1,
exactly.
So we could head that way. Actually, I never knew that the Capcom laser didn't reach all the way across the double door there. It's like a small...
It's just a visual thing, though?
It's probably just a visual thing. I hope it's a visual thing. Also, it wouldn't be wide enough for someone to pass through. Maybe for Dez or Ginny, but otherwise, no.
They've been having a lot of hype fights.
They have been, yes. Quick hacks coming down on the Capcom traps and also on the camera. Now, it's always a bit of a question because those will be picked up, of course. Like, if a defender looks at their way, it's going to be the blue sparks coming off. They're going to be fully aware. But now if you... Oh, quick, very first kill very quickly as well, up on the top floor within 30 seconds. Still going on with a lot of hacks in the meantime.
I mean, Quick starting to activate is a good thing here for Tenstar. Obviously, he was a big drive on the Iana on their opening attacks there, and... Well, there's the quick ending, but he's been able to get a body for the trouble, and it's been Teb who was terrorizing them on the opposite half before. Certainly, things are a little bit more balanced, but the players that have been removed, Capcan and Niana at this point, it's probably more of a loss in terms of gadgetry with the grenades gone. The Capcans will still probably cause problems, and they were always sitting there, posthumously waiting for somebody to take a step too far into the red laser beam. The blinds across the side, the break underneath. As a suffering, the Capcan, I'm assuming.
It must have been a C4. No, actually.
Yeah, no C4. It's a Capcan.
So I think he just literally stepped in, leaned into the doorway a little bit too much, got himself injured. And now we find ourselves in a 3-on-3 situation. There is going to be a safe pickup for Azure, but it's going to lose a lot of damage as Jags is going to be confirmed. Now, the bomb site is down below. So, well, they just need to hold on to down below. It's going to be a pre-play C4. There's going to be a player out there to call if someone moves through so they can blow it up that way. Oscar is going to get the information, and that means that Huns will most likely be on for that player up top. So I believe that's Azure going to go for the chase, and he's already low.
I mean, that's it. It's bait here. They're sort of saying, look, hey, there's one of us up here. You're in a 3 versus 2. Haha, come get me. And then they're just waiting for the second to pull that trigger and pop it. This is the risk, though. There it is. Yeah. Perfectly played. Now it's a 2 versus 2, and he can take the drop on the hatch. That is a bait. That is a ploy that they've entirely fallen for. And with 30 seconds now, Wild, they've been able to take a man balance back into the favor, but the round is still far from over. Now it's just turning into a good old-fashioned shootout through the verticality, the suffering of the soft that covers pretty much the entirety of these two sites. There's not many places to hide, but maybe they don't need to. Drop into the site and get the down onto one. Hungry.
Rotate.
All that's left, a hefty rotate. He's going to get the pick back up on the player. He wants to take this as a flat fight. You've still got 45 seconds.
Might have been able to hit it in time, but I think it's the safer option indeed to go for it this way. Spell out a player, the Capcan Trap will actually do some damage to Junker. Oscar quite low as well as they're retaking the top floor at the very same time. A double swing is going to be coming through. The ping comes in, that's the kill from Junker. He's expecting his second player to be out there, but it wasn't quite the case yet. As Pepple now is pushing himself up towards the archives, gets the injure. Now it's a one-on-one, but 17 seconds. It's not a safe place to go for the counter defuse there. Probably, well, surely is going to be around for Tenstar.
Yeah, they just have to swing the door at this point and do exactly that. Get the kill. Tenstar! They get themselves their second round in a row. They're still battling, still fighting through. There's still a long road ahead of them. I don't think it's cause for concern just yet for Wild. They're sort of being pulled back into this game. There was a couple of rounds in the first half that were obviously close as well. There was a 2 versus 1 clutch that came out. There was a 1 versus 1 sort of battle. But here, you know, it's still continuing, still slogging, 1 round at a time.
Yeah, that's it. Like, Wild basically had zero pressure, right, on that first half. Like, yes, they needed to perform well, but there's always the second half. They then end that one with a 6-0. And now Tenstar is under, like, pressure continuously. They do not have the extra ability to slack for a moment out there, because if they you know, get some slack and Wild takes full control of that, that's map over and you go into the third. So they need to be making sure they're on the top of their game for the rest of this border to try and avoid Clubhouse as a third map. And we're going to bathroom tellers again. Now we saw that one in round 7 to go the way of Tenstar. They're going to try and take it again, as Wild definitely have seen that there is an opportunity to improve. You mentioned it, the C4 blew himself up. If the rotation of the orgs didn't come through, that would have still been the round in progress.
It would have been a very funny ending to a map.
It would have been a very funny ending, yes. Just take your opponent and yourself at the same time.
We're going to Clubhouse. Come with me.
I'm taking you with me. I'm taking you with me to Clubhouse.
Let's go. Oscar on the Dockerby. Accidentally swings directly in, and they'll get the call. The Brava stealing these cams as well. We saw Packball obviously take one down at the end. The Brava's done very, very well here throughout this round, just getting a hold of bits of utility. All of these cameras, all of this intel. You think about how much dependence and reliance that can give you and how that just cuts the site in half in terms of getting this knowledge. There'll be the reveal of the player. The Pulse is going to head up. I think we got the sound. I think they shot it just as we came up.
They might have. I mean, they definitely saw the clutch drone, so they're going to be aware of the fact that some of those cameras might be compromised at this point and are going to be giving away information towards the attackers. Especially if someone is on the drone, it's like, hey, we're missing 90 cams, so maybe someone give it a check to see if it's actually hacked since we took out a clutch drone. By the way, I think that might actually destroy the Claymore as well. But the door has been opened up. Now Claymore's still out there. Bounce, not enough. And the Orcs down here is going to be the target. They're going to try and take care of Tab. He's going to be fully fleshed out here. Of course, they do not know that at this point in time. Spackball gets the first kill into Quick.
There it is, Packball getting the opener up here, something that they haven't quite had recently. And there's a C4 for another with Tab suddenly getting Xenoxo on the far side. 6 versus 2 out of nowhere, and the collapse against CC was well read this time round. Oscar gonna see if he can try and find a fight onto these stairs. They're ready for the angle, just looked the wrong way. Here's the call close on one side, but he's about to find himself between two. The release of the castle there was the bait. Great take from underneath the hatch, but look at the health that he's left with now. Barely anything, and Oscar is sitting in pretty much the same situation. We talk about border being paper thin, and they are suffering the cuts, the thin slices of those many sheets around the map itself. 50 seconds, 4 players to cut through. They're having to reveal their positions on each swing, but Wild aren't giving them the feed through. There's the third for Packball. There's Aces. And we are going to a map 3.
7-2 and 7-2 is what we've had so far. Clubhouse is going to be the decider to see who of these two teams is going to be moving on towards, you know, those semi-finals for these last chance qualifiers. It is definitely been interesting so far. A lot of aggression coming through. Both teams really showing why they've picked their own respective maps. And to decide, we're going to get a nice portion of basics.
I mean, I think it's good that it's being settled on a map that you sort of have these two teams sitting heads. It's been 2-7-2s. This is our map. Yep, this is ours. Cool. Meeting club. Shake hands. Who's going to be the reigning team that moves forwards? Can Tenstar keep up the reign against the team that, while this is probably the only game they've played recently, they cannot be called the underdogs?
Well, it's definitely going to be a very exciting final map to come through. But before we head that way, we have to take a quick break. And then we'll be back with the analyst desk.
Hey guys, it's Blaz.
My name is Daniel Gabov. I'm Leon Gids.
My name is Savage.
My name is Pasha.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
I'm LM.
My name is Kendrew.
Hi, my name's Max Derman.
So roaming is pretty simple as it says. Basically, you just roam around the map. You look for the first entry fights into the building, stop them from getting inside.
Being able to pick between multiple operators and having flexibility and basically what we need.
In this role, you have to be a risk taker, because if you don't, then you are either not helping your teammates or you are not making the enemy's life harder.
If I would have to describe my role, that you're normally the person offside trying to waste time.
Can give info to my teammates to allow them to get kills, or to myself so I can get kills as well. I think I'm one of the best on the role.
Best thing about intel gathering is, and what's one of my favourite roles is, it means I can be more creative and I can counter the enemies, come up with ideas and plans for us on defence to come up with good team plays.
I like the defense play because you don't be attached to only one position.
The creativity and the flexibility that I have. If I want to play more supportive, I can. If I want to play more flexible, I can as well. I like have to have some creativity.
I think the thing I like the most about roaming is that you're always in their faces. You're trying to stop them from getting that early play in, and it really influences the round and how you play.
Also, the freedom that you get. There's a few shots where I get a lot of freedom to just try to help around my teammates.
I'm free to play whatever I want. I can go in roaming sometime. I can play site. Yeah, I can do whatever I want. So that's pretty good.
I can move pretty freely around the map. I can be there where there needs to be help or where the enemies are pushing, and I can just play my style.
Yeah, the skills I think you need to have for the intel gatherer is having good communication and coordination, so you can tell your teammates where to go, what to do at the same time.
Learn when to take the right gunfights and when you should be peeking. Play smarter. Let them come in the building first, maybe play off your teammate, bait each other.
I think you need to be smart and know where people are gonna push.
Try to predict the enemy and try to figure out what the next step will be, so you are always one step ahead of them.
You need to feel the game. That's all. You need to find so much frags as you can and need to waste so much time as you can again.
What makes me the best at the role that I'm currently playing is having experience on more supportive roles beforehand, so I can kind of see the game differently.
Knowing my surroundings and where I can dive from and where the enemies will be and where I'll be.
I'm good at wasting enemy time, my aim, and I think my flanking.
I have good gun skill and I have good map knowledge as well, so I can use that along with my teammates to make sure we're winning those gunfights.
What makes me great? The map knowledge.
My best asset in this role is definitely game awareness, to know what's going on in the game and being able to act on what's going on in the game and what the other team is doing.
Hello and welcome. We've just seen Wild take their own map pick, which basically puts this best of 3 all the way down to that final decider map. And it feels like for both teams, the story is true. 2 is all they get, because it was 2 7-2s for both of them, respectively. I'm Jeannie, your host, joined by Fresh and Ollie to break this down a little further before we head into the decider. Now, Ollie, that was an interesting one.
It was 7-2 again, same scoreline.
Yep.
Border. is obviously a bit of a Wild map. They did fantastically on that attacking side. We know that Wild are a team that can make these things happen. Fresh. We know that they can find those opportunities, and we know that they are very good in a best-of-one environment, and this really played out like a best-of-one border, didn't it?
I'm trying to find the words, but we are very pre-watershed, so I'm going to keep it pretty simple. But let's just say Border is a creative map.
Okay.
And Wild have at least two of the most creative players inside of the whole of Europe with Pac Bull and Hungry. So the amount of plays that they were going to try and do, especially on their attacks with the Gridlock, with the Capital, we even saw the B-Man. We saw Grim come out. I forgot his name there. We saw the B-Man come out, and I was like, oh! But yeah, no, they got the plants down. Honestly, they played really well. I think, Emmy alluded to it in the casters that, 6 attempted plans in 6 rounds. Absolutely sensational. And Pac-Bull, of course, is going to be the map MVP. He plants, he kills, and he actually made a really good play in round, I want to say 4 on Gridlock, one of the rounds, where it was the Archives rush, but they actually adapted the Archives rush. Pac dropped the diffuser to bait out the Solace, pushed in deep and got a couple of kills, won his team the round there as well, so they've got that adaptability. Overall, absolutely fantastic recovery from Wild.
That round did come down to a 2v1 clutch from Teb.
True.
So there was a little bit of good play there, and we've got to give Teb a little bit of a shout out. But yeah, Pac-Bull, big performance. Even got an entry kill.
Yeah.
It's not somewhere that you really see him typically shine on the support play.
Yeah.
But yeah, really getting involved in that one.
Yeah, individual players stepping up to the plate, but also Tenstar, unfortunately for them, that was not the case.
Yeah.
We're going to be heading into our decider now, so I want really quick predictions from both of you. How do you think it's going to go? I'm going to start with you, Ollie.
Seeing as that was the first map that Wild have won inside of the last 6, discounting the forfeited map, I would say that I don't think that they're on necessarily the upward trend. I think that Clubhouse, it really does lie in the balance. It all depends on how much of a mental hit that game has been for Tenstar.
Yeah, I think that's what we're looking for, the reaction of Tenstar. I said in the ban phase that I felt Tenstar just about had the edge, because obviously they won Clubhouse last time they played against the UL team. Wild are on a current 2-game losing streak on that map. So I would still fancy Tenstar, but maybe not as much after that border.
Well, it's now back to a best-of-one, considering only one map left, and that's exactly where Wild has been excelling. Whether or not Tenstar is going to be able to take this one home after a convincing win on their map pick, find out as we're going to be heading to our decider Clubhouse with Fluke and Hao.
Thank you very much, and yes, we are there on a decider map. One of these two teams will progress one step closer to Copenhagen. The other will unfortunately have to start looking at sitting in the audience.
Not just that, but prepare themselves for a off-season. For the first time in so many years, we're going to have an off-season that is relatively big. So lots of opportunities to recheck everything that you want to go over. But Wild, they have recently climbed slightly in the social vote as well after their previous win, back to 72%. But we're going towards a checklist map, as we call it. The basics of the basics. It is going to be Clubhouse. If you have ever played Siege, you know this map. You've seen this map.
Yeah.
Right? Unless you've maybe only played the first situation, which is on the Hereford base.
If there's somebody that somehow found themselves
watching this game, having only played situation 1.
Specifically this game, map 3 of the LCQs for EUL for Copenhagen between Wild and Tenstar. If you're that person, hi.
Hello, welcome.
Welcome. Yeah, if you have only played one situation, I would say try the others. There's a few.
It all leads up to Article 5. Have you ever played Article 5?
I have.
Okay.
I played Article 5. I know a lot of people haven't.
Yeah, a lot of people don't even know Article 5 exists. So a lot of people might actually think that we're just joking right now and that we're just making up some random words. But there's actually Article 5 in the game. The only way to get this by playing all these situations.
I think they're lying.
Are they lying? Sorry, I haven't been keeping track.
They're saying, oh, we were going to ban Jockeby. We never play it.
That's a lie.
And then Tenstar is saying, we don't believe you. You're not gonna pull a fast one over them today. The Monty is probably the most outstanding in terms of a removal there. And to be fair, yeah, like Monty can be used well. It's a sort of driving operator, and sure, there's some fantastic Monty players on the side of Wild, and they can do good plays with them. If it's something that you don't want to deal with on this map, if you're looking at maybe, you know, control of dirt here, and they've got a Monty. You're looking at control of rafters on a CC hold, and they've got a Monty. There's so many particular places where a good Monty player can just devastate a hold.
That's it, right? Like, it's taking the garage rafters, it's taking dirt tunnel. There's basically nothing you can do about it except for tossing in your 3 smoke canisters if you have them, and then hope for the best. And then afterwards, it's going to be able to close the gap and take all that ground for free and give that control over towards the attackers. And as we start off, we are going to see some Capcan traps around on that top floor. Because we're all the way down below. We're all the way in that basement in Church and Arsenal. But it often still starts as a top floor hold. You want to get rid of these roamers because it is still quite difficult to take control of that bottom floor. It often does come down to hatch drops and moving down the main stairs and the blue oil pit. But if there's still roamers back on the top floor, well, they're going to be using that against you, and they're going to be enclosing you in a Tenstar sandwich in this manner. And that's not something Wild would like to have. So they want to make sure that they cut the top part of the bread first before headed towards the bottom part.
Now, I'm actually not entirely sure who opted for what side first, but with a recent display of pretty much impactless defenses, I think it's fair to say, over the series so far, Tenstar, they might have themselves in a little bit of a headspace of, well, we've got to take our opener here because they've just lost every single defense they tried to sort of play on the previous map. Wild. It's a bit of a wider take. They're going for the loose players here. Not a huge amount is being offered to them. They don't have as direct a route through, but they do have Hungry on a Ying. That might turn into a bit of an impact if they see an opportunity.
It's kind of what we mentioned about Wild in the previous game, right? Like, they need to get off very strong on this this final map, because otherwise they're going to be struggling later on, especially in a map like Club. You need to get some defenses on the board. With a K-ban, of course, attack is starting to get a little bit easier. All you really need to worry about is going to be impacts on the walls that could be potentially open up. But with a minute 20 left on the clock and 4 players of Tenstar being out and about on the bottom floor, and only Azur, who just been spotted on the middle floor, is going to be dropping that hatch very soon, at least you would assume so.
Packball able to get the take from, I believe, the top of kitchen. Aces wasn't that far away there from the chance of a swing round onto the shower side, but I think they've realized we need to get back to the site. We cannot risk another engagement, even if it's just a 1 versus 1 on the top, when you've got less than a minute and a 5 versus 4 on the side. If that goes away, suddenly you've handed a huge bonus towards the players. Oscar just peeked around the corner, and Jex was pretty intently watching it. The continued spray and the pre-fire down towards it. The drop here, they want to try and get themselves angled towards that default, that little pop in the pocket. Hungry blinding everything. Oscar getting Jex though. Suddenly it's the 4 versus 4. They're swinging the hatch. The man with the glasses of Warden is making sure that it's no entry here. He's able to take another bit of a head off. And he's trying his best, and there it is. One more, and one more for Quick, but suddenly Aces, it's all that's left. It's the 2 versus 1. He's got 20 seconds, and he's got a player on either side in an isolated kit. That's the big worry right now, because if they play time, there's not really anything he can do. He's got to keep himself far away from the engagement. He needs to not give this to Aces. He's running out of time. It's the swing round, and Aces takes it in the only manner he could.
The last possible millisecond coming down. And there is some smiles there on the side of Wild, because they realized we shouldn't have had that round after Quick went so big with that ward and basically mutilated the entire push you were trying to set up. The smokes are coming down, the Candelas are out there, and there's just one man who doesn't care at all. It's that Warden that suddenly pushes up, gets all those kills. And Aces just says, not today, we're taking this round anyway. It's ours.
The cow can just needed to not be there. I mean, it's always the thing. We have all the knowledge of being able to watch this game from above. We know everything about positions, which is something obviously the players have to estimate. They have to sort of piece together, and, you know, a huge play, as you said there, from Quick. Being able to get himself under the hatch, getting 3 kills, swinging around, and then Aces with the 4K throughout the round. A 1 versus 3 clutch revealed on the cam with
with the secondary. I mean, that camera would have seen him a lot earlier as well, right? Like, the camera could see that he was coming down the hallway, so at that point, as a captain, you could have moved into motorcycle already, secured yourself.
It's one of those things. He didn't want to take the risk. He didn't want to be caught with his back turned. Maybe he didn't know that, you know, because he heard the last bit of active gunfire he heard was around the connection door of the site, so maybe he thought he'd swing church instead. So if he'd rotated moto, that would have been the worst place to be. There's so much there that can turn that into a correct or an incorrect decision, and unfortunately it's the flip of the coin, and it was an incorrect one this time round. But it's the first round, and it was impactful, and that is entirely what we want. We need these players in this server to go huge. We don't want another 7-2. I want an OT.
We need to see this to go all the way to 15, as fellow colleagues would say.
Going all the way, Des.
All the way, Des.
He's joining us on the third day.
Will be. It's gonna help us out with the last 3 best of 3s for the LCQs to determine who's going to be making it out to the major. It's not the amount of damage being done towards Jegs there. He's going to be escaping quite healthy still. And Oscar is deciding to actually not go for that fight.
Yeah, what they wanted to do there, they thought that the bandit might try and trick it, so they just played the grenade and wanted to bait the catch. It was the pocket EMP to remove it and sort of lean them in, but the bandit wasn't going to play that game. Instead, they're more than happy here, prepped on the other side, holding the other wall and waiting for the secondary set of approach. Now, the ping comes out and the drop right under. They're watching from the hatch, bottom to top. They're in a very dangerous situation, so Packle's not going to sit around. So I think he realized just how much that was being watched.
I mean, Packle just had to exist there for like 5 seconds to make sure that Zenoxa couldn't actually put the Bennett battery back on, right? Because he's been spotted by the player out on the hatch. That means that Zenoxa is not going to be going for the actual swing with the Bennett battery out there. That was enough to make sure that that breach would come through. But instantly afterwards, as you mentioned, has to move out because he's in such a dangerous position, especially with Oscar still out and about. But now they have a breach opening. And now it's all about that first kill they need to find, but it is currently Tenstar being very careful with leaning into any fight. So just staying back, staying passive. And as we mentioned, sometimes the best thing is to do nothing, but Packbull getting that first anyway.
There it is, Packbull with another entry statistic for his name for the day, and this time against Quick. It was a huge player that almost drove the previous round into the hands of Tenstar. Oscar bites back. Removes Jags, removes some of the damage, and there's Aces over the top. Packbull wants to lean into the follow-up fight before he's suddenly trying to get the pickup, but there, the blind and the shotgun locked in. There's 2 for the trouble. Can he get 3? No! Hungry instead lights up, and it's suddenly a 2 versus 1. All that's left is Azaz. The Solace watching, waiting, but with 15 seconds, they've got to see if they can try and stick the plant tucked on the corner. It's concrete. They can't get that from underneath. Doesn't quite get the Candela in time. Has to suffer and wait. Slips on by, but now 2 versus 1 post-plant. They've pulled themselves to logistics. The other is on the far side of the site. There's not much wiggle room, and they unfortunately get the wrong side of it. They're dropped. Watching on the opposite end outside the window, pre-firing the angles, pre-firing every swing possible. They're hiding, and they may as well. Teb, he knows that time is on his side, and as the living drone gets removed in 20 seconds, going to go for the long arm and hope that the Hoppin doesn't quite have the connection. It's a round! What a little bit of fluid gameplay there. 2 rounds, 2 1vx clutches.
And this is starting off to be a very, very explosive and dynamic clubhouse already, where we see teams take the advantage and then suddenly it all falls apart in those last couple of seconds. And Oscar mentioning his glasses ran out right as the smokes came through. That's unfortunate timing as a Warden.
He needs new batteries.
Needs new batteries.
And smart specs.
He's trying to charge them with some solar, I imagine.
He like hooks them up to Bandit's batteries.
Kickstart them again.
Zaps them like a car. I mean this
great play from Yonka here.
It was the sort of getting in with the shotgun from that range. They knew that the player was down potentially, and they just needed to act on it. The catch there as well.
It's a good bait.
Just with the tail end. That's it. He just gets the long arm angle. And beautiful, beautiful take with that P90.
Did what he needed to do, played it perfectly, knew that if he was going to go and try and stick a jump in, would have to come through, because there's just no way. With that position out there, with just that window being able to be used, that Wild was going to let him go to the 3rd tick before going for it. Too risky. Now we're headed towards CCTV. It's the definition of the check marks that we need to follow. step-by-step list. It usually either starts with taking control of Garage and afterwards, or the other way around, I have to say, with opening up the main breach. It seems though that Wild isn't really going to go for that right away. Some drone holes are being used here by Azza to deal some little bits of damage. Opening into the garage is going to be there. That's going to allow them to actually get some fire through if they need to onto the rafters. There's the rest of Wild just still working on opposite sides of the map.
There's the pop, and there is a little bit of the pop emotion as well. Suddenly we get some of that pace of Wild that we had, well, too much of, I think. Anything on border every single round, they were making sure that they were driving the stake into the hold pretty much within the opening 30 seconds. Here it's an opening minute, but it's still something that Tenstar didn't quite have the full beat on. The wall is haphazardly smashed open. There's angles, and you can work with those, but at some point they need to turn into rotations, and you've still got clarity to be pulled elsewhere. A very nice shot of the arrow forces the player off the door and does a tickle of damage, but doesn't quite force them into the firing line of Packball, which is what they wanted. The drop on the hatch, the rotate underneath blue. They're trying to find the fight, and they're able to win it out. Jegs gets quick, gets the break, and suddenly Azza has to find a route, and he goes through Packball, looks for the next angle. He knows that they're entirely circling. A grenade bounces there, and Jegs gets a take, and oh no, Aces disconnects. A 3 versus 3 in Wild. They've been suffered a death knell by the internet.
Not again. Not again, please. We need him to come back at some point. But a minute 10 left on the clock, and Tenstar, well, they've been gifted. Now they have the garage still under control, at least the rafters, but grenades are starting to come through. Will they be caught? Yes, Jegs finds Zen. Now they need to find one more. Oscar right underneath the window. Are they going to be aware of his position out here as he stands up? He is literally the holder of this side. The fire is going to start to push him through. He gets burned. That's a quad kill for Hungry, as Junker will find one in return. The diffuser has been dropped.
How can it be a quad kill? We've seen 2 grenade kills from Jegs.
Oh, it showed quad kill.
I know, I don't understand. The game is lying to us all.
Maybe injuries.
He only has 2 total kills, Hungry.
That's weird.
And Jack's gone down in a frost mat. Oh no! A 1 versus 1 out of absolutely nowhere. Swinging around to the corner, and now it's time to turn that into, I'm going to say an ace because it's funny, but it's Hungry. He's trying to get the bite onto Yonko, who's holding the swing angle, but Yonko! And obviously disaster struck. And I'm assuming we'll get ourselves balanced back with the player that disconnected. I think even the game is confused.
I was going to say, because it's that quad kill. Maybe it's because Jack's got 2 kills, then Aces disconnects, everybody moves up a slot, and then Hungry got 2 kills, which says quad kill because he moved into the old slot of Jags.
I don't think...
I'm debating
I don't think you can
right here.
I don't think you can get reason out of...
I'm trying to figure out what to say quad kill. Either way. My bet wasn't a quad kill, it was a double kill. Jags had 2.
I mean, it's fully or bad. The game just straight up said it in the middle of the screen in big letters.
I never thought the game would lie to me, but here we are today.
So it's next Tenstar timeout.
Very kind of them after, you know, Aces disconnecting. They're like,
well,
you know
I
what?
think there was a little thing there because we saw he just connected just as things came round. So I don't know how the state of play. I think they waited on calling the timeout, hoping that Wild would call one because of the missing player. They didn't, so I think they went, okay, we want a timeout. We need to have a conversation because, I mean, it's 2 rounds, sure.
Still leading,
but
scrappy.
Yeah, scrappy is the main word here.
Again, like, before Aces disconnected, they had, like, a double opening, and it basically had them, like, ready to go, because another grenade comes through and clears out one player on the rafters, and then suddenly it would have been a 4v2 at that point. Like, Aces DC had nothing to do with any gunfight at that moment in time. But they're back in now. And we're headed towards Church and Arsenal. The one site that was won by Wild, but considering that Tenstar has won 2 rounds now, they need to go back. They could have gone for bar stage.
Well, it was a 3 versus 1 clutch. It should be 3 rounds, I think is the main thing. Every single time there's going to be like a quad killer and ace, I want the game to attribute it to Hungry. It's like,
I wonder if it's fixed now. I would assume so.
Oh, I doubt it. It's just confused.
He said it's how could it be? And I looked over and I was like, yeah, Hungry 2 kills. That's weird.
We've seen other people get kills this round.
Yeah.
Either way, Ossa on the board. They'll see if they can try and make the take here on maybe a slightly different route. Remember how this came together with a lot of attention paid towards a hatch. a Warden underneath that entirely blockaded it back up, got 2 kills above the hatch, left the kit there cold, importantly, and then got the take onto Dirt as well. There was literally no other option for the fight other than trying to fight their way to the rest of the round, and Aces did. Since then, obviously there was a disconnect in the most recent round, hasn't been able to get another kill. But to be fair, if you got the 4 in the round that got them the round, hey, fair enough.
So overall, Tenstar is looking quite well. It's just that bit of scrappiness that lost them a round and almost lost them another round out there. Quick's going aggressive here. Ooh, if he would have stuck like a little bit longer, might have actually seen Tep move through, but not gonna be the case. Gonna find himself inside a dirt tunnel right now. The drone is gonna be receiving some information and directly, of course, feeding it to Tep, who's looking to pick up an opening here. As the hatch opened up, no resistance whatsoever coming down from Tenstar.
Tab, as I said, that there's an importance that can be paid towards Dirt, and remember how the swing happened. It was a bold take directly under the hatch itself. They're prepped around that sort of play space. They're just getting the eyes before they try and put boot inside the ground of kitchen. It's dangerous terrain, and you have to make sure that you have the knowledge of what lays beneath the surface, and they're a little bit confident that they have some idea. Packball clears above as well, gets the clarity, and as they double stack inside Dirt, I'm wondering if this might be one of those 3-2-1 executes we've sometimes seen from Wild.
I think it will be, and if they have that first kill, that needs to be the trigger point of them going. Smoke canisters are being tossed out, and when he bounces back, they need to quickly get out of there. That could have been ended very badly out here, but Hungry is inside. He's going to get himself with an impact going right underneath, trying to go for the plants, but he's taking too much damage, so he has to put down another shield.
That's it. The second shield's being deployed. They've been able to keep themselves control here of blue. The smoke actually forces them off the default, and Packball's waiting for this. The rotate of Azza to come around. The blinds hit across. Xenoxo suffers, but with a bit of damage done inside the site, a post plant, and Oscar gets himself a double and back control of the AKs. There is the Ossa shield still tucked on the far side. It's dangerous, and they have what seems like 2 tiers of vertical. The box above the player in the kitchen, above the player in the site who's been removed. But with Azza going for this fight, they rotate round into the windows. They're wasting as much time. Xenoxo's holding the defuse, but he's caught by Packball over the 2-star. He's Yonka! From bottom to top, rocks the shot, and there's one more catch. Jegs has a long distance to go to try and get the player. Oscar's watching, sprays through, and cannot get there. Tenstar once again take a round. Once again, kind of scrappy on how things played out.
I mean, this was Wild having a plan and committing to it, right? And because of the fact that Wild just kind of brute forced themselves to get that plan done, they didn't really want to hold back for the smokes. They didn't really want to hold back for any of the other utility tossed in. Automatically makes it scrappy for Tenstar because not everybody is in a position to deal with that. If they want to really badly get that diffuser down on the ground, it's going to go down on the ground. And then you need to try and quickly get yourselves back together to fight back. So them being able to clutch it out time and time again shows that they managed to, well, between brackets, stay calm in those situations because time pressure is really up there and they quickly need to try and get a response. But you know, one person going for the defuse and realizing there's 2 layers of vertical out there, instantly replying, taking that one down and getting back on that defuse instantly because you know the last person was outside of the kitchen. That's the kind of stuff you need to see from Tenstar if they want to be making it far in the bracket out here, and that's what they've been showing so far. So they have themselves those 3 defensive rounds. So far, they are really stepping up to what is necessary for them to go into the lead for the second half. And whilst they have these great starts, aren't quite able to translate them into the round win in the end. Again, the only round win was Aces going for that 1v3 clutch.
Exactly that. And obviously, you're sort of driving your attack here onto club to get an even split, to get the wrong end of a 2 versus a 2 to 4. It's not the most uncommon thing. The difference is obviously the more that Tenstar get as a taste into this, you know how they can sort of play when they're leading on their attacks. They started to have moments where they bit back on the wrong end of a 0 to 6. You need to make sure that you give them as little as possible to work with because they're very opportunistic. Talking of, Oscar runs out strip door and takes...
Just saw him drop dead. Like a 1-tap to the head all the way up on the roof. That's going to be hurting losing a Capital like that. So instead, it's going to be Tap tossing in these Candelas, even though there's tons of smokes out there. He's going to be trying to help his team to just go through, and they're through.
That's it. Teb gets one kill. The C4 won't quite get the angle as Aces gets another. Suddenly, they lose pack pull, they lose some of the smokes, but they've got more than enough in pocket to get in. But what do you do now? You've got to see if you can try and cement yourself, and Jegs gets caught by Quicks, who wings round. And suddenly that territory that they took with all of the force that they had, well, they've only really got one smoke left, one Candela, and hopefully one bit of hope from the guns. They go for the rotate. Round onto the split, they've still got themselves stacked up, but they have to find one angle that they can maybe try and funnel themselves in. And with Quick watching protectively over the gym side and look down on the door, Oscar and Azza are getting the side other split. There it is, a trade out. But they take away the glasses. The Ying still has a smoke. They still have a chance at just getting this. Tucked onto concrete, there's a ping of a player underneath. They know that there was some danger. It wasn't the Solus, though. Can they try and get themselves executed here? A little too late to the party, but they won out this situation last time round. They're pre-firing the angles. They've gone a bit wider, and Tab gets it on outside the door, pulls himself back, and Azza, he finds himself in a 2 versus 1. They haven't left the building this time. Does get the strike onto the first. The second is really far away. Is he going to see if he can try and do something a little bit long army, a little bit fun here? They're sprinting, they're making the motion, they pull off. Now he's a step closer. 10 seconds is sort of the gap. And he takes it! 2 for 2 for clutches up here. And the laughs echo from Junker in all chat, but it's the sigh of sort of aspiration of Oscar.
Again, Azza able to go for that clutch in the same position. The plant went down at the same spot twice. And yes, it played out a little bit different this time, but still the same result coming through. And we're Wild, you know, again, started off strong, used their utility, took early ground, found logistics. And then they halted because it's like, guys, do we actually have information about gym? About the bedroom? Bathroom? Do we know if anybody's in there? And it kind of stopped, and it's like, no, we don't know if anybody was in there. Little did they know that it was actually safe at that point. They could have actually taken the control. And just one bullet, just crouching in time there. Azza keeping himself alive. Finding one. Playing this perfectly. Realizing there's not much time left. I need to head back. And Tab already finding himself back inside. And in the previous map, this was Tab winning these post plants on the attack.
Yep.
And now it's going to be Azza winning these like post plants or turning them back around on the defense. So nice little change.
I mean, it's that sort of split. 4 of the kills there from Azza have come in sort of. It's just this continued game, and we said we wanted it to be a fight that goes all the way. Even though it's a 4-1 scoreline, the fact that there's been 3 1 versus X clutches,
yeah,
and a 1 versus 1, it's just.
it's a very, very like clutch heavy, high excitement game coming through. And 1-4, Tenstar, they've already have the half win under their belt, but they're going to try and make it a 5-round to a 1-round lead. Which would really help them out if they go over to the attack again. I mean, only 1-round win, and suddenly all the pressure is on Wild. They could be out of the tournament after that.
I think it's just that continued brawl as well. There's almost an even balance on total kills between the two teams as well. It's just nobody is really giving up the ground. There's a direct fight here. The A to B route, we talked about the pace that Wild can apply on their takes. We've seen some tastes of it, but we haven't really got the full bite. The X-Kairos won't quite give them a crouch hole there. It was an inch or so wrong, so they'll just get the double break, which is probably a little bit of a blow for them.
Might be to make sure there is no piece of utility being placed at that time, just so you have the opening so you can try and challenge it. Quick, however, is debating to go out for a bit of a flank. Now he has been viewed and seen by the drone, but he went downstairs, so I don't think there's any direct form of rotation coming out yet because, you know, he went downstairs rather than upstairs. And if he vaults over, now they know. Now they're going to try and take him out.
Jags also gets one inside the site as well. They have the body advantage, but Oscar bites back. There's the reveal of the drone, and Quick's just going to tuck himself on the far end and be ready for an engagement. In the meantime, Zenoxo takes care of Aces, and as long as they're droning, that's still only 2 players that are sort of eyes on inside the site itself. So they got to try and pull themselves back ground. The tab grenades are going to start cooking from underneath. They'll be on the wrong side of the door. You've got to try and get that just from the other side of the stock door if you want that take, and there it is. The other side of the stock door, the delivery. Pitch perfect. Oscar removed. 3 versus 3.
30 seconds left though, and still a player inside the bedroom. Hungry is occupied. He cannot move. And as soon as he moves and gets taken down, that opens up the opportunity for Quick to continue to flank and really make sure there's no opportunity for Wild to go for a plant. Tab opens up onto Azur. That's going to be a great start. Hungry is going to be able to find one more. It's only up to Zen right now. He's going to find himself in garage. He knows the plant is coming in quite close. He needs to jump through. We'll find. Not even the injured. No, he didn't get the kill. Packbull just went off. He's like, why did I just got shot? Gets off. That takes the kill in the end.
Well, they get themselves the 2-4 split. It was either side of it, and that round actually ended up in 3-1 versus 1s. I said it might be a bit of a Western shootout at the start of the playdown. I'm glad we get to see some of that cowboy gunslinging. There was a fight in the bedroom, a fight at the top of the rafters, and a fight at the top of Red, and 2 of them went the way of Wild, and they were able to execute on the back of it. But you could say the same about the entirety of the half. Only 2 of them have gone their favor. They got to see if they can try and get this and maybe the next, and suddenly we find ourselves level pegging and we angle towards that OT I talked about wanting at the start of this.
Yeah, that's it. This first round, very important here for Wild. They need to show that they have what it takes in the defense to basically put a halt to the momentum that Tenstar has been starting to build. It's going to be the chunker to come out. It's not an operator we have really seen throughout the Europe Stage 1. Now in the last chance qualifiers brought out here, of course the fire is a very powerful tool to keep people at bay for a very long time. Longer than smoke can with the smoke canisters. He will be playing. Almost shot out. Jegs there through its head. The protection has been taken off right after the round starts, so needs to be very careful with the DP28. And a free kill to Packbull there. Just still rotating out. He opened up the door, managed to find him. And that's going to be an injure. And, you know, I'm not even sure if they 100% are aware of the fact they injured him. Because they were all rotating off.
Guess not. Pickup comes around. I mean, it will make playing that position much more deadly, but at least he lives, and at least he can try and offer something back towards the pressure that comes towards him. There he is, still staying. They're not going to rotate him out. They think, well, we may as well play your life there if you're going to play your life there anyway. Azur, with the rotate underneath, you're looking at 4 grenades. It'll take much less of one of them to get the kill this time around. It'll only take a scrap over what is a lot of sort of the hard metal that doesn't give you the straight eye line through. It's trickier now for Packbull. There's no 2 ways about that.
It's definitely going to be very tricky for him. Azur's finding himself in a bit of a skirmish down here at the basement. Packbull have found himself all the way in blue. Now he is quite low, and there's some wallbang attempts being handed out here by Azur. Only one of those or 2 of those bullets need to hit for him to confirm that kill. Climbing back up the staircase from the oil pit, so they're trying to get themselves out there. So will Azur. They're not going to go actually for the chase out there. Packbull staying in the oil pit. But in the meantime, Tenstar have already basically shown we are not going to go for garage, right? Like, they've opened up the door, they've managed to get an injure out there, but they didn't push that advantage. They just rotated around to the opposite side of the map.
What will be revealed? The wall. And as the take there, just tucked on the other side and get you the electrics. They were waiting for more to be put on before they went for the breach, and there it is, slightly stacked. They do some of it open, but it's just a sight line that'll stop. I mean, more electrification, but if they're happy to play impacts against it, you sort of wonder, well, how many do they have? Because they've played multiple before. This time, no more. They've run out, and at this point, it's just a matter of seeing if they can try and firefight against it. 45 seconds. What's the push going to come to here, Tenstar?
They still want to get rid of the main wall out there, and they don't really have an opportunity to do so. I think they need a grenade from below. That's from Azur coming in. It's going to be taking out both. Selma's deployed on both walls. It means that Teb will never be able to get both of them taken out. Has to rotate, and that means they now have an opening to work with here. But 25 seconds, they need to get these kills on the board really quickly.
Oscar wins out this fight as he suffers. Yonka suffers as well, and they can't quite get themselves in the door. The Tachanka is firing away and making everything impossible alongside a smoke canister, and the chaos is an absolute cacophony around us. Wild get a couple back at the top of red and win out with the Tachanka LMG, swinging either side of the final remaining player. Looked outside the door, and with how long it took them to get the clarity, unfortunately, that was entirely blockaded by a lot of pocket utility, ready to sort of say, no, not today.
And that's what happens when you leave it till so late before you open up these walls. And I get it, right? Because they were afraid of the fact there were still roamers out there. There was a bit of a fight in the basement. So you're like, where did these players go? We don't have any control of lounge at this point. So Azur really needs to be careful trying to navigate across out there with getting those grenades where they needed to be. But due to the fact that they left it until the last minute to open up the construction wall, but more importantly, open up the main wall, they didn't really have the openings and the opportunities to force their angles into their own advantage. And when we talk about Clubhouse being a step-by-step plan in terms of a map, the checklist map, opening up that main wall in CCs is usually step 1 or 2, depending on which kind of a take you're going for. And it gave basically too much freedom for too long to Wild out there.
An entire repick here. I mean, whenever you see like a buck on this map, you assume they assume it's the basement. You assume that sort of drive. The pickup of the Ying alongside a Maverick is a curious combination, because when you see a Maverick, you don't expect pace, and you see a Ying and you do. So you try and piece together where you think they might operate. Obviously, we've seen the logistics pressure. We've seen the slow sort of takes across it. The Maverick might just be the response to the Bandit. Specifically a sort of, hey, Pack Bull, we're not going to play this game.
I mean, you can just open up, right, like a small hole and toss a flashbang or a grenade through. Not that they have any grenades, but still going to be there and basically putting down that pressure. And there's also nothing you can do about it, because now Packbull sees this open up and he's like, well, that was my job.
Yeah, he took his charges and went home.
Yeah, it's like there's nothing I can do now, so I guess I'll just rotate around and wait for the next canister to start opening up and destroying my hard work.
Nah, instantly over towards the jacuzzi wall as well. Zenoxo is just making sure that the lines are in place. So if anyone does come towards the breach, if he's not going to burn it his whole way himself, well, they have some of that prepped and ready to go. Yonka, he's eyeing up the construction wall, and Aces is eyeing up, moving back in towards the fight here. There's the bit of the pre-place. They want to hit this with the impact DMP. They're ready for the bandit. They're ready for the bait. There it is, prepped and torn. They're going to pop the first, pop the EMP, pop the... Well, I'm just going to keep saying the word pop, I guess.
Just pop, pop, pop.
Pop, pop, pop.
What they're doing. Now that wall's going to be softed. There's nothing Packbull can do about it, so all they need now is just a little bit of an explosive that comes out of the lifeline of Oscar. It's going to be allowing them a way into now. Next, big challenge is going to be the bathroom they need to take care of. Quick stun coming through as well, just making sure no one was out there.
Maverick trick, which you don't really see too much nowadays.
Not anymore.
It's been a while, obviously, since he lost his grenades. You have many other options of opening the walls, but if you're unfamiliar with that, you burn the sort of control points in the top corners all the way across, and then you do the same at the bottom. You make sure you get the corners. You'll hear a very particular sound, and the entirety of the hard just falls out.
An important part there is taking care of that hatch, because it ups a bit of the pressure towards logistics. Now they need to be watching that a bit more careful. It took them a long while before they actually opened that up, and again, it provides so much freedom towards the defenders to just be there and not have to worry about a potential drop to come through. Really should have done that a little bit earlier, because, you know, it just puts that pressure. But it closes the comms just slightly. As Packbull just swings out and takes down Yonka.
There's the roll, so it'll impact as soon as it starts falling and blind anybody in the place. Doesn't see the man behind the desk, and Teb, he's gonna survive and strike. Oh, he's suddenly heard the audio, but he's got to keep his eyes on towards the site. Keeps pushing because everybody else is dead. Now he's in the 1 versus 5 clutch, but he's not gonna be there very long. Wild. They bring us back level 4 apiece.
It's always a bit unfortunate if you go through logistics and do not check that desk. It's kind of again, we're talking about these drones in the first map, how they managed to spot the frost map behind the desk on the rappel up. it's kind of what you do in logistics as well. You just make sure there's no one out there, because if there's anybody hiding in this map, it's either the oil pit or behind that desk.
Or occasionally strip.
Occasionally in strip, yes.
But who are they hiding from at a strip club? Responsibility.
Possibly. It's, we'd have to ask them in the interviews, like, yeah, why would you hide in strip club?
But
4-4.
Fully right, 4-4, and you know, you wonder obviously at what point might we see a timeout, because Tenstar have used theirs.
They've used theirs, yeah.
Wild have not. They still have theirs in pocket. They can pull it out if, you know, this round maybe it'll go against them. It is the tertiary site. If the next goes against them though, and suddenly they're on map point, so maybe they want to do it after this round. It's a lot of numbers to be run. Definitely not this time though, because if you're on a roll of 2, it's more of a proverbial question for what happens after the end of this.
It's also like they're playing on the defense and the pressure is not really mounting as much as it could have, so it's better to, you know, as soon as Tenstar get their attack together, call it out right then.
Yeah.
Right? Try and break that momentum instantly. By the way, so far, Wild have been doing great on their defense. They have been able to keep it together, stay calm. And basically due to the fact that Tenstar hasn't really been opening up the basics from the start, and really not been upping the pressure from the start, the majority of Wild can just sit there and wait for 2 minutes before the first bit of pressure comes down upon them. As we see Quick just coming around the corner a bit too late for getting the opening kill. Hungry will find it, but instantly traded out. Still, taking down Zen, that's going to be the ace gone.
I mean, that's it. You've lost a lot of your hard breach there, and when you're sort of angling up down towards the basement side, it's when it's at its biggest cost, potentially. There's a lot that needs to be done here. Unfortunately, now they're going to have to be very tricky with those ex-Kairos. Oscar, steadily droned ahead, getting the clarity of the top floor, all within a good pace. Takes the default and can start doing some of the destruction across it. And you bring the buck because it gives you a little bit more safety of doing that soft. You're not going to get so easily caught by a C4 underneath.
No, you can do it from range, you can do it from an angle, you don't have to be right on top of what you just opened up. Now, luckily for Yonka, who is opening up as the last remaining heart breacher on Tenstar, there is going to be no impact tricks he will have to worry about, just C4s. And Ibana can, of course, open up from range as well, so all he really needs to do is be careful around the kitchen hatch, because C4s can still take out those Excaros, but he shouldn't be running out of Excaros before that hatch is opened up. So they should be able to open up whatever they need opened up to go for the execute.
Wild. Obviously, they had a man advantage for a second, but it traded out at a good cost. Can still sort of keep themselves pretty down in the basement. We talk about how hefty this site can be. There's still a lot of work to be done here. And as the procs pops, nobody's swung behind it, but the pre-fire on the angle! Third for the round, looking towards AKs for his next, but that has opened everything up. The 2 remaining players are tucked all the way on the far side of the site, and if they get wind of that, a very easy rotate towards the church site, which it seems like they're aware of. Wild, they've got to try and retake some of this space before they suffer just an onslaught, and there it is. Aces slinks his way through, and they now have a body on either side. But with Packball getting traded out, now they only have 1 body left, and where do you go? He's looking for the angle. He doesn't quite get the full read. Swings in a second too late, but Quick is not the 4th for the round. And their 5th for the game.
Managing to turn that tide just slightly here. Tenstar getting that plan down. Quick, able to just walk in and find those 2 kills in blue. That was crucial because, you know, we had the initial trade out there. That was great, you know, 4-on-4, that's fine. The hatches were being opened up. Everything was being prepared. But then you start looking for the opening. Like, you need to create an opening. You cannot just drop the hatch in a 4-on-4 because you're going to be ripped apart if you do. But as soon as Quick then starts to move in and basically takes all the attention to him as he takes 2, yeah, well, at that moment, you can instantly try and drop for the remaining of your team through the hatch to play the trade game and instantly get that plan down on the ground. The next Tenstar 1 away now from reaching the 6 mark, which ups the pressure towards Wild. This is the final map. There's no more holding back. If you lose this one, you're out. There's no more last chance qualifier coming through.
Yep.
This is all that's left.
I think it says a lot about how sort of close this game has been based on the fact that there's only 2 players that aren't on at least an even KD or better. And you're sort of seeing everybody step into this fight. And even then, it's not by, sort of biggest difference generally as well. It has just been tooth and nail, clawing rounds and clawing engagements from their opponents here. I know that we said this is that engagement. Wild can't truly be considered the underdogs the same way they have in pretty much every single other game they've played recently. But still, this is two teams fighting for their first chance, their first swing as these entities at a current sort of tier 1 in-circuit major.
Now, they haven't been able to open up the mirror window out there as they let the first breach pop just to top. Why is there 4 people on the red stairs?
That's a lot of red stairs.
Wild, move away. Spacing. Just having a tea party out there, it's just a quick cuppa before the action starts.
How do you teach people spacing? You lob a grenade in the middle.
Yeah, one grenade in the middle and see how quickly they move.
And then your soldiers learn about spacing.
Oh well, they've moved away. They are actually still 3 players around on the red stairs, so they haven't really learned too much about it. I believe now they're starting to rotate out. They're headed towards the first floor as well to, make sure they have themselves. Oh, they're moving around utility. That's what they're doing.
Yeah, juggling the hold, repositioning, and restructuring. A minute 30's gone, and you're sort of thinking, Tenstar, what are you doing? Our last comparison and our complaints about them was that they were too slow. They took too long. Yeah. There was a whole backline of utility they still had to get through. Okay, the main wall is open, sure, but there's a lot more left to do. And, Hungary's still tucked. The sort of top blue, the Atom window is still solid as well. They're finally opening up the stock side. They're looking towards construction, and there's the minute marker. They're playing less risks here in terms of stuff being broken off. That impact will perfectly get that exothermic, though.
And what do you do now? Right, because you can place that second one you have available to you, but there could be another impact on the other side. I mean, there is another impact on that side. Grenade coming in from below, great use, deals a lot of damage to Packball. Fire instantly afterwards, doesn't quite finish him off, but the wall has been opened up as Quick finds Hungry.
Now, what can they do with these remaining 40 seconds? We saw Wild hold off pretty staunchly when the pressure came towards it last time round, but there it is. Suddenly 2 more blows dealt against them, and suddenly they've only got 2 players to try and hold off. Aces watching on one mirror window. Jegs tucked on one side, and they do get that opener. 25 seconds, and a lot of damage done as they just slink their way past. They cannot really leave their position, but they're concerned about being swung on from multiple angles. Jegs can only watch so much, but the pressure is still here on Tenstar. The Banshee pops, as does Aces, gets another blind into the site, and Jegs gets the cut off. Oscar goes deep, but they've only got a handful of seconds. They got to try and get the kit down. He's hopped up and being hot pinged the whole time round. 4 seconds. What do? You got to make a decision. They swing round. They go for the kit. They get the take.
Still trying to get the confirm. We'll find it now. There you have it. And Wild is going to be finding themselves snaking over the ground with a counter defuse, finding themselves on 5-5. Wasting a little bit of time there, just having a bit of a breather to discuss what just exactly happened out there, because they almost went wrong for Wild. A 4v2 perfectly clutched back into a 2v2, into a victory. And now, round 11, whoever wins this really mounts that pressure for the other team. We mentioned we want to see overtime.
Yeah.
But the team who wins this round, they're going to be the ones that don't have to fight against being knocked out next round.
They do not want to see overtime.
They do not want to see overtime.
Whoever wins the next round, the fact that we've gone 7-2, 7-2 to this 5 apiece, huge clutch rounds throughout this game. It's been a consistent thing.
It has been.
As well. It truly is. Players giving it their all. It's everything that you would want as a neutral viewer. It's everything you would want from your team as a sort of fan, as a sort of more biased viewer of I want my team to win. Yeah, fair enough. They're doing a great job, and you can sort of say that cleanly for, I think, both teams here. There's no loose wheel, and that's what you want. You want both things full operational, but here, somebody has to drop. Somebody has to suffer, and somebody is going to be on the wrong end of sitting down the barrel of that gun.
You want a nice hard-fought victory, right? Because those are the more memorable kind of games, and the kind of games you'll feel very, very happy with if you lock them out in the end. Because, 7-0, 7-0, that's just boring. It's like, well, we showed up, we did our thing, and there's nothing much more to remember about that. This, however, is where that true pressure strikes. It's where the experience is gained as well. Quick openings this time of the hatches, like we told them they should do the last time as well. So quick, you know, attempt of control as well. As Quick is waiting on that hatch, hoping for a rotate to come through. And it's up to the rest of Tenstar now to try and force that rotate to happen.
The break on the CC side, it was something that, you know, they played a Bandit against it a little bit last time. They juggled it. They pulled the play back, otherwise further and further away. But then it was, you know, a little bit of a sweep across it. They were more than ready to deal with the Ying-led approach of Tenstar. Here, slightly different in terms of what they're going to bring to the fight, but it's what they're going to bring towards the boards itself that might be the change. Quick is waiting patiently for a rotate to be forced, and there it is. They're going to just Maverick trick across this wall once again. That's the sound. If any Maverick players are at home that haven't seen this trick done before, because we haven't seen it too much, you hear that clunking of the metal drop. You're looking for the...
I think Pac-Bill's going to try and get the C4. Oh, he got itself destroyed. Never mind. I was going to say, I think he's waiting for it and tossing it up, so if they open up, can instantly toss it in.
Yep. I think they heard that rip as well, which is why they didn't finish the job and instead just sort of said, no, I'm going to get this line, let's get this charge and mess around with it. It's better if you don't need to use the hard breach with how much there is to hard breach on the site, but hey, at least you've still got the plan B. The impact's impactless. Underneath, hoping somebody was sitting and waiting, but look at this, Wild still spread out across the whole of the top floor. They'll pretty much get the call from Pac-Bull. Yeah, I'm under a bit of pressure, but yeah, so are they. 50 seconds.
There's not much control yet for the side of Tenstar. They still need to move through, and I think Quick is going to be the deciding factor in that. He's moving up the main stairs. There was a frost mat out here. He's seen it. He spotted it out before, so he should have been taking care of that, which he did. And now he's moving in. Now he has some free reign. There's drones right in front of him. He's trying to get the information fed to him there as he sees one walk by. That's just going to be a free pickup for him.
There it is, takes it, and now suddenly all those players on the CC side have to try and pull themselves back. Yonka gets caught out, the C4 does big work, as does Pac-Bull, stops the approach, and they're entirely locked out here by Wild. Oscar, suddenly all that's left, and it was a heroic effort by the player inside the site that was the drive, grenades himself in. The only thing they can find, as I said, that worrisome, aforementioned front line to the owner. This could be the end of the series show.
This could be the end. One more round for Wild, and they will finally win that best of 3 they've been looking for and move themselves across. But also one more round, and Tenstar would find themselves knocked out of the tournament. After, again, we've mentioned it on the desk, their players have been moving up to like European League teams consistently. And they had to rebuild time and time again, and they still find themselves within the final 8 of the last chance qualifiers to try and see if maybe they are worthy of going to the major as well.
It's the thing here for Wild, for how great this could be for Tenstar, winning the series would be great for Wild as well, who have obviously taken a big confidence knocks, dropping the last 2 series, the best of 3s that they've played on. And there's still a lot ahead of them before they even think about either of these teams getting to Copenhagen. You still got to play the winner of the match that we have after, Unlimited and BDS. You got to play the winner of the other side of the bracket that is full and littered with tier 1 terrifying teams that enjoy trading out fights in the lead up to majors.
Yeah, for sure. It's a very scary prospect for both these teams, but they'll be not thinking too much about that right now. I doubt it even crossed their mind throughout this game because it has been back and forth in maps with a 7-2, 7-2, but also right now back and forth in terms of rounds. So much on the line, so little room for error for either of these two teams. Well, one of them doesn't have any room for error anymore.
Double breach on the top there. They're sort of trying to make a very loud statement. The grenade onto the hatch, and they're going to try and catch the back of the player that might rotate round blue. There it is, Hungry. And suddenly, he's in a bit more of a dicey position, because last time, okay, he got a kill and then left, and we talked about the importance of hard breach being removed and how dangerous it was. This time, it seems like Tenstar want to be in positions to catch those rotating players before they actually rotate off. Nothing as of yet, but how patient a game can Wild play? How long will they sit in these positions? The blinds are ready to roll. If they don't know about Hungry behind, this could be very, very dangerous. No one is putting pressure on the other side of Hungry. The calls will come across. The proxies go around. There's Quick. Caught. There's the fight. And there it is. Wild get 2. Azza does find 1, and Yonka's pushing inside the site, and suddenly gets Packbull on the default. It's a 3 versus 2. A bit of fire does some damage to Oscar. Azza's going to see if he can take upwards against the Solus. Misses the engagement, but he cannot just leave Yonka by himself. Suddenly, with this body disadvantage and with this attempt of Wild trying to get some read on the intel, they're all so spread out. Yonka tucked on the side of Church. The hatches are locked. They've got to find some solid, and do Wild no, they don't. And now the bodies start moving. That wall entirely soft and locked. They have to try and take this fight at the right time. The C4, that'll give them a route and an angle, and they see a free player, but they get the scrap in the end. Teb locks it in. Yonka, all that's left here for the fight to keep them going. Pops the fire, gets fired upon. And after it all, a bitter fight and a fall down to the bracket. They take the first. Tenstar, a heroic effort to get them to this point in the LCQs. But unfortunately, they will go no further. Wild take the series.
Wild, they take the victory and they move on. I kind of have to say, I liked Hungary's cosplay of the old days. Oh, it's the cat!
The cat of victory! Hello!
Just saying hello to the stream out there. Packbull, of course, played some great rounds. So did the rest of Wild. So did the rest of Tenstar. Everybody was basically doing what they needed to do. But it could only be one team here today that came out victorious.
It was so bitterly fought. It was everything that we wanted from the third map, and we had great demonstrations of the capabilities of that team. And thankfully, with the new system of Siege, although they had the Blast R6 logo, teams look towards this because there's a lot of Blast R6 coming up, and they definitely need that representation because you guarantee they're going to be flying your flag on a major stage soon enough.
Oh yeah, sooner rather than later, or actually now at this point, a bit later, because it's not going to be the very first. But before we head down to the next game, we still have an endless segment to break it all down. So stay tuned.
What?
Where is that?
Oh, come on.
Ooh,
That's ridiculous, by the way. That's ridiculous.
Hi, my name is Jack Doki Robertson.
Hi, my name's Mark Steinman. My gamer tag is Doom.
I'm Tyrant, also known as Luke.
My name's Noah, and my in-game name is Noah Urs.
So I'm Bibu.
I'm Leon Giddens, also known as Leon Gids.
I'm ready to play the game, and guess where the drone are?
I actually don't know. I'm going to say bank the drone hole into server.
That's, I think, a drone hole, or is that a microwave?
I've seen that microwave many times in my lifetime. Many maps, but I'm certain this is the bank one.
And there's like a microwave on every single map, so I'm just going to go with cafe.
Oh, it's the microwave. If someone gets that right, that's like no-life material.
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you play this game too much. You know what microwaves look like.
It's a constant microwave. I would have never guessed that anyway.
If it's anything like that, I may have lost this whole game.
I was actually so ready for this game, I thought it was going to be easy.
These modes are actually hard. I'm gonna guess a villa in study.
Like a bathroom-y floor, bathroom stalls and border.
I can't think of a white carpet anywhere. I think it might be Geisha Room.
It's like a Asian carpet, like in Geisha maybe.
I'm gonna go with Skyscraper.
One of the M&M players is going to get this one right. I know that for sure.
Let's go, 2 points.
Every time I draw in Geisha, I just see that in the corner of my eye, and I'm like, why is that even there?
Oh, it's the rug.
That's not fair. I'm going to say that for everyone I get wrong, that it's not fair.
Oh, that's villa on top main stairs.
On Villa, let's just say I put my drone in plant pots too many times.
Oh, and we got it.
There's so many people that put their drones up there in the UL, and if they didn't guess it right, that's terrible.
What? Oh, it's that late.
So you give me a really easy one, and now you give me a really difficult one.
I think theme park, maybe somewhere in lobby.
I'm gonna say this one's on consulate as well, but only room I can think of is Visa.
I'm gonna go border break room.
Oh, I got it. Okay.
Ooh, it is consulate, but it's Visa.
We're meant to be world champions, you know, but apparently we know nothing about the game that we play.
Oh, this is easy. This is games inside the foosball table.
If it's not there, I'm going to retire from Siege. I'm never going to play again.
Yeah, let's go.
Easy peasy. But everyone's going to get that. No, man. I should have got that consulate one.
If anyone is going to beat me, I think it'll be Doki.
What's that, 3 points out of a possible 10?
I'm feeling pretty confident. I'm going to be in that top 2 definitely first, I reckon. I reckon no one else has got this right.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. And this time around, we're here to cheer on Wild as they have finally closed out the best of 3 series, getting the win on the final map, which is going to be Clubhouse. Now, we have an interview ready with Pac Bull himself, which is going to give us hopefully a little bit more insight. First of all, congratulations. How are you feeling about your performance today?
Thank you very much. I mean, it's good to win, but we're still, I think, carrying over some of the issues from last week with the best of 3s. Just in terms of there's like so many man advantage runs that we're throwing, like whether it's 2v1s, 3v1s, 5v2s, 5v3, stuff like that. It's, we're working on it, but yeah, it's still clearly an issue in the bigger games.
Yeah, when it comes to these best of 3 series, actually, it's been something, a bit of a talking point on the desk as well. So besides these man advantages, is there anything else that's been a significant difference from the BO1s to BO3s that as a collective is just maybe not clicking?
So in terms of last week, I think kind of one of the problems was just our map pool, in terms of we only came together as a team about a week before the league started, so obviously we didn't have too much time to get the biggest map pool. It meant for the best of 1s, we could, get like 5 maps that we really liked, but for the best of 3s, for the last week, we were struggling on it. In the last week, we've, focused on expanding our map pool a bit, so hopefully, tomorrow and the next day, it's going to be a bit easier than it was last week, but yeah, I think it's probably just a combination of those two things. The man advantages that we're throwing away, as well as the lack of map pool last week was an issue as well. I think we were, obviously you can see a few times we were forced onto maps that we maybe didn't really want to play, but it's hopefully fixed now.
Hopefully. Well, baby steps towards improvement, that's what matters. Looking at the map pool as well, specifically Skyscraper, it felt like you guys weren't too comfortable on there. So would it be possible to talk us through why that was still one of the maps that you let go through?
So yeah, Sky 7-2 I feel like isn't a good representation of like how we should do on Sky, to be honest. If you look at those rounds, defenses we were just playing, them wrong. So Cade Bandit were banned, so obviously they could open everything for free, so it's not as defender side as it normally is, but still all of our deaths were basically with no refrags, which is just a big issue. I'm not sure if that's I'm not sure exactly what the reason was, but I think we fixed it for the next 2 maps, and it worked out a bit better. But yeah, I don't think that had anything to do with the map, to be honest. I think no matter what map we played, if we're not getting refrags, it's not going to work. So we talked about it after the map, we fixed it, and we did better on the next 2 maps.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely in the second map, you did much better. One of the things also that was we brought up was the mental state of things. So you're so close, yet so far. It's a bit of an awkward situation to be in. How are you guys dealing with the mental aspect of things, especially in these BO3s when they have to go the distance?
So we've got a very much, like 1 round at a time mentality. Yeah. We're not thinking about the next map or the next game or anything. It's just whatever's in front of us is what we're focusing on, and I think that's the right way to approach it. I think that's the way all teams should approach it, and that's the mentality that we're having. So yeah, we're not focusing at all on what's happening next game or next map or anything. It's just we deal with what's in front of us, and that's really all you can do. Thinking ahead is kind of useless in my opinion.
Absolutely, living in the moment. But unfortunately, you do have to look ahead to tomorrow. So you guys are now in the semifinals. Yeah. How are we feeling about that?
So we'll find out soon who we play, either Unlimited or BDS.
Do you have a preference?
Not really. I haven't seen Unlimited play in a long time, and BDS again. They've, I'm not sure what kind of form they're on right now, but I think we don't really care who we play. Okay. Unlimited we have no info on, and BDS,
BDS.
who knows how they show up on the day.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for taking time for the interview. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day, and we'll see you on Thursday.
Yep, sure. See you.
Thank you. We do love self-awareness here. I think definitely getting into the grid of things in terms of the BO3s potentially not being their strong suit. I mean, even this map, yes, they closed it out, but it was very back and forth.
It really was. I think especially those first 6 rounds, I think probably some of the most entertaining Siege I've seen all year, to be honest. In 3 of those 6 rounds, there was 3 1v2s, including what I thought we were in deja vu when Azza gets 2 1v2s on Jim with the Solace in almost the same scenario.
I nearly had to get a new full face of makeup because we were crying, laughing at those first 6 rounds. And we weren't laughing at anyone in particular. We were just loving the siege that was being played. There was so much stuff going on. Fantastic game. Jeg's going to be our MVP here. There's so much that we can dive into in those first 6 rounds, and to come out at a 2-4 split and for Wild to still be successful, it was very impressive over the course of the whole map. Tenstar, they did run out of a little bit of steam, and I think we saw that particularly toward the end with that sort of rush round that was attempted. It was a great idea. Everything was reinforced. Everything was locked off. They got themselves in, but they just didn't have that fight when it came down to it. But for excitement, pound for pound, that was one of the best games that we've seen so far. And I think these games in the the last chance qualifier are going to have a lot to live up to now.
Wild have definitely got their own style of siege. It's very much their own style of utilising the Dokkaebi. Obviously, it was banned out in that final game there, but then actually finding creative ways into sight, finding these rushes, trying to find the plants, using any operators they can. We added. We even saw Tachanka today. We
did. Ticked another one off the list.
Ticked another one off the list. We're not too far off every operator being played. Hint, hint. It's Cav. Blackbeard to come.
Is there a bingo card anywhere?
But it's great siege to watch. It's very entertaining, and that's what you want. Sure, it's going to come with struggles. Sure, they've got map pool. Sure, map 1 they weren't playing refrag. That's all the things that you would expect of a team that's new.
Yeah.
But they've got their own style, and when they build upon that, maybe not for this stage, maybe not for this major, but stage 2, definitely very excited.
Yeah, and we said it as well a little bit in terms of Wild having such a great start to the season, to the stage this time around. I mean, they're up again on Thursday. Whoever wins from the next game, whether that's Unlimited or BDS, it feels like they are aware of their mistakes, Fresh, but it's a matter of, do they have the time to fix those things? Because he said, we've been practicing a couple of maps over the last week, but you have a day and a half.
Yeah, it's very difficult. I think some of the things that maybe Wild struggled with that were particularly outlined, and some of the things that we were enjoying watching in the first 6 rounds, was really the fact that they were losing those 2vx, 3vx situations. Azza, he had a field day, Fresh.
Yeah, he did. He really did. But, I was impressed. I was impressed. They managed to come back, especially after the first half. But also when they picked into Border today, and I said, actually, it's a bit of a risk. They've been banning away Border. The map pool's not looking, too hot, but they've gone for one of their maps that, we wasn't expecting them to pick into. And they did really well on it. Yeah. So, at least another 1 day, they'll probably be scrimming, practicing tomorrow. Just firm up that map pool a little bit more and just keep improving. As long as they're doing that, I think they will be fine.
Yeah, absolutely. They also have a little bit of the advantage of they'll be able to watch the game today as well, whether it's Unlimited or BDS. I mean, he said it himself, well, they haven't actually seen Unlimited for a while. I mean, CL was the last time we've seen them play, which was December, November, that's been a while since then. So they have a bit of that advantage coming through as well. We have a little break coming our way, so we're going to take that, and we'll be back with the second game of the day, and that's going to be Unlimited up against BDS.
The first map was their pick, and it was definitely their play. There's a
fall down.
We're feeling confident, we are ready to go.
Every team wants to win.
I can't wait. We are ready, but you are not ready.
We're going to try to start it off with a bang.
We're definitely an up-and-coming team.
No team knows how we play or how we perfect it.
It's already decided, it's done.
We got these guys, let's go.
There's no doubt in my mind.
We're going to take it all the way.
We're the best team.
We do everything for the win. We've won before.
Be careful, guys. The one pack is coming for you.
I don't think there is other teams that can beat us.
We have the gun skill and also the brain for it.
Mark your calendars with all the wild games, because you're not going to want to miss them.
It's all about Team BTS.
It's all koi, baby.
Team M&M are taking home that trophy. TT9, we are gonna win!
Welcome back to the second and final game of today. Dunlimited up against BDS. This is going to be a spicy one. We've said it before, and I'm going to keep repeating that. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Fresh and Ollie. Now, BDS, the last couple of weeks have been phenomenal. Dunlimited, we haven't even seen them in a while here. So what can we even expect at this point?
I think nobody knows is genuinely the honest answer. You know, if you've not seen a team play in 2023, and even then they played, one best of 5 in the EU finals. Before that, it was the start of November, right? So you're talking like 6 months that we've seen Dunlimited play. They've made one roster change as well. But, from what we do remember out of Challenger League, Dunlimited were really good because there's this kind of age-old stereotype about Russians that they're very hard to adapt, they're very slow-paced, they're very for the way they play. Yep. You know, it's things we say about VP when they're here. But Dunlimited were not that. They were very opportunity spot. They were kind of ahead of the curve of the meta almost. Back in Challenger League, they would just pressure from nowhere and everywhere at absolutely the same time.
Well, don't forget the performance that we've just seen from Tenstar against Wild. Now, Tenstar were arguably better inside a Challenger League because they had more of that solid team. They had more hours under the belt playing together as a 5. And they took Dunlimited all the way to the finals, but Dunlimited actually got that upper hand and got that edge. So on paper, we're expecting to see a Dunlimited here that is still a very good team and has gone from that level and moved through strength to strength. But again, it's very difficult to know how they're going to come and show up today because no one's really seen them in that long.
Yeah, absolutely. The aggression from Dunlimited has always been, you know, putting them one step ahead, but we haven't seen them play. We're not aware of what they've been up to behind the scenes either. How many scrims, how many games have they had the chance to compete in? But when we're looking at BDS, however, on the other side, I mean, they look very comfortable.
Very comfortable indeed. I mean, what do we say about BDS that's not already been said? They are the absolute juggernauts, I would say, of European Siege. Current major champions. Obviously didn't go so well at the Invitational.
Yeah.
Had a couple of wobbly days in group stages, and that's where they're having to play through this. But they coasted their way through the Open Qualifier playoffs the last couple of weekends. And they're looking genuinely very good. They said that they had a problem figuring out the current meta, but they said they've got over that problem, and playing this current meta is going exactly how you would expect of these players. They are rinsing it.
They have got the perfect players to play this current meta.
Yeah.
They have the front line, they have the back line, they have strength and depth throughout those two. But in the group stage, in the regular stage play, it didn't work out for them. They ended up level points with Heroic. Heroic got through on the difference maker on the round, on the head-to-head, I believe. And that's what threw them into that open qualifier. And from there, we've seen them get a little bit angry with it.
Yeah, one round. Oh, that was absolutely heartbreaking. But even in the interview, they were very open about it. They're like, yes, our goal was 7-0, 7-1, but it was not the final goal. You know, if we got it, we got it. If we didn't, we didn't. It's a little cherry on top. But this time around, it's going to be a little different because it's not only going to be one map or one round, it's actually going to be a total of 3. So having a look at the maps that both of these teams felt comfortable playing, we got Border, Theme Park, and Cafe. I don't know how to pronounce that last part, so I'm just going to stick to Cafe, okay?
So for the map bans here, there was a big question in my mind. So there's 2 maps that BDS don't play. Those are Chalet and Villa. Yeah. However, during CL, Dunlimited's perma ban was Villa. So who was going to ban it? Where BDS going to bait it out? That's exactly what they did. What that allowed BDS to do was ban away Bank, which is by far and away Dunlimited's best map. Dunlimited in their first couple of bans, they've gone for Skyscraper Club. BDS are like one of the best teams in the world at both of those maps. So 2 different banning approaches here. BDS kind of trying to target away their worst maps, whereas Dunlimited are trying to get rid of BDS's best maps.
I think Dunlimited are in a position here where they know what BDS is good at, so they need to try and remove that. It doesn't really matter if they think that they're a good team on one of those maps because they're probably not going to be as good as BDS. Let's be honest, at least they shouldn't be. So realistically for BDS, it is about picking something a little bit more unpredictable. Pick something that you can outshine Dunlimited on because BDS are a very talented team. They're a very mechanical team and a very skilled team. So you throw in a map like Border, which we all know is a map that you can be creative on. Anything can happen. And it gives them an opportunity to flourish.
Yeah.
I think BDS knew that with baiting out this Villa, knowing that Dunlimited would be forced into banning Villa, that they were actually going to get at least 2 very high preference maps, one of them being the decider. Obviously, that's going to be Cafe should we get there. I think BDS on the whole win this ban phase. Okay,
well, we're going to see whether or not that's going to be the case as we're going to be heading into our first map, Border. This is going to be BDS's map pick, so we're going to be heading over to our lovely casters. We got Emmy and Stein, so guys, take it away.
It's probably one of the best pronunciations I've had of my name on this desk. Either way,
she can speak Dutch.
That is very true. Yes, that is always a help for that because other people seem to struggle with it.
Yeah,
BDS hasn't lost a single map in the Open Qualifier playoffs. Emmy, will they start now?
I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll
find out.
See if that's the driver. Obviously, being only 1 round away from not having to do this whole thing.
Yeah, it's kind of angry.
It's bitter, but hey, to be fair, what we've had there before from Wild was they were 1 series away from not having to fall down, and now they have to play through the whole thing anyway. So it's, you never really know how things are going to get pieced together. I like how, as he was leaving the room there, Fresh actually said goodbye to us, even though we had our headsets on. And I didn't fully hear him, but...
Oh, well, I mean, he's coming back soon anyway, right? So it's just a temporary bye. Ban phase to start off. Border. Very aggressive map as we've seen before. Still today. As we saw today. Gonna get a new portrayal of it. Was the net gets banned first.
Okay. I guess we'll see how this sort of pieces together for BDS. As they said, BDS struggled a little bit getting themselves up to pace with the current meta. They weren't quite as ready and able and willing as a lot of the other teams, but their success wasn't that far away. It just means you gotta, learn a new song, learn a new dance, and then suddenly play into the big crowds again.
Yeah, that's it. BDS is always that, a formidable team. You can never really count them out, and even if they have these bad days, they're always able to still put up a show. But it's one of those bad days, or one of those, lesser days whilst they were still learning, that eventually got them in the position here where, that one round, they weren't able to win. Of course, you never know that at the start, but that's what we always say in the first day of a stage. Every round will count. You got to try and get as many as you possibly can. Armory Lockers is where we start off. It is going to be done now. That starts off on the defense. And that means BDS can instantly start off with some pace here.
So when we saw Border,
yes,
not too long ago,
not very long ago now,
it was 6 attacks in a row. A flawless attack, which was technically a tier 1 team versus a tier 1 2 team.
Yeah,
tier 1 versus tier 2. I guess if you're done limited, you're hoping that doesn't happen again. No, it didn't happen to them. Let me just be clear. It happened, obviously, to the other tier 2 team, Tenstar, that were playing against Wild in the previous map. But it's also something as like if you see a murder on a location, you're not the most eager to go to that place.
Like, do I want to go back there, or do I try and avoid that? Now, luckily, there was a lot of big pace coming down from the teams of Wild, or the players of Wild. BDS isn't really the team that is known for their quick plays. They're often a bit more reserved in the way they play their siege. So that might be a bit of a help here. A bit more of a traditional kind of game on a map with the amount of aggression that's needed on this one. We're going to find out very soon. As the action phase has started, BDS now going to be droning out first, trying to figure out where exactly these defenders are going to be playing, where the weak points are, and where they need to just put up a little bit of pressure against the hold.
Now they have themselves prepped with everything to get a bit of that good control over the map. Border, obviously, it has a couple of rotate routes through. Well, that one's not going to be catching anything. The first fight goes away from BDS. Iwi gets rid of Renshiro, and the Lion and that heavy-hitting DMR are gone early on. Sheko could not quite get the intel on the catch of that hot ping, but does get control of the top of the eastern stairs.
Yes, with a man down, but still having the opportunity to put some pressure down. There's definitely some pace out here. They're aware of where the Oryx is. Of course, there's always the opportunity to go for the drop, but I believe there's a drone right underneath him that is going to give some spots out. Sniper out there to provide some support in that Frost. 0.5 scope. Grenade is going to be pushed, but, they need to bounce it back in the perfect position to get that kill. There it comes. A little damage done, but not quite the kill.
Holding on and just dropping down on the rotate. They had the player for support there as well, just in case, but look at that. Round on the swing, not quite able to get the full lock on the fight. The grenade will roll a bit through, but it does more damage to Sheko. Not sure if it just bounced back up there, and suddenly they're playing with a lot less in the tank. Skipper does get caught. Was dropped before the grenade made the impact, and with the cost of a lot of health and utility, they've been able to bite their way through, but now he's got to play this so much more cautiously than he otherwise would have had to before. Has some protection, has a little bit of motion here. It's the fight over the top of Break. They know about Nordwind that's inside. The Doc can get himself healed up, and Shaco's going to make sure that is not an option.
Yeah, I wanted to make sure to quickly take that pace before the Doc was going to be able to whip out the stim pistol. Now he finds himself below, and Abix out there with that Solas. He's going to be trying to deny that plant for as long as he possibly can, but also seemingly worried about a potential push to come in from below. Yui now finding himself on the armory desk, just hiding a bit more, fallen back compared to what he used to be. Has received a stim pistol right before the Doc did actually fall. That means it's going to be a full HP in this fight right now. Oh, the Frost Mats!
Oh, wandered a little bit too wide there, EFAC, and continual ping. There's a Solace getting the read. They could get themselves onto concrete if they wanted to stick it, but it's a little bit wider and riskier. 2 players now on the floor inside the site for the side of BDS. There's one more catch for Iwi. They'll have the read on the fight. And look at that. All of the flood comes through at the end. I think technically a quad kill there for Iwi based on all the downs that came across their round.
If he would count those downs as kills, yes, it would have been. And BDS a bit panicked out there. Suddenly the Solos was down below. Bride couldn't go actually for the plant. Had to go off. Got injured from someone else. And Shaiko unable to actually lock off the kill. So Unlimited leads. Starts it off strong. A 1-0 lead. But again, that was that Solos down below. It was a bit of the initial struggle that BDS had. The grenades coming in, not quite getting those kills confirmed. Just the scrappy gunfights all over. So there's definitely room for improvement out there for BDS.
I mean, yes.
I mean, it's just clear points we can like put our fingers on and be like, this is what they can improve on for the next.
Yeah, if you drop the first round, there's always that technical room for improvement.
I mean, you know, sometimes you have just these even trade games where, you know, one puts one piece forward and the other takes it and just continue on like that. Like sometimes you have rounds that go that way, but it's just some slight mistakes out here, some oversights that could have helped them.
Well, the first is theirs, but this is often a map of secondary sites being the deciding factor here. If Unlimited are able to get themselves locked in onto Vent, they're not opting for the bathroom itself, then suddenly there's a lot more pressure, I think, on BDS because, yeah, okay, their first pick, you might end up losing it once or twice. It's usually the other side. The attack gets the true ground in, talking of, straight in the ground. Shower has fallen under their control very quickly, led in there. EFAC, he's trying to find a fight with this wall being soft and a rotate opened. They know with the position he's gotten himself in, he doesn't want to overextend. He wants this. A perfect catch, but Nordwind gets the swing first, had the read and the idea, and he's definitely hurt, but he's still standing, and that's more you can say about EFAC.
As long as he's kicking, he's going to be able to put damage on the board. That's all that matters. And that almost could have been a free entry kill out there, but it came out so costly in the end, and BDS again struggling, trying to take care of the player that's inside of that little sandwich area in the office out here. Maybe playing it with the Solos out now. It's Alems that finds Rorik. That means that there's going to be a bit of an opening in terms of pressure that comes through. Shaiko just swoops him up and is going to go on to the next fight, but gets taken down when Shiro goes down as well. It's an effective 3-on-2. A Frostmat again!
Another Frostmat! 2 rounds, 2 Frostmats, and there's 2 set up by this player as well. So as long as he doesn't hit the one right next to him. Oh, it destroyed both.
This kind of thing shouldn't happen at this point. Because you cleared it out already, just went for a jump in, didn't bother checking, you get yourself stuck, deals a lot of damage. Either way. Norwood gets taken out by Alems. The C4 instantly takes him back, though, so we continue that trading game, and still the side is in hands. Other side is Unlimited and BDS, while low HP on Renshiro, full HP on Bride, need to try and find himself some angles to clear out that one-player Hybrix on the side.
Well, the Buck has time, and that's the role he's sort of playing. They've stacked themselves up, so they have a limit of support here. They're still trying to angle the kit through the site, and you can see Skip is watching one side of the rotate, and Hypex is watching the other directly into the site itself. BDS isn't hiding their hand, but sooner or later they got to play the cards and see if they're face up. Bride goes for the drop, the flashes come over the top, and just buy them a second at a time. They swing wider for the fight, and they lose it out. Skipper gets the kill. The spray through the soft is Hypex's. Done limited, second round.
Playing it well here, they're being unpredictable, they're just popping up at these random moments and really holding on strong into these power positions that BDS seems to be struggling with clearing. They find themselves 2. On to the next site we go. It's going to be the bathroom and the tellers. Armory and ventilation, of course, are going to be locked. Not opting to go for custom, so this is with the tertiary site. I know you mentioned the secondary sizers, usually the game on border here. I think we're changing that to tertiary sites for now.
I disagree. I think if it's tertiary sites, then the game is probably more decided than it would like to say.
It would be, yes.
It's really got to be a change of face here from BDS. If your third site is slipping away on your attack, or at least the third site that the defense is putting it forward, there are questions to be asked here. And yeah, it's still close. It's still scrappy engagements, but you know, the motions that Unlimited are making, the rotate there around, playing against it, it's instant responses to what BDS are putting forward. And it started off on the right foot because they were able to get that opening kill on the isolated player. And then suddenly BDS are trying to bite back and find an isolated engagement, which Unlimited were almost refusing to give them.
there's always someone close enough to actually try and put up a response, right? Like you saw, like Lems gets a kill, instantly gets blown up by C4. Like they just seem to be fully aware there's always someone in place to try and provide a response. The example, or actually the exception on the rule was Northwind, who get caught off, no one really there instantly. Either way. As we wait, it is going to be that bathroom and tellers. How are you going to be pushing this BDS? You're going to try and go quick. You're going to try and take top for control again, because it is quite important out here, and there is quite some players out there as well. But if you look at it, there's really no one down below. You could just go for a free take, and there would be no one to reply about it.
Well, that's the E1 deep. Pulses over the top. Shaiko puts the pressure and is able to take care of WI, and now they're going to see if they can keep moving behind that. They've got the other player isolated onto the top corner, and there it is. The engagement isn't quite a full take, though, and he goes down in the meantime. They don't quite get the full trade, but they're trying to find it desperately, and there it is. The shark snapping its jaws underneath. They cannot throw themselves in because Lems has gone down at the same second as well. BDS, once again, falling foul of these engagements either side at the same time. Unlimited, they just keep finding a response, and you know, Shaiko not quite being able to get the full lock-in on Nordwind there was probably a bigger blow than I think just getting the damage down and the down.
Shaiko's been picked up, has the opportunity to still fight, but he's been quite scruffy with his gunfights as well. Not quite as snappy as we usually see him, just picking up the hats as soon as he gets an opportunity to. It does always prove a bit troublesome for BDS. Grenade gets tossed in, doesn't find anything. Hypex still out there, is going to go a bit aggressive now, makes his position known. He's going to be telling them, hey, I'm out here, come get me. As in fact finds one to open up just a little bit more so for BDS.
As the pulses come through, they...
Frostmat, please stay.
Yeah, Frostmat is gone. The bulletproof partially damaged and can be shot off later, but Nordwind in the meantime shoots EFAC down himself. They still have control underneath. They have a very aggressive spot of control on the door itself, hoping to strike BDS. Unexpectedly, they find themselves in, once again, this 3 versus 3. That entry body has moved away from them, and they're still sort of baiting and playing towards the site here. Shaiko does find Hypex. And now, with all of the players falling back, Bride gets one more, gets downed in the process. A statement I just cannot stop saying this game. It's BDS. I mean, they scramble over the line to get their first round.
Very scrappy indeed so far, but that's been on every single round, and 2 of them went to Unlimited, only the first just to BDS. But you mentioned it, they need more than just tertiary sites. They need to find maybe an armory out here, but definitely the ventilation and workshop as well if they want to be showing their dominance as a tier 1 team over the team that managed to qualify through the Challenge League last year. Which means we haven't really seen them a lot. Been a long time since we've seen Unlimited. Some changes made as well, of course, but the amount of time between like them playing the Challenger League and them now coming in here for the last chance qualifiers is always like so big. There's so much time to change your entire way of playing that all those vaults are basically useless now. Tier 1, Unlimited still in the lead, headed back up to the top floor. Now, the Solace below is what caused the panic to BDS in the last time they were attacking this, because they had quite some control. They could have gone for the plants, and then the Solace suddenly pops up, and a player steps into a Frostmat, and it suddenly all just slightly falls apart for BDS. The time runs out, and there was no way for Shaiko to make up for the loss at that point. So that's what they need to change. They need to make sure that they will not fall prey to a Solace in their planting spot. And you could just simply go to concrete to do that.
Who will get the first bite, and will it be clean? I think that's the sort of tell currently for me for this game so far, is nobody's getting just the eyes in. Nobody's getting just that straight route through. Playing the concrete angle, but it bites back. Rorik does a bit of damage towards Renshiro, who can get themselves out of there and get themselves peeked away, but not a downed BDS player, which, as I said, is becoming a worrying continuation throughout this game.
Definitely waste some time, though, going for these little entry engagements on the defense. Like, you're going to do some damage, they're going to be a bit more careful as a result, and now be like, okay, well, there is someone inside tellers, we need to clear it out, because otherwise we're going to get the same little panicky kind of thing again if you want to go for a plant. Rorik takes a lot of damage out there. Moves himself closer into the cupboard on the side, waiting for Northwind to heal him back up. Will do so now. In fact, no idea someone was that close, I believe. Oh, just jump out from the opposite side. Double kill.
They do trade out IWI by the end of it. Alems gets the end, but what a blow. An opportunity presented itself, and they were more than happy to shut down on it. Skipper swings, finds Renshiro. And here now, one of the biggest body changes that we've seen, deficits without repercussion. Alems gets a long take, but look at the stack here, and look at the Solace there as well. They're still underneath the site. They're still cooking with an impact, ready to see if they try and get themselves plundered. As you said, you've got to try and get the pocket down onto concrete itself, but you've still got a lot of engagements left, and the longer that time ticks away, the more of a nightmare that could potentially turn into. Rorik scraped just a bit, went for a bit of a root and a run around, and suffered on the wrong end of it. Alems patiently watching, and as they angle up, Unlimited, they're peeling back. They want to push this again with a body fight.
They're just trying to force them to go for an Archives plant here, right? Because they keep themselves active around the B-bomb side, around Armory. They're going to try and force them to get inside of Archives, make sure they take beepers as well. They don't really want them to go through the route that Alems is taking right now. And as he opens up and goes for the stun, they're aware that a push could be coming down that way. Checks the staircase, no one out there, needs to check the cubby, spots someone on the desk, gets the kill, but he's going quite low. Rorik strikes back onto Brede, and now it's a 2v1, it's only up to Alems.
Rotates around into the small box and takes the hatch as well. He's out of there. The second C4 doesn't get the catch. They're watching and waiting for the player. He's got to get the kit. He's got to go somewhere he can plant itself. Drops the frost mat. That's good. Doesn't quite get it. He's looking for the procs. He's lost, but he's at least on the concrete. They're going to get the call. They're just going to run for the rotate. They know he's far enough away, and they know he's got to pop up, and he's got to try and pop two more players down there, revealing everything. And Unlimited with a perfect collapse back down. They knew what they wanted to give to BDS, and they knew exactly when to take it away from them as well.
Well done, good use there as well of Solace, realizing, oh, the plant's going down, it's on the concrete, there's nothing we can do from below, we need to move, and instantly both of them move up, they wait for the double peak, and they put it on the board. 3-1, Unlimited leading this first half quite comfortably. Yes, the rounds have been scrappy, the rounds have been very chaotic at some points as well. And there really hasn't been any clean takes on players. I mean, we saw Likafak move up, punch the window, move off. He just jump out and get a double kill before he gets traded out.
I mean,
I was like, I don't think Likafak knew how close he was to a player as he punched that window. Soon afterwards, he knew how close he was to that player out there.
It's those opportunities. It's being opportunistic, taking the engagements when you can, and that's entirely what Unlimited are doing here. They've been able to get themselves tucked in very well on their defense. They're keeping that sort of balanced game alive. They're playing time very, very well. I'm curious how things will piece together on their attack, as you always are, to see the second half of a game like that. But here, BDS, you know, it's that they're being caught slumbering at points. They're being caught a little bit lumbering. Alems, most of his kills obviously just came from that round before where he took out 3 people and kept pushing and kept driving against the fight, but it's just, you're sort of swiping at ghosts that have already left the room. Either way, Unlimited, they could find themselves their 4th here. They've taken the site once before. Let's see if they can get the double down.
Would definitely be a good statement to make as Unlimited to take Border the way they currently are, because it shows how disruptive they can be, how tricky it could be to take care of them. I believe there's a Twitch drone took care of a mirror window. That's going to be very helpful later on if they want to go for an office stake. So the hatch gets open up just to provide themselves a way out if the pressure gets too big. Because suddenly there's going to be a long line of sight that basically stops you from taking that door out if they are going to push in from either east or the triple wall.
Steadily, they'll harness as much of the intel across the top as they can. It is being watched from underneath, and they'll move behind the E1D, but it's Skipper that finds EFAC from the take, attempted onto detention. They were just in a position to strike against it. And the body goes away from BDS once again. Shaiko, he's being revealed by the proxies. He doesn't want to keep swinging around onto the back, and it's a frustrating route and movement. The C4 gets shot out as they're going full pressure here onto this mirror window, as Rorik is able to find Alems and great grenade against IWI from Shaiko through the keyhole, but they're still a man disadvantage. They're still missing a lot of their push, and they're still unable to claim these unlimited players that are playing further and further away. Renshiro, he's able to get one more. Hypex now, he's trying to find a route somewhere a bit safer. What's castled off and what is a free run? Not much of it, so he's just going to take the hatch and get out of there sooner rather than later.
Yeah, enough time wasted. They're realizing right now 2 minutes are off the clock. There's one left to go for BDS to make something happen, and this is where they start opening up above, opening up these castle barricades just to provide themselves extra routes through. But at the same time, if you look at how Unlimited is set up, opening up those castle barricades is going to help them as well, because they can still dig themselves deeper. They can still find themselves at longer angles, trying to fight themselves way back into the site, which has been quite successful so far. Norwin dies on the sites.
Yeah, Shaiko dropped the hatch, took the fight. Skipper's able to stop him, but it suddenly sort of forced the Unlimited players further away. Renshiro gets him from the top down. I was going to say there's a big separation between the BDS players, but Renshiro has a solution for that and involves killing the player, Hypex. He's droned out around the bottom of the metal stairs. He's droned out around the top of the metal stairs as well. The drop on the hatch, and Brede gets a hell of a shot there, and they're able to take back vents this time round. Same 2 surviving players as it was last time round as well, but this time the solution is theirs, their second. Can they get an even half on their map?
They need it, BDS. It's going to be very tough otherwise with this amount of aggression that's been coming through. It's going to be the bathroom, the first site they managed to take control of. It's that form of familiarity out there for the side of BDS in terms of knowing what the hold looked like, knowing what worked, and knowing what they might need to improve on. And for those of you that might not remember, it was a quick push through from East. Shaiko just moving in, getting 2 kills as a result before being traded out, and afterwards they managed to get the clutch, you know, as the main cam went back, retake control of it slightly. So they're going to try and do the same, you know, get those opening kills, but this time do not lose Shaiko to an injury. Do not lose another player to a kill to come through, and just make sure you keep that man count advantage into your own hands. Because that's what's been troubling both these teams so far. You get an entry kill, instantly the trades come back in. It's been very back and forth.
BDS. I mean, they're sometimes a little bit cautious in terms of taking timeouts. There was a long period of time where they never did. They sort of kept themselves going and fought continually through the fights and found themselves on the other side of it. But here, they're still happy. They're still progressing at a rate that they think, yeah, this is fair enough, par for the course on our map. And, you know, it's not that the other maps aren't ones in their wheelhouse. BDS, they've been around the block so long, they have quite a wide map pool. It's just I don't think they expected Unlimiteds to be as wide as it is too.
Of course, it's still the first. There's no reason to panic yet, but if you are that team that hasn't dropped a single map throughout the open qualifier playoffs to get into the closed, you want to kind of continue that now, right? Like, you don't want to go to a max of 3 maps and all these best of 3s to get yourself a spot to the major. You want to make it as quickly, as painless as possible. Now, there's some pings coming through. They're aware of one. You might have been more effective just going to go for the C8, but it's Hypex that lands the first kill. He tries to rotate back out. As the UND pops up, there's no response from BDS yet.
BDS very often losing that opening engagement. We just saw the Oryx drop down, but obviously they can pick themselves back up. They're reinforcing Fountain, almost catches Nordwind. He just slinks his way back around, and it's this steady motion, this steady attempted clear. Everything is locked off. Shaiko doesn't have any more doors or routes he can pop through, but he can try and pop this grenade. Just tucked over the top, doesn't quite get the player. Rorik, he's holding onto the back. The flashes come through. 3 BDS bodies are about to try and slam themselves here against the take. There's got some support from Nordwind on the far side with the UMP. They're just holding onto these angles for as long as possible. You're looking at time ticking away so continually, and Unlimited are getting the retreats. They're getting themselves pulled back, leaving just Rorik by himself, but still BDS, they haven't been able to take the ground. There's almost the catch on the player. Rorik buys himself a little bit more time once again, but it's IWI that buys the body. Shaiko removed.
Oh, Rorik had the opportunity to go for the kill onto Renshiro out there, but Renshiro able to fight back, finds one. Needs to find 3 more as it's only him up against Unlimited here for the final round this half. It's going to be a 4-2 for Unlimited, or is BDS going to be able to draw it even? That's that big question Renshiro now needs to answer. Going around. Of course, has the DMR to play with 2 shots to the body should be enough to kill most, but he's not going to land any. Hypex gets that final kill, and it is going to be Dunlimited leading 4-2.
I like that. They dropped the castle just as maybe they knew the player was in the middle of the seating area.
Distraction, yeah.
Well, it's a distraction, but it's also you thought you could swing this wide, and suddenly you're a deer in the headlights. It's been a very good half here from Dunlimited. As I said, I'm really curious to see how that continues over onto the attack, if they can sort of keep that motion, because what I love is their control of time. They knew that BDS can be slow and cautious on some of these clears, and they entirely lent into that. And yeah, we were getting these attempts on, these E1D takes, these quick motions with drones, but it wasn't amounting to anything because of all the castles, because of all the restrictions on motion that Dunlimited were picking up, and those gosh dang frost mats and proximities that were consistently causing these issues. You obviously don't have that. You don't have the choice of structure. So what structure do you bring to crack through their defenses?
That's going to be it. At least we see the line for now, so we might have a bit of a push right behind that if they do have some information on a BDS player, because all it really takes is you take out 1 or 2 quite cleanly and suddenly you have that man count you can keep on trading with. And that trading game is something Dunlimited did really well throughout their defense. So indeed, now you lack that bit of structure or security from prox alarms and frost mats. Are you going to be able to play the same way? Can you still keep up that trade game you have been playing so well so far?
BDS, they have the chance here of getting a little bit more of the control of the game back into their favor, and that's the sort of big thing that's been missing, is any real control over the Dunlimited players that have otherwise been free reign, free willy, and free motion around. There's the full stretch, and there's some attention paid towards the archives quite early on. Only a single body across the 2 sites itself currently, and yeah, it's a quick map. You can get yourself back towards the site. There's one in Fountain, one at the top of the stairs, but otherwise it's opportunity potentially for Dunlimited.
Opening up some of these angles, nothing really too much going on until Shaiko and Nordwind took some damage. A bit of a, an adventure out there, just pretty firing around the corner, hoping you actually can find that final scrap that you need to take him out, but Stim Pistol comes out, and Shiro will get Shaiko back up to full HP, and that means he can start fighting again with that P90, and that is just a dangerous gun to go up against as an attacker.
Bit of a break over the top of the stairs. They're rotating onto the rafters. Efac's trying to find an angle and an opportunity, and doesn't quite get the full take. Rorik and IWI suddenly get one apiece themselves, and it's splatters and fractions of damage done across the side of Dunlimited, outside of Rorik, who's sort of teetering on death's door. But here it's the opening round, it's the opening hold, and it's maybe a big opening that Dunlimited have just blown open for themselves. Renshiro, will he try and rotate his way back onto site? If that was a split second different, he might have been able to get a kill from the back of it, but unfortunately all he does is get a reveal on his location.
Trying to rotate around, Brede is going to be able to pick up Northwind. There's no instant trade to come through until Skipper is already inside, finds Renshiro, takes him down 2-on-4. And I mentioned, if you have the 2-minute advantage out here, if you are Dunlimited, all you need to do is play your trade game that you have played so well on the defense. Of course, it might be a bit harder as you do not have full map control like you might want to have. Skyscraper just manages to find a lamp, somehow instantly gets punished by Brede, though. It's going to go for a second, but won't be able to find Rorik, who quickly takes him down. I believe that was through a wall or two. Just a wall bank to come through. Beautifully played, good positioning out there, and they will find themselves around on the attack.
I mean, it's still so clean from Dunlimited. They're running with fantastic information. They have the knowledge of BDS, what they want to do and where they want to do it, and they're just utilizing that so powerfully. It's a very well-driven team effort as well. You can obviously see, Skipper and IWI getting themselves in and doing all the damage they need to, but at the same time, you're missing those guns of sort of synergy from the side of BDS. You're missing that unity, that team play that they can be so great at, and you can sort of see, Efac hammering that down.
Yeah.
For the team and trying to get some of that energy back in. They need to remember the BDS that they can be, because at the minute Dunlimited seem to know the BDS they want them to be, which is quite controlled.
They're controlled, but that's I mentioned it as we started off this game. Wild, when they took their 6 attacking wins, were very quick, very aggressive, managing to get that plan down instantly. BDS is more methodical. And yes, they can still snap their fingers, instantly move through and get some kills, you know, especially on maps like Cafe. We see them do it over the top floor many, many times. But right now they're playing against a very disruptive Dunlimited, who is not really letting them play the methodical kind of siege they want to, because they're working on clearing out an area and then suddenly someone jumps out and kills two. And it's like, well, but basically all the process we just made is all lost, and we need to try and find a different avenue through. And things like that just keep happening. They keep stumbling on players that they cannot clear out, and that's what's hurting them right now.
What was the talk and where will it lead? That is now. They lead through, and it's the sort of strange aspect is you can talk about the pace that we had on our earlier borders. This is generally two much slower teams. The engagements, the actual fights, the executes, and the explosions towards the site, there's time left. There's a minute sort of ticking onto the clock. There's still a lot of chance. There's still a lot being done in the kind of hefty build-up towards this engagement. And you know, you're saying that BDS can play slow, but neither of these teams enjoys that pace.
Unlimited very, very careful here in the first initial phases. Do not want to get a spawn peak to go up against them. They realize as well they really need to get this first map under control to give themselves a good fighting chance to take on BDS and maybe proceed ahead of them. Good spot onto some of the players out here. Shaika going aggressive is going to make his position known even more so. But none of the Unlimited players are in a form of, well, danger from wherever the push is coming from.
Yeah, Shaco's trying to find an angle. You obviously got EFAC not too far away as well, and he's able to take the head of IWI, and BDS getting an entry. So a rare sad statement. Getting it clean is one rarer still. There's not an instant fight back or a frag back here from the side to Dunlimited. They've lost one of their players, and BDS is free to keep moving.
Such a weird entry def as well, and just running ahead. I'm not quite sure if the drone was ahead and they realized it was going to be clear, or if there was just a lack of information coming down from Dunlimited. Either way, the opening kills there is the second of BDS's game so far. The rest has all gone to Dunlimited. They're now trying to gain as much information as possible with the Gemini replicator. It means that the entirety of the map seems to be quite clear, as Likafek on a long angle trying to contest, but missing his shots will fall back instantly. He's deciding that, you know, they have the entry kill, they have the amount of time going in their favor. There's about a minute left on the clock. There's no need to stay up top. Time to fall back towards the horizontal kind of gameplay. Let them struggle clearing all of that out.
Yeah, that's entirely the thought plan here, and you can see that's the thought plan from Dunlimited as well. As well, we're probably not going to be able to get the full clear, the full take on the top. Let's go for the box and see if we can just slink that plan in and hope there's not enough, but there's still enough. And Shaiko's gunner and Shiro was able to get one of his own, and there it is. Swung on the double door, and a flawless from BDS as a response to a timeout. It's always the perfect one, but building on that, where will they go?
That's it, that's one round. They still need to find two more to find themselves equal with Dunlimited. And again, all Dunlimited really needs is one or two of these rounds to go their way, and suddenly all that pressure is just increasing so much on BDS. Again, there's no second chances here. It's all just like this best of three. You need to win it to proceed. Then you need to win another one, and another one to go to the major. It's a lot of pressure for a tier 1 team to go up against. And whilst, you know, Dunlimited haven't played through the open qualifiers, they played it through Challenger League. For them, this is kind of like an extra to some extent, right?
Yep.
That they find themselves in a spot where they can go to a major. But they're not expected to be the team that makes it. So they're that big underdog in this game.
I mean, it's sort of the story of the upper half of the bracket, really.
It is.
And from the previous game, the technical underdog there was removed. Here, I mean, it's the first map is still potentially leading into Dunlimited's favor. Obviously, the previous showdown, it was 7-2, 7-2, and then almost an OT in the third map. There's always still whole series is ahead to be the true dictator of who gets that seat.
Especially that final day, if you manage to get through this one today, it's just so brutal.
Yeah, it's very long, so they'll be obviously, you know, playing one more game tomorrow, and then, if they want it, 2 best of 3 series on the Thursday.
Yeah.
So we get Tim for help.
Yeah, we'll be calling him in to assist.
Use the Tim phone.
Use that Tim phone. Light the Tim signal.
Light the Tim signal.
Giant ace up in the sky.
We need to get that for a major.
Get him a suit as well. That fits with it. Good drone coming through. It's going to be telling them that the sandwich is clear, so they can start moving in from that area into the office and see what they can actually gain from there on. Our Sirateros are going to be opening up some rotations as well that will be providing potentially useful later on, but Shaiko finds IWI first. An opening kill is going to be unpunished. I think that's through the window out there. Maybe a lack of information. Either way, it's exactly what BDS need to get back into this game.
And it's the same sort of angle that Shaiko shot through last time as well. He wasn't successful, but that's BDS, I think, sort of rooting behind the team talk they had and realizing, no, we can gun these guys. Gun they do. Nordwind was a sort of perpetual just survivor of the first half, and he's not quite going to get the survive here. Alem's got the drop on the rotate down. They're trying to get the finish, and Renshiro finds it. Obviously, Alems would have probably wished he was there to put the final bullets in, but he's more than happy as the rest of his team continues to clean up. Look at this BDS. And compare it with the team that we had just 2 rounds ago. Hypex, suddenly all that's left. They've come off the back of one flawless into another. So from what was a rocky start of team play has turned into 2 flawless rounds for BDS. It's a hell of a team talk.
Yeah, like if I could really did come in out there and set something that helped BDS, and now we're going to have the opposite side. It's Unlimited's time to have a bit of a chat and realize, like, okay, everything went so well before that timeout. What changed? Is it our game? Is it BDS's game solely? Now they have 45 seconds to discuss. Of course, they are on the attack. You can always, like we always say, that slightly favored timeouts towards the attack because you've just done some or seen some of the defenses. Technically, they've seen most of the 3 defenses, and that means they can now directly try and counter into what they've seen, what worked and what didn't work, and what they fell prey to. Make sure that doesn't happen again.
I think that's entirely it here. And Unlimited want to break up the momentum that BDS have got. They want to sort of say, look, they're obviously riding a high after that. We need to slow that down. We need to put a bit of a pause in, give them some more food for thought, because it's not so much that you talk about, but you know that they're thinking about what are they talking about. And any doubt that you can cast into a team that's just flawless twice, that is on a roll of momentum, is the perfect recipe. We go back to Armory.
Yep.
And obviously this was the first site of failure for BDS. Can it be a success to bring them back level in a game where they, just 2 rounds ago, sat 5-2 on the wrong side of it?
They're definitely starting to shift that entire momentum their own way now, though. Those 2 flawless rounds really show what BDS have available to themselves if they just tap into that potential. Now they need to keep it up. Armory is a very difficult site to attack, though. Most of the successful rounds we see often rely or depend on a quick kind of push and plant to come through. As soon as the round takes a lot of time, the defenders start to get more and more successful because they're able to just rotate around and deal some damage here, find some damage over there, get a kill as they try and make for a play. And Unlimited needs to keep that in mind.
BDS still building, still rolling on some success. We've seen Efak and Shaiko sort of buddy up and do some damage across, and they're still happy to keep opening their rotates and their routes 30 seconds into the round. They don't fear that quick pace gameplay from Unlimited, and as I said, you probably don't. You know how these 2 teams like to operate very well. The mirror window got on early on. The Twitch drone's able to make things a little bit dicier on that one position, but with the backup mirror window, well, they're still sitting a little pretty.
IWI, no clue there probably how close he was to death, because there was a player coming around on the main door there looking for a fight. Now they survived that. They have that mirror window open, slightly in favor for this first part of the round, but they need to take control. And that's that most important part. Where do you go from first? What kind of a take will you be eyeing up for? Now, with the way they're currently starting to locate themselves, it seems more favored towards an armory kind of take. Of course, it could still quickly shift, especially with the amount of information that they are currently gathering. If suddenly it seems like the office is the better way to go, well, you're there within like 10 seconds, so no need to worry.
Swinging the corner, making things difficult, making things no longer difficult. Rorik was watching for a trick that Ranchiro tried to play last time as well, and yeah, they eventually got the round and the kill on the player, but they didn't do it in that manner. Shaiko, in the meantime, there's a rude manner, and that's going to be one to replace the fallen player and hopefully take them a bit by surprise. Trust that the slow-moving Dunlimited machine is one that might not entirely expect the encounter. Takes a drone and slips his way out, takes another drone for his trouble and slips even further away. They have rough ideas of CCTV control, but still not something where they've been able to get their boots in the ground. And Shaiko's still putting pressure onto 90. They don't want to give them the engagement, but they also want them to doubt every step they take, which it seems they do.
There's not much time left, right? Like, Dunlimited really needs to move and, well, do exactly that. A grenade kill comes through before, or right after, rather. LMs manages to take down Northwind, so the body advantage still out there to BDS. Dunlimited, sorry. They now need to try and force an opening, either by taking Fountain or by taking the half-full, depending on where they want to go.
Do they know how close the player is? Shaiko, he pops up and drops them down, finds Hypex, and suddenly it's just Skipper and IWI left. They're trying to drive themselves towards the site itself. 10 seconds. They've been able to get slightly in, but BDX knocks them entirely out. We are back level 5 apiece. 3 rounds in a row here for BDS. In the call-up towards the end of the game. No more timeout. Will they make it 5 to take it clean, or will we see a resurgence from the Russian team?
That's the big question out here, but there was some sloppiness coming down from Dunlimited out there. Not knowing Shaiko was inside a half-wall, it happens, but they were going for a split push. They were going from Fountain, they were going from the metal stairs, they were also going from the main breach, all at the same time. And that kind of gives you 3 1v1 fights. There's no trading potential. They had the man advantage earlier on. They could have tried to leverage that. But it's that they worked with limited information, got themselves caught up, and got themselves shut down. The lead they had earlier on, which was that 2-5, now completely dissipated.
I'm super curious to see how these two teams handle on theme, because they're finding a slow game in Border. And you're thinking, well, how much sort of slower can it get? How much potential can it get? Is a traditionally slower map going to be something that offers a little bit more to their sort of safety and comfort here? You know, we had a great opening half from Dunlimited. They took their first attack round, and since then, these past 3 rounds, they've just seemed more disjointed. They've seemed slower, and yeah, BDS have had a huge awakening. Better late than never, if you're a BDS fan, I think. But there is still growth to be had, and there's still 2 potential rounds, maybe even more.
I say we still have the opportunity for overtime on the cards here, and of course neither of these teams want to go there, but if you are the team that loses this next upcoming round that we're currently playing, you're going to be aiming for that overtime because you want to take this in a 2-0 fashion. You want to prevent this from going to a 3-mapper. Either way, Dunlimited again on the attack is going to try and find themselves an opening into the hold. BDS, however, playing very much up top. 4 players out on that second floor. Only 1 is going to be playing on that ground floor, but the castle barricades are going to be providing an early warning sign out there. So as soon as those start opening up, they know something is happening and surely a rotate comes around.
Skipper finds Shaiko. They get the entry back on a window that he's been able to get a couple of kills for before. EFAC is super tempted to swing this, but surely with all the pressure...
Oh, it's stuck in the rotation.
Yeah, stuck in the rotation. We could hear the edge house being set up as well. The Oster Shield was watching the opposite side, and BDS. I talked about how those 2 players have formed a very good tag team running the gauntlet around Border. This time they've both been removed, and Unlimited, they've been able to get opening kills within the opening minute. Again, something that we haven't really seen. We saw over the past few rounds, BDS were more than happy to still be doing setup and prep during that opening minute. The pace has shifted a bit as the pressure's cooked up. Doesn't quite get the take there onto Alems, who's still sitting on the back end, but we can hear the site just breaking open.
90 seconds left on the clock. Should be plenty of time for Dunlimited to work with the advantage they currently have. BDS is still up above as Hypix takes down 1. Alems fights back. Now they're trying to get themselves around the site, not on the actual site, but just in a way where it can be disruptive and take them down if they start walking in, and that's exactly what Lems is lining himself up to do. Skipper is up top. He's going to use himself as a bit of a flank watch, making sure they're not going to be able to retake that off his area. As IWI is going to be getting himself close to Rorik, who is going to be setting himself up to go for potential plants.
The Oster Shield, just to watch the swing round that might come from a Lems. They seem to have some ideas of the pings. They also have an idea of Brede, and there it is, a Lems holding on to this, the corner, the crux of the hole, but the Oster Shield is going to make things pretty impossible. There's the spray through, gets some shakes of damage, knows that there's the watch down, and just as the wing clipped, Unlimited. They may have lost the previous 3 rounds, but now they are 1 round away from taking the map.
And that's all that matters. It doesn't matter if it's going to be a 7-5 or even if it's, you know, an 8-7 victory. As long as you win that first map, that's all that matters. Of course, it would be nicer to win it in regulation rather than having to go to overtime for it. But they're still in the fight, and they're still ahead. And now that pressure is going to be up to BDS because, I mean, BDS looked strong and looked like they were getting back into it, and then you lose 2 players very early on in like unfortunate ways, untraded, not even putting a fight back on the board. For example, League of Fact just getting stuck in that rotation. It's just bad luck to some extent, or being in the wrong place at that time. But those kind of things, they really start to mount up.
I mean, they definitely had a cleaner idea of what BDS wanted to do. They had the Oster watching one side of the East run out. They had the Nomad setting air jabs up on the East run out. They had Shaiko on a window where I talked about it at the time is he pre-fired that, didn't get a kill, then they got the kill at the top of East. He fires that the next round and gets a kill, the same window, and you're seeing, or you were seeing that from Unlimited. They just weren't reacting properly to what BDS was doing. Here, though, just takes one more to push them over the edge and throw them into their map, their pick, their chance at taking out one of the most fan-favorite teams of these closed last chance qualifiers.
Yeah, I definitely think that if we look at the top part of the bracket, BDS is the team that people had as the favorites if they didn't have them as favorites for the entire bracket, of course. But as you mentioned, a lot of them do have them as the favorites for the entire bracket. Now, the Selma's going off. Impact should be used in time. Those Selmas are going to be destroyed on that one. Or, well, rather the extension of the first Selma. Second Selma going to be tossed up. Impact again, going to be taking care of both. And that means the third one is going to have to be used, which will finally open up the tension. But that's a lot of heart breach suddenly gone out of your pockets.
Yeah.
All your heart breach.
I mean, that's it. And you're looking at, you know, the far side of the map. You're looking at a bathroom take. I don't know if they truly know it's that, but when you've got the second story to get control of, Fountain Wall at the top of the stairs is locked. They've got some of the hold stretched out. They're droning out towards the side of AC as well. They're going to see if they can try and pinch the players on the rotate and catch them on the way through. There's a support system in place here for BDS if they fall back. But the first fight is theirs. Nordwind caught them, as I said, on the rotate. They were watching and waiting for it. There's pressure circling around on that side. Renshiro, the Doc, he takes a bit of damage, keeps himself paired up. The Jackal just misses the end of a fight, and Shaiko is going to see if he can try and find it on the first floor.
Cheer's still alive, of course, thanks to the Doc stim and able to get themselves rotated around. Likafak will find Hypex. That's a great refrag to come through at least. Slows them down slightly. Brings it back to a 4-on-4. Still very doable, manageable for BDS. 90 seconds left on the clock. Trinchero is starting to fall back. He's been spotted. Means he needs to be careful on his next moves because they don't exactly know exactly where the rest of the Unlimited is. As the rest of BDS has fallen back now, it means that, you know, a lot of time can be wasted up on this top floor. They need to probably use an extra 20, 30 seconds before they realize this is all clear and we can now start moving into bathroom tellers.
Can they find another body for their trouble? Will they be able to get themselves that man advantage once again? The Jackal on the hunt for those loose threads. They're trying to just cause problems, trying to bite the gamut that has otherwise been put before them to run. Scrapes of damage, scraps of long fights, but otherwise with 40 seconds and only really partial breaches made. You're thinking, how are Unlimited trying to stretch? It seems like an engagement towards the player, just tucked on the other side of detention. They're dropping for the fight round. They want to double down, but they don't know! And now they have lost Nordwind. They've only got 25 seconds. They've got Iwi on the pickup fight here. IWI is trying to get it as Rorik does find Brede. There's a very important engagement for EFAC to start driving this round back. Shaiko gets one more, and Skipper is everything trying to keep them in on this and locking it out in regulation. There's one, there's a revealed camera, there's pockets of sprays, but without the kit, not much he can do. Otherwise, waiting and preparing for OT.
6-6. Overtime is where we are headed on this first map between these two. And again, I'm going to be mentioning it, like, I think Dunlimited, they really want to get this first map under control because, I mean, they are playing against such an experienced team, and through the latter half of Border, BDS is starting to be more sharp, more like BDS, which is when it starts to get scary if you still have 2 maps to play against them and you need to win both.
I mean, from where it was 5-2 to overtime, BDS, they still have momentum. They still have favor being carried amongst that. And here, they still have an opportunity to claim their map back. It is their map. It's something that's always worth considering here. And as sort of Fresh alluded to, when they were going with 2 different map strategies, they were going with picking their favorites. They were going with removing the other team's favorites. It creates this weird middle ground of, yeah, I kind of like it. Yeah, it's all right. Not too hot, not too cold.
We're both okay at it, right?
It's the Goldilocks map.
All right.
Do you know Goldilocks?
I know Goldilocks.
Are you sure?
Yes.
I feel like I always have to double check this.
No. I'm aware of Goldilocks' existence. As we continue on the defense here for BDS, they are choosing to go to bathroom tellers first. Setting themselves up for a quite hefty top floor roam or hold rather. You see a lot of utility, a lot of angles being set up. I'm just not sure yet how many of these players are actually going to be up on the top floor. For now it seems 3 could still expand towards 4, I'd say.
You find yourself in this strange position here as well as where you go as a side hold. They've obviously opted for bathroom tellers. They've opted for one that technically is their most successful out of all of them, but it wasn't really their first pick. In fact, it was technically their 3rd pick after playing Armory and Vents and one apiecing either of them. Here, though, once again, the breach comes through on the far side. They've got slightly better at it in that, well, it only took 1 Selma to get it across, and a lot of impact already gone as well, whether used specifically against that or for rotations. Either way, Unlimited are technically a step ahead of their own pace.
Yeah, there's a lack of shotguns on the side of BDS, so probably a lot of these impacts have been used for rotations where necessary. And again, no one out there to try and deny detention. And probably BDS recognized, like, okay, well, it's not really that important to try and stop. Maybe these impacts can be more used elsewhere. Openings will be made, the entry will be there. Leakafak will find himself a kill onto Hypax. Skipper is going to try and instantly try and gain some ground on the back of it, though, to well, maybe leverage some open ground, something that BDS has left uncovered.
Remember, there was surprise strikes that cost them later on and cost them on a few of these rounds to Unlimited. That sneaky hidden BDS player seems to be a tale that is told as much as Goldilocks. Here, though, swings around on CC. Clarification and clarity, and Lem's body as well, but EFAC is able to get a trade out of it. Skipper does drop for Shaiko. He's able to get the first kill, wants to try and get the lockdown on the down player inside, and that's the motion they're making. It's a bit of a bait on the front door, but from this side, it's a clean take. The drone had the intel, pre-fires for the revenge swing, and a very important bit of ground for him to take.
Still, though, Leakafak out there is going to be a crucial factor of the defense because he's going to basically stop any form of process and progress through the workshop area. Has the Solace, can quickly check if he's being droned, as he does right here. He's aware of the fact where he's being droned from. And he can either debate, should I go for some aggression or should I just stay hidden, which is exactly what he does. They don't know where he is, and that means he is that, you know, pop-up player that can suddenly change the entire outcome of this round.
30 seconds and late executes aren't really something that's worked for Dunlimited this game. So they're going to have to try and put pedal to the metal and make a single connection here because they won't get many second chances than this to get themselves prepped with that 1 map advantage. And here the timer starts blaring over the top. They're still trying to find the fight. The rotate over the top. There's Rorik getting a kill inside, and they're going to see if they can try and lead themselves in on the plant. The drop of the hatch and the swing of the control of the player. Suddenly a 3 versus 1. He's able to get a little bit of a scrape, but no! IWI swings from the bottom and takes the fight on the top. Just saw the sliver of the rotating player.
Very painful for BDS there. They basically only had the one player on the side able to directly stop that plant from happening. The rest too far removed from the action. Having to drop back through these hatches is not going to be successful, and that leaves them up until this point. An overtime map point for Dunlimited. They've already managed to basically, you know, fend one off when it was in the regulation. Now they need to do it here. But on the attack. Will the defense this time?
I mean, will they have improved? That's the question that you've got. We talked about Bathroom being the pick there. It's the same sort of story for Dunlimited, where it's come out as 2 for 2 here. Will this be the first time they lose it? What lessons have driven it? Was still a very late execute there from Dunlimited. They isolated the first engagement, won it, and pushed back for the plant on the back of it. Great work from Rorik, but obviously if that 1 versus 1 engagement goes the other way, look at the location of the players. One of them was taking the fight around the hatch at the same time. They might have struggled to get back in time. They still had their own 1 versus 1 to win in that engagement. It's a risk, and it's a risk that paid off this time.
It's just, I think they made good use, Dunlimited, from the slightly mispositioned BDS players, right? Because no one was covering off the hatch drop. We had a player out there on the opposite side, heard the drop, but it was like, couldn't see it happening, couldn't really engage. So now I need to toss myself in an even fight. And we had the one player on the direct side, which, well, got picked up early as well. And then you know, then you have that one player, Link Effect, that is still far away. He kind of relied on a potential push to come through. Try to go quick there, BDS, but Castle Barricade is going to slow that down. IWI, aware of the fact that it has been opened up now, might have an opportunity for a free pick here if they don't check it.
Oh, he's being hot droned ahead. There's the E1D, and there's a take on a Solace. And there's almost a second. No damage. Dealt there, Nordwind. Gets a very fresh wind of air there. They still lost the body. They lost the Solace. They lost a big chance of reading this push on the lead through.
Also a very big player from the game so far. IWI, 12 kills. It's not going to get any further for at least this round. BDS continuing. Now they need to leverage this advantage. Basically, this hallway is free. That means they can use this door to gain an alternate angle onto the castle player out there. Northwind is very vulnerable if Shaika pushes through this way.
That's it, and they didn't want to drop it in time. Shaiko, we remember when he was in the same position last time and couldn't quite get it locked down. This time he does not miss. 5 versus 3. Hypex takes a lot of damage in the long-range fight against the DMR. Rorik tries to squeeze his way out, but Shaiko is ready and watching. There is one more pick on the back end, and here's BDS circling the site, circling the players. And we did not see them like this on any of their attacks, really. Their third flawless over this map.
It's definitely going to be, you know, a little bit of a motivational boost going into that final round as we're going all the way to 15 to decide. We really should just sample that and put it up every time we reach round 15.
Yes, we're going all the way. I don't know why he's tiny. I don't know why I've done a little Tim. Hello.
He normally is Des that's tiny.
Like a tiny little Tim. Yeah, right. 7 apiece. 7 apiece here, and I don't think anyone expected us to be at this position of scoreline, and you cannot keep saying it enough, but it is not Dunlimited's map. The fact they've been able to put this pressure in, and sure, they've had 2 opportunities to push it over the line, still says a lot that BDS need to work on. They should have been in a lot more control. Not specifically because of this map, but it's BDS. They're a huge team. They've played fantastically, generally recently. Some not specific, but over the course of the last 6 to 8 months. And it's a tier 1 team against a tier 2 team. You have expectations here, and Dunlimited are breaking them, I would say. And you can assume that they'll still be, regardless of the result of this map, a long conversation for BDS between this map and the next.
Yes, for sure. And I mean, I would even go as far as saying as round 13 should have been theirs. They had the time going their way. They had 3 players up against 3 players. They just, the one thing they didn't do is cover the access points to the site. And that's exactly what Dunlimited used. And that's kind of what they should do at that point, right? Like, you should cover the hatch, you should cover that window for the jump in. You kind of cannot allow them to just walk in. Either way, that happened. It's in the past. You now have round 15 to decide this map, to see who's going to have that one leg into the semi-finals for the last chance qualifiers.
We're used to the Bandit to get the walls electrified, not the most common thing, because there's a lot of ways to get rid of it, but it does give a bit more work to either the Twitch drone, which is in a position to actually just remove those from up here. There's one, there's two, there's three.
Means only one left, and that's on a mirror window.
Yeah,
Drone
I mean,
has been destroyed.
It's that sort of position, but there's a lot of ways to get rid of that there and get the control. It forces a slower push, it forces a slower breach, but compare it with how we've seen BDS hold that before, where they've had it partially open, so they can try and run out and get takes. It's a slightly different BDS hold here.
Opening up on the mirror window, are they going to be able to cancel that? Shook is just going to run out, toss in an impact, and that's going to be denying that mirror window from being opened up. And that means 2 more Selmas to try and attempt that same thing. But if there's no real pressure on the corner, the next time they toss one up, you can just go for a quick swing and shoot them off. That's going to be an impact.
Yeah, I mean, you've got one more in your pocket. They want to take it, but they don't want to fall victim to, you know, being punished for it. You can see they're sort of pinging the plays. They're opening up some extra angles. There's a lot of pressure around Renshiro. And yeah, what are they opting for? They are watching with a bit of range. They're going for the break. This impact is going to misfire, but Renshiro goes out and gets 2 with Shaiko picking up one more. Who needs the Asa shield out of the way, says Renshiro with a P90. Shaiko almost removed by a grenade from underneath. There's a scrappy fight onto Nordwind, who was holding off that exact rotation from Renshiro, but could not get there in time. They almost catch the player, but EFAC's able to just hop out, sprays through and injure, but they'll need to get clarification. He tried to impact himself a rotate. I'm wondering if he might have maybe been a big caution and reason he downed himself there with a bit of the damage helped by the gun, but either way, a 3 versus 2 technical.
And now you have to make that decision. Am I going to go for the pickup on Leakafecker, or are we just going to let him bleed out? Make him believe there's a free kill from the back. Hypix jumps in. Is he going to be able to find one more? At least deal some damage to LMs. Is he going to be able to get the kill? No. Teammate comes in to help, and it's only up to Nordwind now. Takes down one, and it's effective one-on-one situation. But look at his HP. He's so low. All it takes is one shot from the Vector. A smoke grenade might block the line of sight. Brede, you have a C4. You have a Vector. Which are you going to try and use to take this kill?
Oh, he's so close!
He's so close!
Oh, for BDS! And in a 1 versus 1 situation where you have everything for this map on the line. Who else but Brede would you really want there? Unlimited. A massive fight, though, to bring that map to where we found it.
It was a massive fight. They almost managed to take that first one. They had 2 match points to go their way. Technically 3 if you count round 15 as well. But BDS, they're resilient. Their tier 1 team experience. The fact that they are a major winner as well, all coming into play in that map and showing that it is never too late. You can always fight back, even if you're 5-2 behind.
As I said about BDS, though, there'll probably still be a lot to talk about. Even though they won that map, it could not have been more of a just won that map before that, and Unlimited have a lot of fight, and they're going to prove it even more so, I think, on their map pick, which is up next. But first, we go to a quick break before we're back with the desk.
My name is Carl, my nickname is Mao, and I play for G2 Esports.
My name is Blaz, and I play for Eric.
My name is Deepak, and I'm playing for Koi.
My name is Leon, also known as Nello, and I play for M&M Gaming.
I am Pasha, playing for Virtus Pro.
My name is Lucas Reich, known as Hungry, and I'm playing in White.
The most heated, I would say, is definitely Shaiko.
I have to say my old teammate, Citizen.
That's Benjamaster for sure. He's like legit hacking in Pro League. That's crazy. I don't know why he's not banned. Joe.
Best shooter in the Rainbow Six Siege, in my opinion, is definitely Shaiko. He's always pulling the stats up.
Shaiko or Citizen as well, like one of those, like they probably have the best aim.
Probably our ex-teammate Spot. Best shooter.
Like for me, it's for sure like Shaiko, because like he's the pure legend.
My biggest competition, I think, individually, I think it was Paolo back in 1 year ago, because we were basically fighting to be the best player in the world.
My competition, I would say, is Souls 1 from FaZe Clan.
I would say definitely BDS. We like to play them, they're good guys, and games are always fun.
I will rank myself in like top 20, top 10, I think. Yeah.
In EU, #1 right now.
I'm no one now. Okay, let's chill for a bit. I have to like go through that big road and become someone again.
Like, I don't want to be the best individual. I think I want to be the best team.
The biggest troll in Rainbow Six have to be me. Like, have to be me.
Me on that question, because like I'm the biggest troll on the team at least. So I gotta say it's me.
Kino from NA. He like troll, he scream, he's like, yeah, he's good.
Icons I look up to is like Canadian, of course.
Definitely one of the legends of Siege, if not the biggest ones, are like Canadian, Pengu, Fabian as well.
There's many guys. I can actually do this all day.
I have to admit, the funniest player that I team with was definitely Doki.
Alemo is still like super fun.
I used to always watch Nesk streams and I would just laugh myself. I would copy Nesk.
The best celebration, I would say, is definitely Canadian.
Probably iconic, I think. I think the way he celebrates every round.
Best celebration after winning a game is probably the Sui from Ronaldo.
What an absolute game that we've just watched. I mean, we said it on the desk already, these are going to be pretty banging, and that's exactly what happened. The teams are delivering. But my oh my, did it take BDS a while to close that one out. We've had a break here. I'm Jeannie, Fresh and Ollie, joined with me once again. Are you guys okay after the break? Yeah,
Yeah, I think we're great. I think BDS probably not so great after that. I mean, you said it wasn't going to be a snooze fest. Yeah. And it definitely wasn't. We needed all rounds available to decide a winner on Border.
It was genuinely like BDS will be thinking, oh, like they didn't know what to expect, but they would have expected to win. Right? And it came so close, all the way down to 1v1 in round 15. Arguably, BDS should have lost it in regulation as well. My oh my.
My oh my, indeed. I mean, BDS did eventually close it out, but it felt like there were a lot of pieces missing, especially in the beginning. It took them a while to get the ball rolling.
I think it did, and I think that maybe the pace and the way and the style that Unlimited started off with maybe shook BDS just a little bit. It was maybe one of those situations where it's like, right, we need to get a lay of the land very quickly as to how these guys want to play this game, and bam, 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 you lose the first couple of rounds, and you start thinking, hang on a minute, this was not in the script. You can see a very back and forth game. No team gaining more than 3 rounds in a row.
Sorry. I don't know, it just took them so long to get into it. All the way up until round 7, they were 5-2 down. Then they take that timeout, and I swear I have never seen LCQ that animated talking to his team. Like, when the players are taking the timeout, one thing that the viewers might not realize is most of them have the cameras up on a second monitor through the vMix call, so everybody can see everybody. And he was just staring straight at that screen, just shouting at every single one of his players. Obviously, it just about did the job. Yes. But for our current major champions, that performance is not good enough. They were so desynchronized, and it went 8-7. Like, Unlimited were playing pretty much top of their game, playing really well, a lot of good team play. But for BDS, it was pretty awful for at least the first 7 rounds.
We know that LCQ can be a very vocal player, and we also know that BDS has got other vocal players on there, and very capable players at that. We think about players like Elems, who isn't afraid, to really start getting involved. Even Renshiro. I mean, things about if Renshi he starts hitting the desk. That's when you really start to see something, because he's usually very cool and calm. But for me, it shocked me a little bit that LCQ was calling his team out, because that's really what it looked like. It looked like he was just going to his teammates, looking at him saying, we need to switch on here because this is not going well. And it nearly didn't. Like you say, coming down to the 1 versus 1 right at the end, I don't think that BDS will have expected to have such a difficult time on Border.
Yeah, absolutely not. And they get away with the skin of their teeth. That was an incredibly close match. And even at the end, you're mentioning the animation of the players during the tactical timeout. I mean, once the game finished, every single one of the BDS players just looked exhausted, which brings the question, now that we're heading onto the second map, we're going onto the theme park, that creativity that we might have expected on Border, potentially not going to be able to replicate that. You need the mental reset. You need that creativity. You just need to forget what just happened.
Yeah, and I think the toughest thing to do as well is they're going on to theme park and they're going to be attacking first from Dunlimited's point of view. There's a big opportunity here for BDS. They've got over the line in map 1. Doesn't matter how you win, as long as you do win. They've got over the line, then they start defense. If they start snowballing for BDS, it's going to take Dunlimited something special on their attack.
I think it's like you say, it's the mental reset, isn't it? And the fact that you're now going into what can be quite a mentally taxing map could be quite difficult for both sides here, and it really depends on who starts that ball rolling quickest.
Yeah, whether or not the mental reset has been hit and which team is going to get that ball rolling, find out with our casters, and Fluke and Hap.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Sorry,
There you go.
you were writing, so I was
Keep
like,
going.
take it. Yes, next map to come through, theme park, very defense-sided, and that means, as Fresh and Ollie just said, snowballing is a definite potential here for BDS as they start off on the favorite side. And of course, they know how to play this map.
I mean, you sort of have to, but as I said, a lot of these maps are middle ground maps. We're still going to get a fight from both teams. We're still going to get a sort of drive from both teams here. It's, sure, a tighter first map than I think either team wanted or expected, unless you're maybe Unlimited, who gave a great fight. They gave a great border. They gave a great performance there. And, theme, as I said, it's a heftier map. Look at that in terms of a difference in a divide from where it was to where it is now.
It's a very even split right now, and it shows you how capable Dunlimited has proven to be going up against BDS. Theme park to start off, bans are always going to be coming in first. Let's see what kind of game we are going to have. It's often a nice little telltale sign. Sometimes you see Lion and Dokubi removed and kind of tells you, okay, there's no Quay Pace coming in today. Or Cade and Bandit, and you realize, okay, attackers are going to have a field day opening up all these walls. So which will it be? Well, that was one of the options I mentioned.
Get rid of it. Get it gone. Get it nerfed. Do you think?
How would you nerf Dokubi?
How would I nerf Dokubi? I don't know. I'm not a game designer. It's not my job.
Normally people have ideas about it. Nope. Also removed as well.
I don't think. I just talk quickly.
Oh, fine.
That's my job.
Should she be nerfed?
I am paid to think.
Probably slightly, yes. I don't know how though.
Well, that's why you're not paid to think.
We are paid to think as well.
You have to talk to people like Fresh.
Why?
But he's got a bag of nerfs for every operator and a bag of buffs. He reaches his hand in, he pulls them out. Cade gone.
Yep.
We'll talk about these properly
as they conclude.
And his army is the final removal. Okay, I'm going to highlight the Ossa first of all. Ossa in this map is fantastic. If you're looking at takes on the top floor, say you're out on the cash balcony, having the Ossa there as the swing either side is just powerful. You can utilize it obviously for the push and approach on Cafe on the other side as well. Not as often seen. And then, you'll sometimes see her on the throw and take if you're down not doing the sort of barrels take usually. You get yourself tucked in with the long angle across the open wall. There's just a lot of places for Ossa, and BDS enjoy running her.
Now, the alternative to having the Ossa about is going to be the Montaigne, I would dare to say. If you don't have that, you can still use the Montaigne to at least try and force some people out of pocket, out of plays. Take some ground. We often see it at the top of Dragon. A Monty coming in often helps a lot cleaning house out there. Now, there was a slight moment where they wanted to go for a Monty pick. Nordwind was hovering over it, but has changed it out for a Heartbreach instead. So we're not going to see it right now. A bit more of a default kind of take if you look at it. Try and get those walls opened up in the armory and throne, either from barrels or from maintenance, or maybe even from the yellow stairs, and push in from there.
What's the tactical genius of swapping Iana to Iana?
There is many reasons for it, but you would need to write an entire research paper on it to understand PhD kind of stuff. It's yeah.
I remember when 6th pick first came and people were doing that.
The repicks as well, Zach. Yeah. You had one, yeah, 6
You had one.
Yana to Yana. It's like, well done, big brain.
Genius. Hey, you got it, may as well use it. Now you have unlimited, so it's slightly less fun. Talking of, I want to see if there's a pace difference here on Team. As I said, a lot of these executes from Unlimited, they weren't fantastic with the sort of late second takes. They were able to make one of them connect, but otherwise they were at their best when they could sort of continually just keep bolstering their attack with more and more pressure that turned into the rolling storm. By the end, Alam's gone. The grenade did the business it needed. I don't think it even got the shield. I think it just got the player.
No, I think it got the shield as well. 100% sure at this point, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, shield's been gone. There's a frostmite right underneath this hatch.
Oh. Well, that's sudden. A 4 versus 2 in the blink of an eye. Sure, we got the frost map, but they also were able to find 2 other players. It might have been a great lead-in grenade there, but Shaiko gets a double. Efak gets one of his own. And suddenly what was supposed to be an opening pinch on the back of great lead-in is, uh-oh, we've only now got the honor and the thermite.
Yeah, it started off great with the initial opening, as you mentioned, and then afterwards they tried to go for a bit of a 3-2-1 go, and everybody just died at the very same time, and there's nothing you can do about it at that point. So Unlimited now, what do you have available to you? Well, that's a electrified wall. You're not going to get through that. So you're going to probably have to try your best to see if you can maybe isolate some players on the site, start forcing some rotates back towards the site, pick them up as you go. But all that BDS will have to do is just hold those 2 doorways, because that's literally the only entry points they have, either to go in from the split or to go in from the dragon statue.
Making their motions steadily across the back, maybe trying to hunt this. Efak, they've got either side of Lab. Do they know of his tucked position? They find Shaiko. How quiet can Efak be? When does he swing? Oh, they seem to have the awareness. There's pings coming either side. He knows he's being surrounded. He's got to choose a fight on a way out. They just missed the first, and there's the kick cold. Is he going to be able to get one more for the round? There's the shotgun, but it doesn't quite get the full bite. 20 seconds, a 2 versus 1. All of the site is still standing. Nothing has put pressure onto the structure of it itself so far. They're going to try and get the lucky catch on the grenade. They move behind it right into a Banshee. So they can't even get that as the distance. And it's pre-day on the back end. The opener round is BDS.
And even though they lost the first, they were able to still maintain their hold up on the top floor. There was the countdown, a little bit of a mini execute going down from Unlimited, trying to take that top floor fully under control, but not able to find any of those kills to go your way. And BDS turned that opening kill disadvantage into a round victory. A great start for them on their first round. Now headed over towards initiation and office. They're headed towards the second floor, not going to the bunk right away. And this side always is nice to me in terms of how it's laid out, because we often see the extension over towards the western side, towards the yellow stairs. We also see it into the little office on the side, and it basically turns it into a way where you either have to clear west to east, but then you're basically running into a full hold, or you have to clear it from east to west, but then there's all these extensions that you need to deal with. So it always gives you that little bit of a choice to make, like, how do we feel more comfortable fighting in as an attacker? Because a lot of these holds, like if we're going towards bunk and daycare afterwards, we're going to get the same thing, right? But then the opposite side, we're going to have the extension into initiation and office.
It's a site that's grown a lot.
It has.
As well. It's really sort of extended over more and more of the map as time has gone on. They've got the reinforcements up to the cafe wall too, and you wonder if Monty might be the difference maker. Instead of having to worry so intently about these long firefights and even getting a modicum or just a drop of control, you suddenly have someone who can sort of say, yeah, well, they can swing on me, but I can push forward, I can get to this doorway, and then we can do some work here, and then I can get to this doorway, and it buys you that little bit extra.
Rourke is just trying to sneak up, full find the mirror window, instantly taken care of after Chunk. He was like, I hear something, I just don't see that drone. Oh, that's a soft flow up on the other side. That's
curious.
Annoying. It's definitely still good, like, I still think this is quite a good way to play right behind it, right? You have like a small opening right now. It's going to be very difficult to spot on the opposite side. It's still not ideal having your mirror window shut out like that, but I think if there's any way you want it shut out, it would be like that.
Yeah. Sometimes the siege gods taketh and sometimes they giveth.
Grenade from below. It's going to be coming in from IWI. As soon as they have some information that is actionable, needs to know where these players are or where some utility is that is desperately in need of a fragmentation grenade from right below. And there's no one there to challenge him. Everybody from BDS is up on that top floor. No one really interested in holding down onto the bottom floor.
As I talked about, the Monty, he can fight back against these long, long angles being held, but there's no pressure directly coming on the back of the hold itself as of this moment in time. So they're free to sit on that mirror window and call all the motion that's being done. They're offering the route through. There's the mute jammer on the breach. They won't be able to get it open unless they go for something on the top, but they're instead going to use this.
Oh, Brede dropped a hatch.
Yeah, just the drop on the hatch, the rotate round, almost a fight that happens over the long range split as well. They suddenly got the reveal and the drop. Look, another BDS player's come to offer some support. IWI gets one. There is two more. But now there might be the call that two of them have dropped. Can we put the pressure? Yes, there it is. Look at them suddenly moving around onto A. Rorik gets one on the back end. Hypex suffers. Renshiro's holding down the fort for as long as they can. A skipper pushes right onto the corridor, and the Monty's got up to the bathroom. The call that they dropped down was instantly this, well, we can do this right now.
That's it, right? Like an opportunity opens up. They're instantly trying to take control of it. Renshiro finds one. Lems takes out Nordwind, and now only up to Skipper trying to move through. Gets first. Needs to go for a second one, but he's been spotted now. They know exactly where he is, so they pull back. They need to hold tight. And that's exactly what they do as Shaiko leans in from the back and takes him down. A second round for BDS.
I mean, there was a moment there where one player was underneath causing grenades. You're in... What is a 5 versus 5? And BDS go, let's send 3 players.
Yeah, it's like, oh, a grenade is being pulled from below. You know what? Let's just all drop down and leave 2 players left on the side.
It's a risk.
And I think that having the Monty there was a disadvantage because suddenly you cannot move up as quickly, right? Because the Monty's like being careful, spotting. If you had an extra gun out there, you could have overwhelmed the site. You would have been able to take that 4v2 fight.
It was an important kill that Renshiro got, holding off on that mirror window, just stopping the catch around on the side. And yeah, there was one done limited player that was underneath as well that was able to get one on the back, but still, it was... Hey, it worked out for them. BDS moving as a unit, something I called for before. And they find their second round on the back of it. Now, they head over to the other top floor site and similar hold, similar setup, exact same mirror windows.
As I said, like, it's the same site. It's just that the bomb sites are in different places. The extension is there either way. So that's why it's so interesting to me. It's like they play differently. Like, there's different objectives going on, and the attack will be different as well, most likely. But the holds are pretty much identical. Slight changes. Some barricades being put in place right now to stop someone from just finding himself a way in on that nuke and trying to go from grenades from underneath. So that's a bit of an adaptation from BDS. Don't want to have to send 3 players down again to try and deal with an issue like that.
Yeah, they've got that shield tucked with some of the support as well on the swing round. We've got maybe a different route through here. Brede might have a bit of importance on that operator when you're looking at all the smokes, all the possibilities here, and the candelas. This could be something a bit fast and sharp. Straight on to the checkered bathroom. The windows get popped open. There's a Wamai disc thrown early as well, but obviously the candela would still pop if caught out into it, unless it's shot out. So, as the drones roll through, and the Lion shows up, they're about to full send, I believe.
Yeah, but look at that. Someone has managed to dig himself in on the close corner. So Repellent is going to be very dangerous out here. I'm not quite sure who it is. I kind of hope it's Brede because that should be a Repellent. There you have it. The Yin goes in first. Should be taken care of. Yes, will be. Renshiro gets that kill, and that's that initial point of pressure taken care of.
Shaiko finds Skipper as well, and although they got the hard breach, they've lost a lot because of it. IWI putting pressure, but instantly slapped back out as they try to just drive across Cafe. There's one more for Renshiro. And I said, done limited, we're ready to try and send it, but BDS sealed it back, sent it back to the sender. So now Rorik, alone, with a single wall open, and with one more piece of his destruction. Looks like they might just be taking a bit of a timeout conversation here.
Yeah.
Sure, there's a minute and a half left, and he could try and kill the remaining 4 players, but done limited. you assume they're going to have a bit of a conversation either way.
That's it, right? Like, either you take this time you have now and use that as a tactical timeout without your coach, or you try and go for the play, then call your tactical timeout, which you have one, by the way, per map, then have your coach to come in and speak. They might still do that after this because BDS has been starting to gain some momentum, and the more time you waste, the more cold they get between brackets, right? Because they're kind of on a heater right now. You kind of want to stop that as quickly as you possibly can. But by stopping that quickly is often just to take your time and just wait. Not give them any opportunity to quickly move on to the next round and continue onwards like that.
Well, with a player tucked behind the shield, you assume a pop-up will happen soon. Oh, they're just sort of crouching either side. I mean, pinched behind a very narrow table and hoping to get one, almost two. BDS, they were locked in, and I'm curious to see if they pull a timeout after this. We'll see if one more round goes away. As you said, they did a lot to break up the momentum there and the pace that BDS were building just from having a minute without an engagement and sort of putting a pause.
Tactical timer might come after this next round. If they lose round number 4, that means that the previous timeout they just took in the middle of that round is not going to be very helpful. They need to have an opportunity to chat with their support staff. So, you know, to keep it in their pockets for now. Again, you only have one. And, you know, spoiler alert for those of you just tuning in. If you lose this map as they're limited, you're out of the tournament. You're out of a chance of going to the major. So there's a lot on the line here.
Back to Armory Throne. Back to Armory Throne. Back to that solid hold that is this site. And remember what they had by the time they actually tried to put the pressure onto it. Kind of nothing. Unlimited. They were in a 2 versus 5. They had some hard breach, but they didn't have the ability to get it onto the walls at any point. And it was all lost above. It was all lost.
I mean, they had the opening kill there, right? And then probably didn't expect 2 more players to be out there, so they just went for a full and execute and basically lost everybody involved. So they need to get a bit more information out, maybe combine it with the line a little bit better. Either way, it was a great hold, we have to say, from BDS at that point. Like, you lose the first, you still stick yourself out there, you're not going to be moving an inch. You find 3 kills on the back of it in like 2 seconds. I mean, that was the best response they could have given to the opening kill going Unlimited's way.
Now, they're probably not going to give themselves as much caution to the wind. I wonder how much BDS is going to pay the caution towards them. They have the Valk, they have different hold here. No shield, no grenade position up on the top. Instead, it's this. Skipper hopping in and getting knocked right back out. Renshiro wins the engagement, and you sort of throw your mind back to the opening half of Villa. Villa? You don't throw your mind back, that doesn't exist. To Border. And
we're headed to the future.
We had a very early start, I'm sorry. And you saw those engagements going away from them. Unlimited were on top of all of those sort of engagements, and here, BDS, they've just tuned back in.
Yeah, BDS really awake, and that's kind of what I said right at the end of Border. Like, you really need to lock this out because they're over to the second half of this game. BDS has been turning into their old selves, and as soon as they're their old selves, you're not going to be beating them. They are, like they're playing right now, able to turn back whatever disadvantage you might impose on them. And this first part of this map so far has been that old BDS as well. Even if the entry kill did go Unlimited's way, they were able to just quickly turn that back around, not without any worry, not without with any stress on the side of BDS, just continuing on like they usually do.
Trying to hunt the player tucked around Lab, but they've already moved off. Alems doesn't have to sit around too long and has maybe sort of played a bit of his hand with the C4 thrown and blown, but otherwise there is one actually sitting. The Valk waits with the pre-place just on the other side of the door, hoping as the sledge tiptoes, I'm going to say closer and closer. It's EFAC that actually gets the drop onto IWI. They're still holding. They're still waiting for this approach. It's full focused towards this side, and yeah, the C4 doesn't do the impact, but look how much time has been taken from them for just the players tucked in. There's one more over there. It's 3 versus 4. 40 seconds, though.
How aware are they of Alems being out there, though? Because they were opening up above him, then the Valkyrie got spotted, so they forgot about him. The grenade coming through. He just in time moves out of the way. Lem's just holding tight. He's being shot at from multiple different angles. Still finds a kill, though, on his final shot. He fired from the MP7. Hypex now going for a bit of a chase. He's thrown right beneath the desk. He's just going to be trying to waste as much time as possible because only 15 seconds left in a 2v4 situation against Nord! And he tries to lock it off, but Nordwind actually gets the better of him. But look at the time. There's 6 seconds. There's not enough time. BDS leading 0-4.
I mean, what a sort of masterclass in how to waste time. It's getting into the corner with the ball, holding it there and just holding everybody off back. It has been BDS putting pressure onto time, putting pressure onto all of the build-up here from Unlimited. And
as I said,
yeah, the timeout, the conversation, 4 rounds have slipped away from them, but they just seem a little bit lack of focus. They don't have that pacey direction they need to try and punish what BDS is doing.
No, that's it. And even they managed to get the opening kill in 2 of the 4 rounds we've played so far. But again, like after that, it just all falls apart. They walk into the solid part of the defenses and just nothing works anymore. And now you need to have a chat because you had one after round 3 between yourselves.
I'm trying to think, throughout this whole game, have Unlimited ever been inside of a site?
I think the closest was the initiation where we had Ace move up in the connector piece between the two, but that's not inside the site itself. That's like, it's like
I didn't
right
think,
in
yeah,
the middle of the two.
I didn't think throughout Monty.
Monty managed to get inside of that round. So initiation, we had Montaigne inside and Ace in the middle part, but that's about it. That's how close they got.
Yeah, because yeah, you're just trying to think of the moments they've had to try and plant, to try and actually start holding it, and initiation was the only chance so far. So it's an important round, this one. It's an important round for them to see if they can actually try and maybe get a kit down, get a bit of objective play focused here.
Now we're going to get the Ying to come out from Nordwind together with, you know, the operators we have seen before as well. It's going to be used to maybe pick up the pace a little bit because they realize, and I said this before as well, if you move slow, you let BDS play the way they want to play. If you move quick enough, if you get an opening kill and you instantly follow that up with pace, you might catch them off by surprise. You might be able to, you know, find the success you need on the way out there. So will they pick up the pace? There's no Monzi on the board now. I mentioned it last time, that could actually be a benefit considering as soon as 3 people dropped, you basically lacked a gun up top because it was a giant shield giving away information.
BDS 4-0, still sort of keeping the control. And it's, I'm not going to say it's been as far as dominating, but it's been steady. It's not been this explosive game. They haven't lost a huge amount in terms of the pace. They haven't lost a huge amount in terms of just where the players need to be and why. The time wasters are able to waste time continually. Nothing has very much felt pressured for the side of BDS here.
Everybody from the Unlimited seems to be eyeing up to go from the western side. Break room is currently being explored. We have some people outside a cafe as well. But since there's no Twitch, it's going to be very difficult for them to actually get rid of these mirror windows. And if you don't get those mirror windows, you're not going to be able to get the control they need. That might be a repel in. No, not yet. Actually, just to get that Selma out there. Hypix is going to be able to take care of Shaiko. That's, again, a great entry they need to use here.
It's an important entry. They're able to finally find that first kill and see if they can try and make something on the back of it here. The upside down repel, and the breach was partially stopped by the watch there on the blind, but where do they want to try and set themselves up here? A bit of a rotate, a bit of a call, and a breakthrough. Suddenly Unlimited, after the timeout, has been able to pop off, but only one body for Alem's in the trouble. Look at how close Renshiro is to joining most of his team in the afterlife of watching on cams. Still more utility. And it's a game that Unlimited haven't really been able to be on top of throughout this. It's the first round where they're utilizing stuff and still have more in the pocket. How aggressive do you get here? They're watching on the window. They know. Slight jiggle, slight motion, slight protection, and Rorik. One more, and Shiro, with no health, has 3 players that he's got to try and beat through.
realistically speaking, this should be a done limited round. BDS have no business winning this one, or rather, it is Renshiro having no business winning this one. But he hasn't died yet, and he's most likely wanting to keep that up. Deals a little bit of damage towards the ace, needs to keep himself alive though, and he's also still worried about a player coming in from the cafe side of things. But I believe he's just holding off that rotation, making sure he's not able to get back towards the actual site. Now, Goo Mines will slow down the process slightly, but Rorik should be able to enter the side and go for a plant attempt, and that means 45 seconds is soon all that he has to play with from Renshiro's side. Skipper, don't move too much. Actually gets a kill. I was going to say, he gets a bit impatient right there. Might have actually lost himself his life if he did that.
Yeah, I think that was like how we talked about initiation. That was what we wanted from them. Yep. It was an important site. There was direct focus. There was direct focus onto players. It seemed like Dunlimited sort of shook a lot of the dust off and the rains that have otherwise not plagued them, but caused them trouble on this map, and said, we can still pull this. A 4-2, you know, is standard for a lot of teams on their defense on this map, and they still have to get themselves there. But
yep, it's a step on the way there.
It's a step. It's a step in the right direction, with a plant thrown in as well. I mean, it seemed a different team either side of the attack timeout, which is kind of what you want from attack timeout.
It is. But you also still have to remember that, you know, BDS, for the majority of these rounds so far, they have been looking quite strong. They have like that little bit of a slip up now due to the fact that it was kind of a distraction play, right? Like a lot of pressure coming down from break room, a lot of pressure coming down from the cafe, but in the meantime, people pushing in from the opposite side, making work happen. Whilst the majority of BDS, like 3 players, were worried about cafe and the break room. Whilst it was only 2 players just tossing in some utility and holding angles, not really wanting to move in too far. 4-1. Unlimited, can you get one more round on the attack? Because it would be very helpful for you in the second half of this game.
They've kept on with the Ying. They've kept on with the E1Ds. They've sort of kept on with most of the same roster, to be fair. It's something where if it's working, let's see if we can try and get it home. As I said, anything that works is a bit of a lead in here. Anything that brings some pace is not a problem solver, but definitely helps alleviate them.
Sirteras are not really coming in too far into the building. Some information is being gained, but we don't really see anything really being destroyed as of yet because the BDS member's still out there. So protecting a small amount of pressure and damage. I believe that's through the drone hole, so it's going to be very aware of that now. Again, they're trying to put up the pressure onto break by tossing in these Candelas. The smoke right afterwards is just all there meant to hold Renshiro back a little bit.
Now they don't have the man with the glasses to watch and stop this. Renshiro doesn't mind being slightly pinged as he moves around because, well, they know a player's in that position regardless of what is happening. There wasn't anything onto the back of the first Candelas or smokes thrown. As I said, the use of utility is something where you'll keep an eye on it because it hasn't really been Dunlimited's strong point throughout this outside of a couple of very poignant grenades apart from the previous round, the round that they've taken.
Smoke gets caught off. Again, you're going to get some pings, but there's not much you can do to follow up on it. Gindelas are starting to come through as well. Most likely will follow up with at least a small amount of a drop. That's going to be the call out to come through. Diffuser now drops. Shaiko gets the kill as well. Renshiro follows it up. And that means it's only up to Rorik now in a 1v5 situation. Is BDS going to be ending this flawlessly? Yes, is going to be the answer as they find themselves with a 5-1 lead. And that went very quickly the other way, where in round 5, we looked at Dunlimited and we're like, okay, that was very controlling of them. They tried some of the same, and BDS were like, you shouldn't try the same. We know how to play against this now.
We know this.
You really have to keep us on our toes.
Yeah. I mean, pressure's on now for the side of Dunlimited. You can look at some of these sites as ones that they might have more success on, but they've got to have success on a lot of them.
Yes.
And that's that sort of risk, is sure, you could lead in maybe with a thrown pick and play to a locked-in defense. As we know, it's very popular as a first pick site because of what it offers. But even then, you've still got to find, you know...
It really doesn't matter what kind of a rotation they want to go with now, because they need to win 5 rounds at least to get themselves to overtime.
So initiation.
You need to go for a full rotation anyway somewhere along the way.
Yeah. So instead, they've opted for the one site that they've been able to take a win on this map so far. Granted, it was on the attack, but can they hold it with a good defense? The thing about the side on their defense, whereas I said it at the time, they held time brilliantly. They put pressure onto a lot of what BDS was doing. They made sure that they were moving as a unit. It was definitely the stronger side of their gameplay on border. Now they have more, in my books and my money, to work with on this map itself. I think we can definitely start to see Unlimited piece some things together here if BDS can't quite find the gas for the pedal.
I mean, they get to design the puzzle, right? Like, they get to choose what kind of utility they want to play with and how they want to set things up, where they want to be focusing on, rather than having to solve whatever BDS has just tossed up in front of them. The problem is, BDS are excellent problem solvers. They will see a hole and realize, okay, this is a weak point, this is where we can go from. Like, their IGLing is very strong on that matter. You saw that develop over the previous map we had played. Rourke, in a crucial position, is going to be droned out. They know of his existence and his position right now, and thus Skipper comes in to try and help from afar, providing an extra angle with the 9x9, but there's going to be a grenade coming around the corner. Shaiko is going to toss that one in, just explodes a bit prematurely, otherwise Rorik would have lost his life. Oh, the second one, again, a bit too early, doesn't quite confirm the kill.
So much being thrown either side, and Efak charges up Dragon Stairs and is able to get a body off the back of it, but look at this, underneath, from the bottom to the top, they're rocked. IWI takes him with the P90, and, well, they had only a fraction of time to try and survive on the back of that, and it was great motion from Unlimited to again play that team game with how much utility has been thrown and wasted and blown at this point. BDS, they've got a minute 30 to see if they can try and smash and grab their way through with all that they've got really left in the pockets.
Beautiful shot.
Yeah, take onto Renchero on the door.
Moving up a little bit too aggressively there, or rather aggressively as a defender, trying to be in an unpredictable spot, finding that kill. Crucial for the side of Unlimited. Lems will find Northwind though, brings it back to a 3-on-3, and now it starts to become a bit icky. Bride does get injured. Skipper will get the confirm. Shaiko needs to check his close corner, does not do that, and that means it's only up to a Lems in a 1v2 right now. The diffuser has been dropped. They have the opportunity to play that to their advantage. And one fell back all the way into the bathroom. Now, is there going to be a Frostmech right below that? No, that was not the case. And he's starting to move through. He's being fully pinged. And Skipper will get that final kill, and it is going to be a second round for Unlimited.
They get their second, both on initiation, but as we said, that's not the ask. The ask is how long can you keep it up for? How long can you keep them off map point? If you can do it all the way to a 5 apiece, holy smokes, you're cooking with gas. You assume before it gets to that point, there'll be at least a tech timeout, and maybe it won't get to that point. That's down to BDS to put the pressure on. They got the entry. They got a lead in. If they'd have won that second engagement, if they'd have known about the player coming up, it could have been a different round. It wasn't. That's the important factor. Unlimited have to try and throw themselves behind.
I think if BDS lose the next 2 rounds, we're going to see them use that tactical timeout, because then we've had the full rotation. Then they've seen all the sides that Unlimited is looking to play to get themselves back towards a point of reaching that overtime mark. And that's when they are going to try and have a chat to individually discuss those sides and how to counter them. Either way, we're going to Throne. It is that basement, or not basement, the ground floor site. It's going to be 3 double walls that are usually the breaching points that will be went for the attack, and 2 doorways that are providing quite a bit of a choke point. So, as an attacker, it is key to not lose your heart breach potential, so you can open up some extra doorways for yourself.
Unlimited. Now move on towards 3, and as you said, there's key points for them to try and hold on to, and I want to see the stretch that they might have on the map itself, how much movement and rotation is put in. It was a pretty stoic hold before. They obviously had the one loose Solace player, who you assume is always going to be causing problems underneath, but an early catch with a C4 just whizzes by. Shaiko is able to catch Rorik on the back of it, and it was a gamble, but usually it's not one paid by their life.
I mean, I don't think Rorik would have expected someone to be there after he literally just does the C4 up there. He's like, I would have killed anybody able to try and challenge me at this moment in time. But Shaiko thought a bit different about that, gets that opening kill, and is really allowing BDS to, well, snowball into this round as Likafak instantly gets responded to by IWI.
IWI, as I said, they were maybe a bit of a turning point in the previous round, and that they stopped Efak being able to get further and further into the site. They're able to stop Efak once again, the knock on the back end, but they've still got one more body to make up the disadvantage on. They're holding the rotate. The caution paid towards the top floor. Nordwind is going to maybe go off for some support as well, just to ensure that A, they have a route out, or B, they have someone else to fire at and buy some time. It's Shaiko caught. And there it is, the perfect play, and both of them drop. IWI and Nordwind hit the ground, hit the boards, hit the cover of each other, and get back into sight. They did the important part, catch one more body, and suddenly it's gone from an even into an even game.
Really wanted to see some more drone usage there from the side of BDS. Like, again, they only have like 6 left at this point, but if you're just moving up that way, that close towards the actual site, you want to have a drone ahead of you. You want to have someone out there that is able to spot out these threats as they pop up. Either way, the maintenance wall is going to be opened up, and that will provide an extra opening potential for the side of BDS, if it isn't for those impact nades to continuously come in.
Yeah, obviously they had nothing else to stop the wall other than those impacts, and they're able to make some of the use of them, but they're quite limited, really, by what they have left in pocket. The breach gets opened. There's more tin openers. And now there's all that is left. IWI with the swing round. They're looking for one more fight as well. Double dipped and dropped the player onto the back end. And I said they had a maybe effect in the previous round. You cannot question the effect they've had on this one. 30 seconds. And BDS went from the 2 opening bodies to watching everybody else get removed.
Bride picks up 1. It's a 1v2 now, 17 seconds. Theoretically, very possible in achieving, but he needs to find one more kill, and he's walking into a contact crossfire. Northwind takes him down, and that is going to be round number 3 for Dunlimited. So now BDS get to decide, are we calling it now? Because there was some flaws we could see out there. Lack of droning mainly. Taking those fights alone, taking the ground alone, no one there to go for an instant refrag is what's hurting BDS later on in that round for both these rounds. But they're deciding to wait one more, at least. Let them play Bunk and Day, make sure we've seen every single site they have in their arsenal before we are calling a timeout.
Yeah, hit him on the tertiary. See if you can try and just take this round, because you know, if you get this and you get yourself to 6-3, you still have 3 opportunities. 2 of the sites you might have lost before, but you can talk about what went wrong there and see if you try and opt for the changes directly leading into them. If you're at that position, it is great roam play from a single player that then gets support from Unlimited. All of the stuff that I complimented them about on the first map on Border on the defense is still reigning true here. They're working as a unit. There's always a bit of a support structure just holding on, and BDS weren't too sharp at clearing that onto Border. They suffered on the wrong end of most of it. Here, Unlimited, still suffering a bit under that initial BDS push, but the more and more that they deal damage to it, the more and more that they'll get confidence.
But it's not really like BDS is getting flanked, right? Because they're walking right into the gunfights. Like, as they clear from east to west, they find these players and they just, you know, get picked up by them. So what is it? It's a lack of information. It's, again, the droning that needs to be upped a little bit out there. That's, whoops, not the best start for Dunlimited.
No, you do team damage if you've left the prep phase.
Yeah, so the Super Shorty taking care of Hypix there almost for the side of BDS. Luckily, it was an injury.
It would have been the first technical prep phase team kill. The preparation team kill. It's not the prep phase, but it's a preparation team kill. First one of them we'd seen in a while, in a hot minute.
Quick turnaround on the ERC. It's going to be taking care of that shield. Going to be opening up an opportunity a bit more to put up some pressure out there, but I believe there's a prox and I believe there's 2 magnets out there that is going to stop any form of utility. Yeah, I'm not sure one of them was a prox. I think one of them is a prox and 2 magnets.
Ah. Wow. Either way, if one explosive gets tossed through, it should be able to deal with at least some of it, depending on which way it swings.
Effect hiding. Doesn't want to be instantly picked up right after he gets a kill again, and it would be ideal if he just picks up IWI, as he has been so problematic so far. But also Rorik, if he just takes a quick look to the left, might actually be able to see that Nuck is just creeping around.
That's it. The Solace has been a powerful operator, and as we've seen over the past couple of rounds, usually it's in the hand, in the pocket of IWI. He's moved on to instead keeping things under lock with the Warden. Bit of damage is done to Rorik there. I'm not sure entirely what it was from. It didn't sound like a bullet. It might have been an explosion, but there's a bit more done to Hypex. Finally put down. after going down very early on. There's Efak suffering. Did not know about the swing round, and Rorik cannot find the tail end of the fight. In the meantime, Skipper and Nordwind get kills on the site. Bride does as well, putting us into a 3 versus 2. Bride is trying to break his way through with an engagement on either side of him, and that's the problem right now. He is isolated, so Skipper acts on it. Drives to give them the body advantage. Knew they had a 2 versus 1, but only for a limited window. There's one more! Skipper for the triple, swings onto Efak, leaving just Shaiko in a 2 versus nobody! Unlimited get one more round, 3 in a row, and now you assume there'll be the timeout.
It has to be. That should have been a BDS round. Because they have the site partially under control. There's just that one player that's still out there being a bit of a problem. Skipper somehow finds himself behind Bride, who pushed up a little bit. There was no cover whatsoever from the rest of his team. So either Bride went too early or the rest of BDS was too slow, but there's that desynchronized bit of attacks coming down from BDS right now. And indeed, the timeout's there. And they need to have a chat because it's just not working out. They get these openings, they get like a 2 or 3 minute advantage. And then they're like, that's a great plan. And then they toss it out. It's like, let's toss it over our shoulders and play for something else. We don't need to play as a team anymore. It's very frustrating.
It's frustrating. It's just slow. They've, I know that Desk sort of said it's been this big, exciting game, but I would say that the attacks of both teams have generally struggled.
I mean, I think Dunlimited looked more as a team on the attack.
Towards their later attacks.
Toward their later attacks, yes. Than BDS has been throughout these. Because they work great together getting these openings. And then, when they have the big man advantage, they're like, let's take 1v1s. And let's not watch our flanks anymore. And let's not provide each other cover. Because why would we? But then in French.
Please pretend that was all in French. And pretend that we're fluent. All right.
I have to say, they almost got gifted a free kill as well at the start, so... Yeah. No. Slightly frustrated by the way that this is developing, but,
They're probably more frustrated.
They will be more frustrated. I hope they are more frustrated, otherwise that's another issue.
All right. Done limited. After that team talk, well, you know how they acted last time. They got 2 flawlesses in a row.
That would be the end of the game.
That would be the end of the game. So they've got to try and do some damage here. You're on Office. You're on what was your first pick site. And as we said, the importance of first pick doesn't really matter when you had to win so many, but being able to take the 3 on the rotation, putting that much pressure back in, suddenly what feels like one of those impossible tasks becomes so close to possible. And losing the first map might eye them up for the fight on a 3rd.
And we're going to have the Montaigne to be brought out by LMs. Of course, there has been some issues with that late round from the side of BDS, and maybe they think they can solve that by putting a giant shield in the way. Make sure you shepherd out these players, force them into uncomfortable positions, and of course it's a bit more safely to face Jack with a giant shield in front of you rather than just your gun and get flanked in the meantime. So BDS, how will that work out for you?
Shaiko, he's in. He's locking them down. There's IWI is able to get one. Shaiko gets a double in the meantime. And now we're 4 versus 3. But this is that moment where you go, okay, will the wheels fall off BDS? How are you going to try and capitalize on this? Nordwind, ever excellent, has moved into those positions to try and put some pressure back on. He's got a great habit of getting a body in these sort of situations in the right position. The Monty's going to make things a bit tougher. They can try and utilize that to drive the team forward, get the ping and the reveal on the player on the back who just sprays towards the side. They're all the way inside the site and making things very awkward for this engagement. They're all stacked up and Shaiko gets one more, 4-2. IWI is still watching a hatch, but nobody's being gifted to him, so instead they're going to see if they can try and just get this wall open, get some of that clarity onto the site itself. They're watching for the rotate. Bride has it locked down. It leaves.
Oh, no.
Just a single player. Round on the back. Sprays the planter. Cannot get the next.
I was about to go off. I was about to pop off on BDS at that point.
If he'd have hit Shaiko and then got onto the Monty as well, I
was about to scream at BDS.
Oh.
Again, it's like... Unlimited are some slippy players, we have to say. They managed to continually get behind those lines aside and into these annoying positions that BDS struggled to play with. The Monty helped here because it forced these players out of comfort positions. They had to go aggressive, which was very scary to watch, by the way. Like, the Monty pushes in and he's like, left are you, right are you, left are you? And he just keeps on firing shots at Shaiko, who eventually came out on top. But, you know, we've seen that go the other way as well, so... Oh well, it's map and match point now for Team BDS. All they need is one more out of these next two, and they're going to see themselves move up in the bracket and take this with a clean 2-0. They haven't lost the map yet since they went towards the open qualifier playoffs into the close qualifiers, and I would be assuming they are not looking to start now. Throne Room. Up next. How are you going to approach this?
I mean, now that sort of death knell sits ominously over the top of Unlimited. BDS, they had to perpetually fight back from map points to take it last time round, and they did it twice. Still all possible here for Unlimited. It's just a difference of 2, and they're going to hope a C4 is the early catch with an attempt on the breach. On control itself, Rorik waits. He's not got it ripped, which might give some of the game away. But it seems like they're not really paying it much focus either way. It's going to be first in towards the cash side. And EFAC actually breaking underneath alongside Renshiro.
Yeah, they don't need to take that top floor under control fully. All they need to do is just make sure that those flanks won't hurt them too much. And already trying to open up onto yellow from, I believe that was lockers, but both those Selmas shot out. It's a bit of a loss, an unnecessary loss on the side of BDS. Of course, they still have an extra Selma and some extra thermics available to open up. But they're forcing out Rorik first from the top of Dragon, making sure they can now take that top floor under control fully.
Yeah, they thought they could be a little bit slick there. Saw the wall was not electrified, but it was being watched. And now BDS has to go a little bit back to the drawing board. They have, obviously, the secondary hard breacher. It's not the end of the world to have a cost, but you don't want to have that be that risk. You don't want to have that be that reason this falls apart. There's the breach. Through a little bit of a hop hole, not quite the clean motion, and it's going to make things a bit easier for the impacts to potentially trick it if that's the way that it gets played out. You've also got 3 C4s. It's such a dangerous route in on the site there with that much over the top utility. The spray over the top of the chassis is Shaiko, the man of the previous round. All the blinds come across, they're just going to burn everything out that they can, and that will pop round to the other side. They've already pulled themselves to a slightly different angle though.
Some extra fire on the ground is something BDS won't have to worry about later on, but those entries not really going their way, and still tons of cameras out there providing information to the rest of Unlimited they could use to, well, basically shut down BDS if they come from any other angle. So for now, all they need to do is worry for that one breach that has been made.
Well, talking of, the flashes over the top and underneath, burning out the discs. They're going to see if they can try and do something on the back of it, but this is maybe the longest we've had all 10 players still standing. Unlimited have not handed them that early engagement because BDS, to be fair, didn't try and take it from them. The swing at the side of the chassis is Skippers. Removes Shaiko, and obviously he was a massively problematic player in the previous round, and he's one that's off the board first here. Finally, Bride stretches his wings to the opposite side as Alems punishes Skipper. You could see he turned to pay attention towards the oil breach, and that's now the end of it. The flashes round close, the swing onto the player, and there's another trade out. They've got the kit slowly shuffled into the back of sight. Bride, he's gone from the board, so it's picked up elsewhere, and there's that C4 we talked about, leaving just EFAC. But not for long. Unlimited. Get one more round. One more to go for another OT.
They hold on for now onto the throne. According to many, one of the best defensible sites. But BDS got close there. They managed to get the breaches opened up on either side. They started to run in and managed to get themselves in a planting position. It's just that those C4s, you mentioned them earlier on, those are always that big risk factor. Yes, you can get yourself behind throne. But if the cover ain't there, those C4s will strike through. Initiation is again going to be chosen here by Unlimited to be their 6th round potentially and push us to overtime.
Maybe again.
Maybe again.
Maybe again.
The pressure is on Unlimited though.
Yeah.
BDS, they have that map point. They have the series point. They can wait. They don't need to instantly go through. Of course, they would prefer to do it now rather than make it happen in overtime or a map 3, but all they need to do now is just pressure the Unlimited a little bit into making a mistake this round and then utilize that to the best of your abilities.
There's a bit of a risk if we find ourselves sitting into another OT, just because I believe there might be a patch soon.
Yes.
So I don't know how that will affect
in about 15 minutes from now.
We'll leave that to other people to work out. They're actually shooting a TikTok right next to us. Our desk have no consideration for us.
I don't know what the TikTok is about. It's just
film it elsewhere, you losers. We're trying to work, some of us. Match point, 6-5. BDS. They've been able to try and claw themselves into the site sometimes. And at this point, you're thinking, well, what's the difference maker? How will this break come across?
It all comes down to that first kill. Which way is it going to go? A run out there is going to be at least exposing one of the players that was close. Rorik is being quite aggressive with the shotgun out here. He's hoping to pick one up if they go for the entry. This drone should spot it out, and that means he's falling back. He's not sticking around. But this opens up the avenue for a potential grenade to come through from either below or horizontally.
Well, I think that's why he just stepped forward with the shotgun to catch that drone. He had an impression it was going to come through, and someone might be on the back of it. And if he gets it there, they might not be able to read it. They still read that, though. Shaiko takes care of Hypex, who was maybe just caught on the innocent back of it. There's Shaiko with one more, 5-3. Now, let's not get too ahead of ourselves, BDS fans. You've had leads before and had them filter away into, unfortunately, nothing left. But Shaiko being able to activate on those first two is huge.
I like how Skipper just was like, you took out two of my teammates, I'm gonna try myself now, and basically quickly left with his tail between his legs. We'll find a kill on the second attempt though, takes down Shaiko, brings it to a 3 and 4. IWI still below, is gonna try and go for a bit of a flank, gives away his position and doesn't quite get the kill. Now they know someone is coming out there, someone is down below, so they will be worried for it. Skipper though will be taken down if Leakifak and suddenly turns back into a 3 and 3 situation as the Lems pushes through the Frost Smash, I believe, gets himself shut down. And Unlimited is only up to Skipper now. Look at his HP. A single shot. All he needs to catch and he's out.
A minute. Drones, intel, and E1D. The BDS move forward. There's a bit of a reveal, and he knows he cannot take an elongated firefight on this for Dunlimited to stay in the chance of Copenhagen. He can see the kit. And he can see more drones, more intel. There's another one winding its way behind him. BDS have time. And they're making sure they use every second of it. There it is. The rotate, the push through, the double down. There's one, there's two! Skipper! We are going to OT! And when he needed it the most, he steps in. They're not done yet.
That's a tilter for BDS. Oh boy, oh boy. Yeah, no, that's exactly the response you can give to a play like that. Because he first of all leans in, takes down Shaiko, stays alive, takes another shot over it. I believe there was a quad kill from him coming down out there. And BDS, they used the E1D. You used that to go for a push. They did that right. But then they moved up to the same doorway, both of them, and got themselves punished for it. They left no room there. It was just a lineup.
I mean, you have to, obviously making that connect as well, being in that position, yes. Losing the multi to the Frost mat. As I said it at the time, Shaiko gets the double on the lead-in, almost kills Skipper as well. And I said, don't get too excited, BDS fans.
This could just as well go the other way.
This has gone wrong before. And there, obviously, they had about 45 seconds to a minute. They were using that to drone. They droned twice. They set a drone up on the corridor. One had actually filtered its way all the way around onto bathroom as well. You could see it moving slightly. But they didn't put a player there. They didn't opt for the pinch take.
I don't know why they didn't.
I think my estimation is it's a very long corridor. It's awkward to try and push down. You can isolate 2 1 versus 1s easier than in other positions without a hefty rotate. But at the same time, 2 people through the same door
at the same time.
At the same time.
If it wouldn't have been the lineup from Skipper, it would have been a team kill potentially to come through, and then him picking up the second one. You could have jumped out of the window, right? You could have moved in from the cash door and then go that way, try and go for an alternate angle. I don't know, Breedado started us strong, takes down Rorik, but we've seen this so many times before this game where BDS gets a double opening, and then either Skipper or IWI just leans back in. Now, one of those has been taken care of. Skipper is now that big risk, who's on 17 kills throughout this map so far. Hypex doesn't quite connect to LMs.
Yeah, could not quite get it. Does catch a drone in the meantime, which you assume will just get dropped out and shot down. It's in an easy enough position, but we saw a throne hold once upon a time here where it was a 5 versus 3. Now it's a 5 versus 2, so it's one less. But he's probably not going to be able to get that rotate support I was about to make reference to. Doesn't need it yet. More drones, more swings, more pings, more Shaiko. He's looking for a fight on the back of Hypex. There's bodies either side. He's trying to lean into one. Fortunately, has to reload before he finds the next. 4 versus 1.
Well, if you lose this BDS, I don't know anymore.
Or if Skipper wins this.
Well, that would be the case, because the man has been on fire so far. He's popping fire so he doesn't have to worry about one of the angles at one moment. He's going to go for a bit of an aggression. Takes the kill, but he's so low on HP right now. Not that that stopped him before. Looking through the breach, can you find a second kill and basically stop your worry from one side completely?
Looks around, slowly filtering away from him all around. He's just trying to find a fight before it finds him. He knows BDS will drone. He knows they'll try and get active. There's one more. Cannot get the next. Ooh. But it's always possible when he's still on the board. BDS, 1 round away from locking this series off.
But this must be a very stressful game to watch as a BDS viewer, because they keep on starting off so well this map, especially with the amount of opening kills they get, and then it's a second opening kill, and then sometimes even a third, and then again it just all breaks apart. Because of the fact that the Unlimited has that insane clutch potential. Those last 2 players or last player on the board able to just play it perfectly, find the fights before it finds them, as you just mentioned. None of it worked at that time, but it definitely worked out in the previous rounds. Throne room to defend BDS. You've won it both your times. Now will be a bad time to start losing it.
Unlimited. 2 rounds away. Once again from going home. Now they fought back the previous 2 to get there before, and now it's just a slightly different cost to be paid here. There's a slight change from the drive of Unlimited. If we throw our minds back to when they were attacking on the previous half, it all generally was a bit slow. They could not quite get a proper bite in to the site. They were missing that little bit of panache and pace until the last 2 attack rounds, until they started to drive with the Ying, with the Candelas, with the E1Ds on the back of it.
Keep it calm, BDS. Don't throw away any of those advantages you might build up. They've barricaded off a lot of doors. They've been here to try and get as much information as early as possible as Skipper moves in. As a grenade in hand is looking to toss it right over, hoping to get rid of any electrification on the other side, maybe even a player if he's lucky. Instead, it's just 1 piece of electrification. That's easily replaced if the pressure does come through and LMs is willing to go for a replacement there.
Clearing and getting some idea over what's on the top. The players rotate off. They head down towards Drug Lab and otherwise split inside the site. There is 1 bit of support in the bathroom already. And remember how this went before. How much time was wasted by the players inside Drug Lab and how many bodies. They're going to keep an eye on it. Here's the swing. Here's the close fight. And there's a bandit that just gets caught out at the very end of the rotate. It's a very risky pick back up here. They're not going to move under the E1D. They're waiting to see if they can just get a read on if anyone's watching and if they can bait a play and bait a bit of aggression before they go for the pickup.
There comes a drone through the bathroom. That was supposed to see if they were going to go for the pickup. And now, again, back on HP. LM's alive and fighting. He's low, so is Liquefact. But at least it's guns up and running, and that is what they need as they're going up on the top. And that's a free kill to Rorik, opening up those verticals.
They lose the first body here, and Unlimited, that window towards Copenhagen gets a little bit more narrow as health still flickers and attention is still paid towards Drug Lab. but now they got to pay it back up top again. All the work that they've done, clearing and droning and getting an idea of what BDS has fallen away from them. EFAC, he's holding on to a position, but he can hold this all day. You have to be the pressure that forces the motion, and there it is. One back, but that's another 30 seconds gone.
Oh, and I was going to say still Lambs and Druglab, but he's just been taken out. So now the advantage there for Unlimited. Unlimited. Skipper moves through with his Gemini, gets a lot of information down, some pings as well, which are not being followed up by his teammates, quickly trying to open up so they could go for an impact trick. They need to make sure this wall doesn't open up. Shaiko, it relies on you, but it's open up anyway. And that provides an opportunity now for Unlimited to try and take this round into their own control.
Shaiko goes down, IWI puts it into a 4 versus 2, and it's something that's fallen away from BDS on their approaches. Can defense be the difference? A swing for Skipper, gets locked down, one more body in the post plant, a 2 versus 1. Brede in another clutch situation, it was a 1 versus 1 on the last map. This time he can send it over, but a post plant. 45 seconds and 2 guns pointed up, and they are pulling themselves back. One in the site is caught. Another 1 versus 1 here for Brede. Caught on a drone, 30 seconds to work with. The player's pulled himself slightly further away. He's waiting, wasting on time. It's IWI, who has been a huge driving force, holds on the key, waits for the swing. They can't make the contact. They pull back at Brede! 2 for 2 on 1 versus 1s, 2 for 2 on maps, and BDS step forward in the bracket.
Who else than Brede to clutch out these kinds of situations when BDS, again, need him the most? 7-8 and an 8-6 victory for BDS will move them on, again, unbeaten on any of the maps ever since they dropped out of Europe Stage 1. Now, they move on. They are victorious, but they have a lot to talk about because it was very scrappy from them today. They probably are not too happy with the way that some of these attacks went.
I don't think they can be, but you know what you've got to go up against. You know the competition is only going to get harder and harder all the way until you lift that Copenhagen trophy. So you got to try and buck up your ideas. You got to prepare. The next game is tomorrow at this rate. One more evening to prepare for that. Unlimited, unfortunately, this is where their journey ends for this major. But again, what a performance, pushing recent major winners, most recent major winners technically, to the brink twice.
Twice they came close, but twice unable to take the victory in the end. But without further ado, let's toss it to a quick break before the analyst desk will break that one down.
Hey guys, my name is Backbull.
I'm Leon Gids.
My name is D-Bag.
I'm Bibu.
So my name is Noah.
I am Tyrant.
My name is Nilo.
My name's Mark Steinman.
A hard support and an IGL basically means that I'm playing all the hard breach operators. I'm joining in my team, making sure the job's done. I think the reason I'm so good at this role is because I'm very vocal as a player. I've got a deep understanding in the game.
I am an entry, but I'm also the person that can just go anywhere on the map. I'm kind of like that wildcard player.
Now enter the map like as fast as possible, obviously, and take the map control, which is pretty important.
In the team, I'm best known for helping people that are roaming from site with echo drones or file camps.
Like a backbone of the team. I'm playing anything that's needed for the team.
As hard breach, if you die early on in the round, you're just putting your team at a massive disadvantage. So something I always try to do is make sure that I'm as close to the back as I can and let my entries do most of the work. That's their job.
I think what I like about entry the most is I kind of get to use my teammates to just get me in the building and do what I love.
It's a pretty aggressive role, I think, and I'm pretty confident on it. You need to be confident actually on that role. Like, you are normally the first person inside the building taking the first gunfight.
What I like about my role the most is probably I have so much control over the round. If something isn't going right, it's on my shoulders to correct it.
The best part about my role is that I get to sit back, just join my teammates in and let them do the work for me.
Something I would suggest to anyone looking to go pro or at least get better at either IGL or hard support roles would just be to study VOD of either yourself or other experienced players on that role.
Make sure you're stern and you're confident in what you're calling. so your teammates know and they can trust you and understand what they're doing.
Communication, you need to have a clear communication, be calm.
Try to get your teammate involved to pre-place a camp for you that he can hold in the beginning of a round if you want to take map control fast.
Your mechanics, so like your aim or your positioning.
By watching other players, you can, of course, just see what they're doing and implement their tips and tricks into your own gameplay.
For me, I feel like you just got to have a lot of game knowledge and then self-confidence as well.
Just be confident. I think that's actually a very big part.
You have to be feeling like you're going to win every single one of your gunfights as soon as you go into them.
I'm very comfortable in my role. I think I'm definitely one of the best people to do what I do. I don't want to say too much, but probably top 5.
I can keep a level head in these intense situations.
My game knowledge is like, I feel like it's above like everyone else's in UL, to be honest.
I can adapt really well.
I can just go in any side of the map without even needing a drone half the time because I know that people are not going to be there.
I think I'm pretty confident to become the best. I think I'm extremely hungry for it.
I can always be working to improve, you know. If something goes wrong, I can always learn from that situation and do better next time.
It's been my dream like all my life, and now I've been given the chance to do it.
BDS have done it. They are now going into the semifinals up against Wild, but what a way for them to close this one out. Sure, it might have been a 2-0, but a couple of cracks have shown. I'm Ginny, and we're going to try to be breaking this down on the desk alongside Fresh and Ollie. Let's just start with the, I guess, elephant in the room, and that is Dunlimited have pushed BDS to the absolute possible maximum limit that there is.
I feel so alive. Like, genuinely, the adrenaline is flowing. The games, the rounds were so close. There's big clutches. There's everything. Yeah, Dunlimited, you know, excellent performance to get, you know, OT twice and, you know, get all the way, get so close, but just fall short. BDS, you know, they did enough. They get through. They'll play again on Thursday. We'll see them again. But far and away, you know, not their best performance on the day.
I don't think it's going to be a day or a set of games in a series that BDS will look back fondly on. It has been very difficult for them. As you can see here, another 6-8 scoreline. A game that, on the face of it, BDS dominated in the opening half. Yeah. They took a 5-1 split. They were looking fantastic. And then the cracks started to show. Struggling on the attack. We know that Theme can be a difficult map to attack onto. And we really saw that. Despite sometimes getting opening kill advantages and having that little bit of an edge, they were just struggling in that execution.
I mean, Skipper for Dunlimited. This guy is just keeping them alive. Well, kept them alive.
Kept them alive. I mean, what, 20 kills that map? And he got 15 on the map before. But what I will say, I'll come back to Skipper in a second, but Shaiko, for me, he's got the MVP. He was on the winning team, and, you know, he's the best performer from that winning team. There was, like, just a couple of key rounds. There was one round initiation. The only attack round that BDS won was basically because Shaiko's just intuition. To get himself in, you know, behind enemy lines, he walks himself in, got top dragon, bang, bang, 2 kills, 3 kills, opens the round completely up. And that's that special stuff that you're looking for from him. When your team's not playing well, can he win you a round? That's exactly what he did.
Yeah, a little bit of a spicy sauce added to that one, but we also have an interview ready with LMS, so we can hear from BDS themselves and see how they're feeling. Hello, welcome. How's it going?
Hello, I'm good.
Yeah, I mean, you guys get a 2-0. So talk me specifically, I want to know about the pauses that you guys have had, because there were a lot of words being exchanged. You guys were pretty animated. What was said during these pauses for you guys to just bring it back?
So yeah, during the tactical pause, we had to like change the way we played because the enemy team is not doing what we saw like in the previous matches. Like they are known to be very aggressive on defense and very aggressive on attack as well. But on attack, they were sleeping, so we had to do some change for that.
Okay, the changes came through. You guys came through as well. But when you're talking about how they used to play in the past, so Dunlimited, we haven't actually seen them play in a couple of months now. What was it like coming into a game kind of blinded?
So yeah, like you said, they didn't play for a while, so it wasn't. We didn't have that much to see like VOD-wise. We practiced them a few times. It's a very good team, so we know that they were capable of winning the match. So we take that seriously, of course. And they changed one player. Like now it's keeper, I think. And this guy is like insane. So we are expecting a good gunfight, and we got the gunfight. So. Yeah, they play well, but we managed to take the win at the end.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're now up against Wild. I mean, you guys have been able to see a lot of their VODs. We've seen them all throughout EUL. How are you feeling with the current position that you guys are in as a team going up against them on Thursday?
I think it will be a great match, to be honest. We are looking looking for it, like the match, I mean. Okay. It's always a pleasure to play against those guys, like the T1 teams. It's always great matches, like close ones. So we expect a good match there. We'll prepare the match, of course, and give everything to win.
Okay. You have a day and a half, so to say a little bit to prep for that. Anything you want to focus on that you think has been exposed today?
The thing is, like, we didn't practice that much before the tournament, because we had some people that went to a French LAN. So we had a few time practice. We had to go back on tracks fast. So we didn't correct the mistakes, like the big mistakes in one day. It was very hard. So like you said, yeah, we did a lot of mistakes today, I think, even though the team was good, but we did a lot. So we'll talk about it after tonight or just after the interview and try to correct them as fast as possible for the next match.
Well, wishing you guys the best of luck in doing so. Looking forward to seeing you guys as well on Thursday. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
See you.
I feel like the awareness is always going to be there. You know, a lot of these players are aware that today might not have been the best showing. We've seen it from Wild. We've seen it from BDS. And one of the things as well, a theme that's been rolling here, Ollie, is a lot of the times they have the numbers advantage in the round, but then something just goes the wrong way.
I think you can tell that there was that sort of lack of coordination there from BDS today. And yeah, Lem's brought it up himself. They've been around the block. They know when they don't have a day that they perform to their expected standard. And we didn't really see that today from BDS. We're not expecting Unlimited to push them to max OT both times. We're expecting a good game, but not that good, not that close. So I think, yeah, I think it was Gamers Assembly, the French LAN that was played over the weekend. I think the two players that he was maybe referring to there, perhaps Shaiko and Leaky Fac. And of course, you know, you do lose a little bit of time when stuff like that happens, but it was a risk. They took it, and fortunately for them, it's paid off for them.
It's a bit of a French tradition for all of the French scene to basically go to Gamers Assembly and play that tournament. They play in pop-up stacks, you know, so it is what it is. They knew it was in the calendar. It's an unfortunate timing. Shaiko and Leaky Fac did actually win it, and they rolled back the years. RXWD was playing with Shaiko, so you know that is a throwback. But yeah, no, BDS. Would they be happy with today? No, but it is job done. Gets them to Thursday, so.
Absolutely. It's kind of like the similar situation with, you know, VP. They got it. They got the win, but unfortunately that one round. Hopefully, we'll see how that's going to go on Thursday, but we have the bracket ready as well. So we kind of see how everything has been populating out because we have two winners today. And as we said earlier today as well, there is no lower bracket, which means that unfortunately both Tenstar and Unlimited are no longer here.
Means that we've only got our EU League teams started the closed league that started in the two groups, left in the tournament, obviously with the latter half being Heroic, Wolves, Secret and Koi. I think both Tenstar and Dunlim put up really brave performances, played very well genuinely over the course of the day. And in another world, in a parallel universe, we're talking about Tenstar beating Wild because that was really close. And the same with Dunlim meeting BDS because both of those games in overtime.
Unlimited were a couple of rounds away from winning this whole series. That's the reality of what we've just watched there against BDS. We've been bigging BDS up this whole time as, oh, that top half of the bracket is going to be... Yeah, it is going to be difficult now, but only because they've just beaten Unlimited by the skin of their teeth. It wasn't always going to be that easy. And then, like you say, the flip side of that, the Tenstar Wild game. Again, a couple of rounds go either way there. Could have been a little bit different. I think that Wild will probably feel a little bit more strongly about that point, and they will think that they've, you know, done a bit more to get the job done today, which, you know, in some cases they maybe did.
You know, when Packball was in the interview earlier and he was saying like, oh, I don't care really who we play on Thursday, I'm thinking, he definitely wants to
Yeah.
play Dunlimited. But then after seeing Skipper's performance, maybe not. Maybe he's quite happy. We know what we're going to get from BDS, and we'll take that.
Yeah, absolutely. We know what we're going to get from BDS, but I think there were a lot of expectations coming into this today. So we want to hear from our lovely casters because you guys were screaming at the top of your lungs, especially in that last series.
Yeah. I mean, 2 games to come down to a 1 versus 1 clutch.
Both clutched out by the same player.
How many clutches are in the first series of the day?
Uh,
At least 1 million.
Yeah, we've seen like many.
Conservative estimates.
The average clutch per game has just gone up like massively by this one. So yeah,
it was good. It was fun. It
was very good.
Shine. I'm excited to be in the back of the videos you're filming that we talked about around this time.
Oh, the TikToks.
Yeah.
Those were actually outfit pictures for Twitter.
Ah.
Yeah, I didn't get to film any TikToks. You guys want to make one later?
No, I'm in my 30s. But I appreciate the effort, and I'm sure they're wonderful. Great content.
Thank you. I mean,
fresh in them.
No.
Yeah, fresh.
You should do
TikTok
like
is
that
great.
dancing
Fresh, you know loads of
thing
TikTok
dances.
where you teach people how to dance.
Go like
Yeah.
this.
TikTok.
Or you can show your friends.
What was you doing earlier? No, you showed me the catwalk. Go on.
Fair, I learned it from you.
No, you didn't.
I did. I learned it from you last week.
Come
I was
on.
out
We
for
have
you,
to
but it
make
wasn't
Ginny
me.
feel welcome.
Do it together.
and-
Go on,
Guys,
Ollie.
come on, do it together.
How'd
We
you
want
do
to
it?
know what you're talking about. I don't
I don't want to do it because I'm self-professed, not a
We've
cat
done it
person.
last week.
There's a dog. Just
How'd you
pretend
do
you're a
it?
dog.
It's the cat one,
Put
isn't
the
it?
camera on them. Ollie will teach me, and then we'll do it.
Okay.
Why is it on me? I don't want it just on me. That's horrendous.
Instructions,
So we
unclear.
can now see what they're doing. So
So they're,
Oh, no.
they're teaching.
Yeah.
No, I'm not doing it.
See, it's a
Come
bit
on,
weird. See, it's a little bit weird.
Milosh would do it.
Okay, I don't know
Milosh
what's...
did it, I think. I think that's
Jenny,
the
you did
problem.
do it.
I think
Milosh
that's where
actually
it
did.
started.
we're comparing you
You're
to
like,
Milosh now.
You know what? Maybe we should get Ginny
No, we're
to do
comparing
it.
them.
I don't know what kind of TikTok side you are on.
just seen
I've
the
never
dance.
seen that. No,
You've just seen it.
No way
I like
that
how
is a
I've
dance.
derailed this.
Nah.
I mean, that's kind of the
Within
point,
about
right? Like trying to
30 seconds
derail
as well.
Emmy's like, headset on.
Yeah.
Show
We're
derailed.
out.
Yeah.
We're gone. Bye.
Yeah, see, just
No,
fun.
we're not done with you yet. It's your first post show with us.
Yeah, exactly. So
have to
I like the
derail this as
TikTok
much
You have to
topic.
throw out a strange topic.
Yeah.
Ooh. I feel like TikTok is like not strange enough. You think?
I don't know. We were just trying to get them
Do
to
any
a
of us
cat
make
dance.
TikToks, you think?
Do
Like
I
dancing?
don't. I don't know. Do you?
No.
No.
Do you not? Okay. Just random TikToks. You know, just your outfit. You know, just showing
No.
off. I mean, you're dressing up as Ollie today.
Yeah, sorry, I was cosplaying.
I thought there were two Ollies.
I did Flores during Six Invitational.
If you two swap places, I wouldn't be able to tell the difference.
No.
I don't know.
It's just that one's.
It's just Ollie's a
Taller
little
than-
taller.
I'll just put the chair down a little bit.
Put the chair down a little bit.
Yeah. That's a genie
Wait, wait,
cosplay.
wait, let
Don't
me-
go too far down.
Where
If
is
you
it?
go up,
It doesn't go down.
no, because you're just going smaller. If you go up, you're Ollie.
Am
Yeah,
I
there
now?
you
There you go.
Yeah, there you go.
So, hello.
Hi, Ollie.
What was that?
You
Hello.
explain.
To be fair, Ginny did what I think was a
Stand up.
an accent.
It was an attempted British accent.
It
wasn't
was.
it?
It was okay. It was like I'm gonna lose me job.
Jenny, what is your best Dutchified English accent?
Oh no.
Oh no, we're not doing that. No.
Come on, you
I don't
can
know, I
throw
haven't-
in
I haven't
Stone
been-
Cold English. It's not
Yeah.
that hard.
Ja, jongens, like ja, niet echt moeilijk.
That's
Dutch.
That's not
can't
Dutch
do it.
English.
I haven't been in the Netherlands for too long. So you speak Dutch and English. How many languages?
He already does.
How many?
Also speak a bit of German.
Similar languages though, right?
it's
They're very
it's-
similar,
it's-
but-
yeah, it's
It's like Milosh is there. We got onto languages already.
Yeah.
We're going to talk
When
about
we were at the
flags and
bakery this morning, I needed to
Yeah.
translate everything.
I mean, we can talk about the fact that you guys have been meowing all morning.
Meow meow.
Meow, meow, meow.
Why? I
Fresh
would
loves
like-
this because Fresh has brought this in.
Yeah, it's a fresh
What was the
It's a
reason?
Fresh thing.
The reason is, you know, when you're in ranked, you take a really bad death. Instead of complaining, my stack just now meows basically.
Ah,
It's a morale thing.
that's actually quite
Take
a
a bad
healthy
death, just go
thing.
meow.
Do you think
Well, you don't do
BDS
it that way, do you?
Do you think BDS would have meowed a lot then today?
They looked a little bit angry at times.
There was a lot of anger.
They could have
in that
used
meow.
it. Yeah, yeah.
It was a very angry meow.
How do you guys feel about today?
Just in general, it's early.
I'm happy
Yeah.
that we
The early start. How do we
managed
feel?
to prevent the patch from hitting it because
We
that
were
would have
like
changed so much.
3
Like,
minutes away from the patch.
operators would have changed, loadouts would have changed.
Yeah.
We would literally have two different games.
We'd have been snoozing for 90 minutes
Within
on the
one game.
sofa in the green room.
Yeah, there wouldn't be an improv Phil straight this time.
Yeah.
Why not? I really like
Why
the
did one of the
little
cameras fall over?
screens on the back, different facial expressions. I think Fresh got some pretty good stickers out of those.
We truly lost our mind that day.
We really did.
Just that day?
We truly lose our mind
Every day, yeah.
Every day.
Yeah.
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 Are you guys ready to walk back for an hour?
I'm not going to walk back.
No.
No?
It's uphill.
No?
It's uphill on the way.
So on the walk here, it's
Yeah.
good. It's nice. It's brisk. It's morning. It's downhill.
downhill.
On the way back, you don't walk. No.
Okay.
Unless
Medics does.
Unless you call
observers
Medics
will.
or Tim.
Easy used to as well.
Yeah.
He left us down.
Des gets
Aw.
the helicopter.
I mean, it's Dez. What do you
Yeah.
expect?
Yeah, the
I feel like his short legs are gonna get really tired real quick when he does have to.
I like how you two haven't met yet, but you've just been going at each other about
No,
it.
they
To
met
be
this
fair,
weekend.
I
you
met
did
him
met.
at
Oh, yeah.
I-70. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, even before that then.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, shorty, says another short person.
Who was actually
Yeah.
shorter between the two of you?
If you two...
I plead the fifth.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's it. We're
if
done.
you
Next
two
topic.
got on each other's shoulders, right, and then whoever's on the top put on this, we'd have another ollie.
Very true.
Very accurate. Yeah, I mean, I am totally not standing on a box, and I'm also not wearing heels. This is like my real height. Yeah.
And you're still the shortest person here.
We don't talk about that. It's okay. It happens. You know, some of us get great genetics and they grow really tall, and then some of us aren't actually Dutch, I guess.
Yeah, you're fake.
Yeah, like actually like fake.
But then
tall
so would
people.
Anne. Like, Anne is also very short.
Yeah, but you're also pretty short.
I'm actually average for Dutch.
What is that, like 180?
183 for men. And it's
Wow.
That was your brag on Tinder, wasn't it?
8.
I'm average.
No.
He's not denying it. He's just there like, oh,
I said no.
snap.
It's just a lot of bad memories suddenly popping back up.
It happens.
Yeah, let's
At
not
least-
open that kind of
At
worms.
least you know you didn't Discord e-date, so that's okay.
No, I'm not Discord
Yeah,
dating. No.
yeah.
Don't have any Discord kittens.
Okay.
Okay, end the show.
Anyway,
End the show.
schedule.
End the show. End the show
We
now.
have a schedule coming up, so you guys know exactly what games to really come forward to tomorrow. Woo! Let's have a look at the schedule instead of going into some of the depths. There's no games tomorrow. We're not seeing anything. It's going to be completely empty.
There will be games tomorrow.
Refresh. No.
Refresh. We're going to refresh. I know it's going to be Team Secret. I know that. There's going to be Heroic. I don't. Why do
Not
I just
against each
just
other,
just like my brain just like lagged all of a sudden. Like,
I
we
was
were
just
talking
going to leave you
about-
out to dry there. Couldn't you
Okay,
name the
there we
other
go.
two?
Heroic against Wolf, Secret against Koi. 2 matches, 2 best of 3, same start. So we're gonna have that 7 a.m. walk again. Well, you guys, I think I'm gonna go for the bus here. You looking forward to any game specifically?
I can't wait. Genuinely, we've got some rematches. All of these 4 teams, you know, realistically, at the start of the stage, would have staked a claim to be thinking we should be going to the major. Only one of them can, and even then, they're going to have to go through BDS or Wild.
Yeah, it's looking really difficult. I mean, Wild as well as BDS didn't really seem to be in top shape today, so it brings the question, is one day actually going to be enough for them to just flick it back on?
It's going to be difficult to tell. I think the games tomorrow, for me, I'll be keeping a keen eye on both Heroic and Secret, given that we saw them play already in the Open qualifier, and they didn't play very well. So I'll be looking toward those 2 teams and going, you've had a little bit of time off, you've had time to recompose yourself, you now need to do it. You've known who you're going to be playing against now for a very long time. Yeah. You've had a lot of time to prep, a lot of time to scrim, and a lot of time to VOD review. So for me, there should be no excuses for those 2 teams, at least coming in tomorrow.
Fresh, any excuses you could give for these teams? Any excuses you want to give?
No. No, all I'll say is it's a marathon, not a sprint. Just get through tomorrow, get into Thursday, win, go to the major, win phase 1, phase 2.
Just win.
Win phase 3 and just be the best team in the world.
Yeah, just win 5 head.
Thank you.
I can see that coaching coming through there.
Yeah.
Very motivating.
Just win, bro.
Like, not just like an in-game coach, but like a life coach. Just win. It's a marathon, not a sprint. Yeah. That's like
what are
life
the
advice.
other life coach advices you have for us, Fred?
Yeah.
Can you end on some wisdom for Twitch chat?
Yeah. Also, Twitch chat smile for us because you know we can see you guys and would be nice. But yeah, wisdom for chat.
Trying to think of any wisdom I've got. I don't.
Just any. You can
Anything.
pull.
Oh, make sure to sleep if you've got an 8 a.m. call time. That is.
Don't play
is
ranked
rough if
until
you don't
3 a.m.
sleep. Yeah.
Yeah.
Make sure sleep is good for you. Water is good for you.
Hydration check.
Exercise is good for you.
Yeah.
Showering.
I know I'm not really the epitome of all that right now,
Showering
but it is all
brilliant.
good for you. Oh, wear deodorant when you go to LAN as well.
Oh, please.
I feel like we should all
That
add
is like the
Fresh
best
on
advice.
Uplay.
Yeah.
I feel like we should get everybody to add Fresh on Uplay, and if you see him on ranked past a certain time, you have to spam him, screenshot it,
So what's your
and
name?
send it to him.
Jack, can you give all your Smurf names as well so we have the full list
He's
for
only got
everybody?
one account. as is the rules.
Yeah. What are you talking
Oh,
about?
yeah, sorry.
The username is Jack.
That's
Your
a very
only account.
unique name,
Your only
Jack.
account.
What?
That's a very unique name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
Jack. J-A-C-K.
Struggled actually to get all the accounts for all of his Discord kittens. Dozens.
So don't have any.
Dozens of them.
Too many. It's all right. On that note, though, we are going to be closing out because we've had a lovely day. Also, a pretty long one. We're going to be heading to bed because the insanity is brewing just a little bit over here. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to be back tomorrow, same time, same place, and you don't want to miss out to see which other teams are going to be heading to the semis. Thank you for tuning in. See you then.
Bye. Two for two on 1 versus 1s, 2 for 2 on map.